Book 6, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was quite by 5:30, after the two men had been together in Madame de Villonay's drawing-room not more than a dozen minutes, that Chad, with a look at his watch and then another at their hostess, said genially, gaily, "I've an engagement, and I know you won't complain if I leave him with you. He'll interest you immensely, and as for her," he declared to Strether, "I assure you, if you're at all nervous, she's perfectly safe." He had left them to be embarrassed or not by this guarantee, as they could best manage, and embarrassment was a thing that Strether wasn't at first sure Madame de Villonay escaped. He escaped it himself, to his surprise, but he had grown used by this time to thinking of himself as brazen. She occupied, his hostess, in the Rue de Bellechasse, the first floor of an old house to which our visitors had had access from an old clean court. The court was large and open, full of revelations for our friend of the habit of privacy, the peace of intervals, the dignity of distances and approaches. The house, to his restless sense, was in the high homely style of an elder day, and the ancient Paris that he was always looking for, sometimes intensely felt, sometimes more acutely missed, was in the immemorial polish of the wide waxed staircase, and in the fine boiserie, the medallions, mouldings, mirrors, great clear spaces, of the greyish-white salon into which he had been shown. He seemed at the very outset to see her in the midst of possessions not vulgarly numerous, but hereditary, cherished, charming. While his eyes turned after a little from those of his hostess, and Chad freely talked, not in the least about him, but about other people, people he didn't know, and quite as if he did know them, he found himself making out, as a background of the occupant, some glory, some prosperity of the First Empire, some Napoleonic glamour, some dim lustre of the great legend, elements clinging still to all the consular chairs and mythological brasses and sphinxes' heads and faded surfaces of satin striped with alternate silk. The place itself went further back, that he guessed, and how old Paris continued in a manner to echo there, but the post-revolutionary period, the world he vaguely thought of as the world of Chateaubriand, of Madame de Staël, even of the young Lamartine, had left its stamp of harps and urns and torches, a stamp impressed on sundry small objects, ornaments and relics. He had never before, to his knowledge, had present to him relics of any special dignity, of a private order, little old miniatures, medallions, pictures, books in leather bindings, pinkish and greenish, with gilt garlands on the back, ranged, together with other promiscuous properties, under the glass of brass-mounted cabinets. His attention took them all tenderly into account. They were among the matters that marked Madame de Villonay's apartment as something quite different from Miss Gostrey's little museum of bargains and from Chad's lovely home. He recognized it as founded much more on old accumulations that had possibly from time to time shrunken than on any contemporary method of acquisition or form of curiosity. Chad and Miss Gostrey had rummaged and purchased and picked up and exchanged, sifting, selecting, comparing, whereas the mistress of the scene before him, beautifully passive under the spell of transmission from her father's line, he quite made up his mind, had only received, accepted and been quiet. When she hadn't been quiet she had been moved at the most to some occult charity for some fallen fortune. There had been objects she or her predecessors might even conceivably have parted with under need, but Strether couldn't suspect them of having sold old pieces to get better ones. They would have felt no difference as to better or worse. He could but imagine their having felt, perhaps in emigration, in prescription, for his sketch was slight and confused, the pressure of want or the obligation of sacrifice. The pressure of want, whatever might be the case with the other force, was, however, presumably not active now, for the tokens of a chastened ease still abounded after all, many marks of a taste whose discriminations might perhaps have been called eccentric. He guessed at intense little preferences and sharp little exclusions, a deep suspicion of the vulgar and a personal view of the right. The general result of this was something for which he had no name on the spot quite ready, but something he would have come nearest to naming in speaking of it as the air of supreme respectability, the consciousness, small, still, reserved, but none the less distinct and diffused, of private honour. The air of supreme respectability, that was a strange blank wall for his adventure to have brought him to break his nose against. It had in fact, as he was now aware, filled all the approaches, hovered in the court as he passed, hung on the staircase as he mounted, sounded in the grave rumble of the old bell, as little electric as possible, of which Chad at the door had pulled the ancient but neatly kept tassel. It formed, in short, the clearest medium of its particular kind that he had ever breathed. He would have answered for it at the end of a quarter of an hour that some of the glass cases contained swords and epaulettes of ancient colonels and generals, medals and orders once pinned over hearts that had long since ceased to beat, snuff-boxes bestowed on ministers and envoys, copies of works presented, with inscriptions, by authors now classic. At bottom of it all for him was the sense of her rare unlikeness to the women he had known. This sense had grown since the day before the more he recalled her, and had been above all singularly fed by his talk with Chad in the morning. Everything, in fine, made her immeasurably new, and nothing so new as the old house and the old objects. There were books, 2 or 3, on a small table near his chair, but they hadn't the lemon-coloured covers with which his eye had begun to dally from the hour of his arrival, and to the opportunity of a further acquaintance with which he had for a fortnight now altogether succumbed. On another table, across the room, he made out the great Revue, but even that familiar face, conspicuous in Mrs. Newsome's parlours, scarce counted here as a modern note. He was sure on the spot, and he afterwards knew he was right, that this was a touch of Chad's own hand. What would Mrs. Newsome say to the circumstance that Chad's interested influence kept her paper-knife in the Revue? The interested influence, at any rate, had, as we say, gone straight to the point, had in fact soon left it quite behind. She was seated near the fire on a small stuffed and fringed chair, one of the few modern articles in the room, and she leaned back in it with her hands clasped in her lap, and no movement, in all her person, but the fine prompt play of her deep young face. The fire, under the low white marble, undraped and academic, had burnt down to the silver ashes of light wood. One of the windows at a distance stood open to the mildness and stillness, out of which, in the short pauses, came the faint sound, pleasant and homely, almost rustic, of a plash and a clatter of sabots from some coach-house on the other side of the court. Madame de Vionnet, while Strether sat there, wasn't to shift her posture by an inch. "I don't think you seriously believe in what you're doing," she said, "but all the same, you know, I'm going to treat you quite as if I did." "By which you mean," Strether directly replied, "quite as if you didn't. I assure you it won't make the least difference with me how you treat me." "Well," she said, taking that menace bravely and philosophically enough, "the only thing that really matters is that you shall get on with me." "Ah, but I don't," he immediately returned. It gave her another pause, which, however, she happily enough shook off. "Will you consent to go on with me a little, provisionally, as if you did?" Then it was that he saw how she had decidedly come all the way, and there accompanied it an extraordinary sense of her raising from somewhere below him her beautiful suppliant eyes. He might have been perched at his doorstep or at his window, and she standing in the road. For a moment he let her stand, and couldn't moreover have spoken. It had been sad, of a sudden, with a sadness that was like a cold breath in his face. "What can I do," he finally asked, "but listen to you as I promised Chadwick?" "Ah, but what I'm asking you," she quickly said, "isn't what Mr. Newsome had in mind." She spoke at present, he saw, as if to take courageously all her risk. "This is my own idea, and a different thing." It gave poor Strether in truth, uneasy as it made him too, something of the thrill of a bold perception justified. "Well," he answered kindly enough, "I was sure a moment since that some idea of your own had come to you." She seemed still to look up at him, but now more serenely. "I made out you were sure, and that helped it to come. So you see," she continued, "we do get on." "Oh, but it appears to me I don't at all meet your request. How can I when I don't understand it?" "It isn't at all necessary you should understand. It will do quite well enough if you simply remember it. Only feel I trust you, and for nothing so tremendous after all. Just," she said with a wonderful smile, "for common civility." Strether had a long pause while they sat again face to face, as they had sat, scarce less conscious, before the poor lady had crossed the stream. She was the poor lady for Strether now, because clearly she had some trouble, and her appeal to him could only mean that her trouble was deep. He couldn't help it. It wasn't his fault. He had done nothing. But by a turn of the hand she had somehow made their encounter a relation. And the relation profited by a mass of things that were not strictly in it or of it, by the very air in which they sat, by the high cold delicate room, by the world outside and the little plash in the court, by the First Empire and the relics in the stiff cabinets, by matters as far off as those, and by others as near as the unbroken clasp of her hands in her lap, and the look her expression had of being most natural when her eyes were most fixed. "You count upon me of course for something really much greater than it sounds." "Oh, it sounds great enough too!" She laughed at this. He found himself in time on the point of telling her that she was, as Miss Barrace called it, wonderful. But catching himself up he said something else instead. "What was it Chad's idea then that you should say to me?" "Ah, his idea was simply what a man's idea always is, to put every effort off on the woman." "The woman?" Strether slowly echoed. "The woman he likes, and just in proportion as he likes her. In proportion too, for shifting the trouble, as she likes him." Strether followed it; then with an abruptness of his own, "How much do you like Chad?" "Just as much as that, to take all, with you, on myself." But she got at once again away from this. "I've been trembling as if we were to stand or fall by what you may think of me. And I'm even now," she went on wonderfully, "drawing a long breath, and yes, truly taking a great courage, from the hope that I don't in fact strike you as impossible." "That's at all events clearly," he observed after an instant, "the way I don't strike you." "Well," she so far assented, "as you haven't yet said you won't have the little patience with me I ask for." "You draw splendid conclusions? Perfectly. But I don't understand them," Strether pursued. "You seem to me to ask for much more than you need. What, at the worst for you, what at the best for myself, can I after all do? I can use no pressure that I haven't used. You come really late with your request. I've already done all that for myself the case admits of. I've said my say, and here I am." "Yes, here you are, fortunately," Madame de Vionnet laughed. "Mrs. Newsome," she added in another tone, "didn't think you can do so little." He had an hesitation, but he brought the words out. "Well, she thinks so now." "Do you mean by that?" But she also hung fire. "Do I mean what?" She still rather faltered. "Pardon me if I touch on it, but if I'm saying extraordinary things, why, perhaps mayn't I? Besides, doesn't it properly concern us to know?" "To know what?" he insisted, as after thus beating about the bush she had again dropped. She made the effort. "Has she given you up?" He was amazed afterwards to think how simply and quietly he had met it. "Not yet." It was almost as if he were a trifle disappointed, had expected still more of her freedom. But he went straight on. "Is that what Chad has told you will happen to me?" She was evidently charmed with the way he took it. "If you mean if we've talked of it, most certainly. And the question's not what has had the least to do with my wishing to see you." "To judge if I'm the sort of man a woman can—" "Precisely," she exclaimed. "You wonderful gentleman. I do judge. I have judged. A woman can't. You're safe, with every right to be. You'd be much happier if you'd only believe it." Strether was silent a little. Then he found himself speaking with a cynicism of confidence of which even at the moment the sources were strange to him. "I try to believe it, but it's a marvel," he exclaimed, "how you already get at it." "Oh," she was able to say, "remember how much I was on the way to it through Mr. Newsome, before I saw you. He thinks everything of your strength." "Well, I can bear almost anything," our friend briskly interrupted. Deep and beautiful on this her smile came back, and with the effect of making him hear what he had said just as she had heard it. He easily enough felt that it gave him away, but what in truth had everything done but that? It had been all very well to think at moments that he was holding her nose down, and that he had coerced her. What had he by this time done but let her practically see that he accepted their relation? What was their relation, moreover, though light and brief enough in form as yet, but whatever she might choose to make it? Nothing could prevent her, certainly he couldn't, from making it pleasant. At the back of his head, behind everything, was the sense that she was, there before him, close to him, in vivid imperative form, one of the rare women he had so often heard of, read of, thought of, but never met, whose very presence, look, voice, the mere contemporaneous fact of whom, from the moment it was all presented, made a relation of mere recognition. That was not the kind of woman he'd ever found Mrs. Newsome, a contemporaneous fact who had been distinctly slow to establish herself. And at present, confronted with Madame de Vionnet, he felt the simplicity of his original impression of Miss Gostrey. She certainly had been a fact of rapid growth, but the world was wide, each day was more and more a new lesson. There were at any rate, even among the stranger ones, relations and relations. "Of course I suit Chad's grand way," he quickly added. "He hasn't had much difficulty in working me in." She seemed to deny a little, on the young man's behalf, by the rise of her eyebrows, an intention of any process at all inconsiderate. "You must know how grieved he'd be if you were to lose anything. He believes you can keep his mother patient." Strether wondered with his eyes on her. "I see. That's then what you really want of me. And how am I to do it? Perhaps you'll tell me that." "Simply tell her the truth." "And what do you call the truth?" "Well, any truth, about us all, that you see yourself. I leave it to you." "Thank you very much. I like," Strether laughed with a slight harshness, "the way you leave things." But she insisted kindly, gently, as if it wasn't so bad. "Be perfectly honest. Tell her all." "All?" he oddly echoed. "Tell her the simple truth," Madame de Vionnet again pleaded. "But what is the simple truth? The simple truth is exactly what I'm trying to discover." She looked about a while, but presently she came back to him. "Tell her fully and clearly about us." Strether meanwhile had been staring. "You and your daughter?" "Yes, little Jeanne and me. Tell her," she just slightly quavered, "you like us." "And what good will that do me? Or rather," he caught himself up, "what good will it do you?" She looked graver. "None, you believe, really?" Strether debated. "She didn't send me out to like you." "Oh," she charmingly contended, "she sent you out to face the facts." He admitted after an instant that there was something in that. "But how can I face them till I know what they are? Do you want him," he then braced himself to ask, "to marry your daughter?" She gave a headshake as noble as it was prompt. "No, not that." "And he really doesn't want to himself?" She repeated the movement, but now with a strange light in her face. "He likes her too much." Strether wondered. "To be willing to consider, you mean, the question of taking her to America?" "To be willing to do anything with her but be immensely kind and nice, really tender of her. We watch over her, and you must help us. You must see her again." Strether felt awkward. "Ah, with pleasure. She's so remarkably attractive." The mother's eagerness with which Madame de Vionnet jumped at this was to come back to him later as beautiful in its grace. "The dear thing did please you?" Then as he met it with the largest "Oh!" of enthusiasm, "She's perfect. She's my joy." "Well, I'm sure of that. If one were near her and saw more of her, she'd be mine." "Then," said Madame de Vionnet, "tell Mrs. Newsome that." He wondered the more. "What good will that do you?" As she appeared unable at once to say, however, he brought out something else. "Is your daughter in love with our friend?" "Ah," she rather startlingly answered, "I wish you'd find out." He showed his surprise. "I? A stranger?" "Oh, you won't be a stranger presently. You shall see her quite, I assure you, as if you weren't." It remained for him none the less an extraordinary notion. "It seems to me surely that if her mother can't—" "Ah, little girls and their mothers to day!" she rather inconsequently broke in. But she checked herself with something she seemed to give out as after all more to the point. "Tell her I've been good for him. Don't you think I have?" It had its effect on him, more than at the moment he quite measured. Yet he was consciously enough touched. "Oh, if it's all you—" "Well, it may not be all," she interrupted, "but it's to a great extent. Really and truly," she added in a tone that was to take its place with him among things remembered. "Then it's very wonderful." He smiled at her from a face that he felt as strained, and her own face for a moment kept him so. At last she also got up. "Well, don't you think that for that—" "I ought to save you?" So it was the way to meet her, and the way as well in a manner to get off, came over him. He heard himself use the exorbitant word, the very sound of which helped to determine his flight. "I'll save you if I can." End of Book Sixth, Chapter 1. Book Sixth, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Chad's lovely home, however, one evening 10 days later, he felt himself present at the collapse of the question of Jeanne de Vionnet's shy secret. He had been dining there in the company of that young lady and her mother, as well as of other persons, and had gone into the petit salon at Chad's request on purpose to talk with her. The young man had put this to him as a favour. "I should like so awfully to know what you think of her. It will really be a chance for you," he had said, "to see the jeune fille, I mean the type, as she actually is, and I don't think that, as an observer of manners, it's a thing you ought to miss. It will be an impression that, whatever else you take, you can carry home with you, where you'll find again so much to compare it with." Strether knew well enough with what Chad wished him to compare it, and though he entirely assented he hadn't yet somehow been so deeply reminded that he was being, as he constantly though mutely expressed it, used. He was as far as ever from making out exactly to what end, but he was none the less constantly accompanied by a sense of the service he rendered. He conceived only that the service was highly agreeable to those who profited by it, and he was indeed still waiting for the moment at which he should catch it in the act of proving disagreeable, proving in some degree intolerable to himself. He failed quite to see how his situation could clear up at all logically, except by some turn of events that would give him the pretext of disgust. He was building from day to day on the possibility of disgust, but each day brought forth meanwhile a new and more engaging bend of the road. That possibility was now ever so much further from sight than on the eve of his arrival, and he perfectly felt that, should it come at all, it would have to be at best inconsequent and violent. He struck himself as a little nearer to it only when he asked himself what service, in such a life of utility, he was after all rendering Mrs. Newsome. When he wished to help himself to believe that he was still all right, he reflected, and in fact with wonder, on the unimpaired frequency of their correspondence, in relation to which what was after all more natural than it should become more frequent just in proportion as their problem became more complicated. Certain it is at any rate that he now often brought himself balm by the question with the rich consciousness of yesterday's letter. "Well, what can I do more than that? What can I do more than tell her everything?" To persuade himself that he did tell her, had told her, everything, he used to try to think of particular things he hadn't told her. When, at rare moments and in the watches of the night, he pounced on one, it generally showed itself to be, to a deeper scrutiny, not quite truly of the essence. When anything new struck him as coming up, or anything already noted as reappearing, he always immediately wrote, as if for fear that if he didn't he would miss something, and also that he might be able to say to himself from time to time, "She knows it now, even while I worry." It was a great comfort to him in general not to have left past things to be dragged to light and explained, not to have to produce at so late a stage anything not produced, or anything even veiled and attenuated at the moment. She knew it now. That was what he said to himself to-night in relation to the fresh fact of Chad's acquaintance with the two ladies, not to speak of the fresher one of his own. Mrs. Newsome knew, in other words, that very night, at Woollett, that he himself knew Madame de Vionnet, and that he had conscientiously been to see her, also that he had found her remarkably attractive, and that there would probably be a good deal more to tell. But she further knew, or would know very soon, that, again conscientiously, he hadn't repeated his visit, and that when Chad had asked him on the Countess's behalf, Strether made her out vividly, with a thought at the back of his head, a countess, if he wouldn't name a day for dining with her, he had replied lucidly, "Thank you very much. Impossible." He had begged the young man would present his excuses, and had trusted him to understand that it couldn't really strike one as quite the straight thing. He hadn't reported to Mrs. Newsome that he had promised to save Madame de Vionnet, but so far as he was concerned with that reminiscence, he hadn't at any rate promised to haunt her house. What Chad had understood could only in truth be inferred from Chad's behaviour, which had been in this connection as easy as in every other. He was easy, always, when he understood. He was easier still, if possible, when he didn't. He had replied that he would make it all right, and he had proceeded to do this by substituting the present occasion, as he was ready to substitute others, for every occasion as to which his old friend should have a funny scruple. "Oh, but I'm not a little foreign girl. I'm just as English as I can be," Jeanne de Vionnet had said to him as soon as, in the petit salon, he sank shyly enough on his own side into the place near her vacated by Madame Gloriani at his approach. Madame Gloriani, who was in black velvet, with white lace and powdered hair, and whose somewhat massive majesty melted, at any contact, into the graciousness of some incomprehensible tongue, moved away to make room for the vague gentleman, after benevolent greetings to him which embodied, as he believed, in baffling accents, some recognition of his face from a couple of Sundays before. There he had remarked, making the most of the advantage of his years, that it frightened him quite enough to find himself dedicated to the entertainment of a little foreign girl. There were girls he wasn't afraid of. He was quite bold with little Americans. Thus it was that she had defended herself to the end. "Oh, but I'm almost American too. That's what mamma has wanted me to be. I mean like that, for she has wanted me to have lots of freedom. She has known such good results from it." She was fairly beautiful to him, a faint pastel in an oval frame. He thought of her already as of some lurking image in a long gallery, the portrait of a small old-time princess of whom nothing was known but that she had died young. Little Jeanne wasn't doubtless to die young, but one couldn't all the same bear on her lightly enough. It was bearing hard, it was bearing as he in any case wouldn't bear, to concern himself in relation to her with the question of a young man. Odious really the question of a young man. One didn't treat such a person as a maidservant suspected of a follower. And then young men, well, the thing was their business simply, or was at all events hers. She was fluttered, fairly fevered, to the point of a little glitter that came and went in her eyes, and a pair of pink spots that stayed in her cheeks, with the great adventure of dining out, and with the greater one still, possibly, of finding a gentleman whom she must think of as very, very old, a gentleman with eye-glasses, wrinkles, a long grizzled moustache. She spoke the prettiest English, our friend thought, that he had ever heard spoken, just as he had believed her a few minutes before to be speaking the prettiest French. He wondered almost wistfully if such a sweep of the lyre didn't react on the spirit itself, and his fancy had in fact, before he knew it, begun so to stray and embroider that he finally found himself, absent and extravagant, sitting with the child in friendly silence. Only by this time he felt her flutter to have fortunately dropped, and that she was more at her ease. She trusted him, liked him, and it was to come back to him afterwards that she had told him things. She had dipped into the waiting medium at last and had found neither surge nor chill, nothing but the small splash she could herself make in the pleasant warmth, nothing but the safety of dipping and dipping again. At the end of the 10 minutes he was to spend with her, his impression, with all it had thrown off and all it had taken in, was complete. She had been free, as she knew freedom, partly to show him that, unlike other little persons she knew, she had imbibed the ideal. She was delightfully quaint about herself, but the vision of what she had imbibed was what most held him. It really consisted, he was soon enough to feel, in just one great little matter, the fact that, whatever her nature, she was thoroughly, he had to cast about for the word, but it came, bred. He couldn't, of course, on so short an acquaintance speak for her nature, but the idea of breeding was what she had meanwhile dropped into his mind. He had never yet known it so sharply presented. Her mother gave it, no doubt, but her mother, to make that less sensible, gave so much else besides, and on neither of the 2 previous occasions, extraordinary woman, Strether felt, anything like what she was giving to-night. Little Jeanne was a case, an exquisite case of education, whereas the Countess, whom it so amused him to think of by that denomination, was a case, also exquisite, of, well, he didn't know what. "He has wonderful taste, notre jeune homme." This is what Gloriani said to him on turning away from the inspection of a small picture suspended near the door of the room. The high celebrity in question had just come in, apparently in search of Mademoiselle de Vionnet, but while Strether had got up from beside her, their fellow guest, with his eye sharply caught, had paused for a long look. The thing was a landscape, of no size, but of the French school, as our friend was glad to feel he knew, and also of a quality, which he liked to think he should also have guessed. Its frame was large out of proportion to the canvas, and he had never seen a person look at anything, he thought, just as Gloriani, with his nose very near and quick movements of the head from side to side and bottom to top, examined this feature of Chad's collection. The artist used that word the next moment, smiling courteously, wiping his nippers and looking round him further, paying the place in short by the very manner of his presence and by something Strether fancied he could make out in this particular glance, such a tribute as, to the latter's sense, settled many things once and for all. Strether was conscious at this instant, for that matter, as he hadn't yet been, of how, round about him, quite without him, they were consistently settled. Gloriani's smile, deeply Italian, he considered, and finely inscrutable, had had for him during dinner, at which they were not neighbours, an indefinite greeting, but the quality in it was gone that had appeared on the other occasion to turn him inside out. It was as if even the momentary link supplied by the doubt between them had snapped. He was conscious now of the final reality, which was that there wasn't so much a doubt as a difference altogether. All the more that over the difference the famous sculptor seemed to signal almost condolingly, yet oh how vacantly, as across some great flat sheet of water. He threw out the bridge of a charming hollow civility on which Strether wouldn't have trusted his own full weight a moment. That idea, even though but transient and perhaps belated, had performed the office of putting Strether more at his ease, and the blurred picture had already dropped with the sound of something else said and with his becoming aware, by another quick turn, that Gloriani was now on the sofa talking with Jeanne, while he himself had in his ears again the familiar friendliness and the elusive meaning of the "oh, oh, oh" that had made him, a fortnight before, challenge Miss Barrace in vain. She had always the air, this picturesque and original lady, who struck him so oddly as both antique and modern. She had always the air of taking up some joke that one had already had out with her. The point itself, no doubt, was what was antique, and the use she made of it was what was modern. He felt just now that her good-natured irony did bear on something, and it troubled him a little that she wouldn't be more explicit, only assuring him, with the pleasure of observation so visible in her, that she wouldn't tell him more for the world. He could take refuge but in asking her what she had done with Waymarsh, though it must be added that he felt himself a little on the way to a clue after she had answered that this personage was, in the other room, engaged in conversation with Madame de Vionnet. He stared a moment at the image of such a conjunction. Then, for Miss Barras's benefit, he wondered, is she too then under the charm? No, not a bit. Miss Barras was prompt. She makes nothing of him. She's bored. She won't help you with him. Oh, Strether laughed. She can't do everything. Of course not, wonderful as she is. Besides, he makes nothing of her. She won't take him from me, though she wouldn't, no doubt, having other affairs in hand, even if she could. I've never, said Miss Barras, seen her fail with any one before. And to-night, when she's so magnificent, it would seem to her strange, if she minded. So, at any rate, I have him all. Je suis tranquille. Strether understood as far as that went, but he was feeling for his clue. She strikes you to-night as particularly magnificent? Surely. Almost as I've never seen her. Doesn't she you? Why, it's for you. He persisted in his candour. For me? Oh, 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 cried Miss Barras, who persisted in the opposite of that quality. Well, he acutely admitted, she is different. She's gay. She's gay, Miss Barras laughed, and she has beautiful shoulders, though there's nothing different in that. No, said Strether, one was sure of her shoulders. It isn't her shoulders. His companion, with renewed mirth and the finest sense, between the puffs of her cigarette, of the drollery of things, appeared to find their conversation highly delightful. Yes, it isn't her shoulders. What then is it? Strether earnestly inquired. Why, it's she, simply. It's her mood. It's her charm. Of course it's her charm, but we're speaking of the difference. Well, Miss Barras explained, she's just brilliant, as we used to say. That's all. She's various. She's 50 women. Ah, but only one, Strether kept it clear, at a time. Perhaps, but in 50 times? Oh, we shan't come to that, our friend declared, and the next moment he had moved in another direction. Will you answer me a plain question? Will she ever divorce? Miss Barras looked at him through all her tortoise shell. Why should she? It wasn't what he had asked for, he signified, but he met it well enough. To marry Chad. Why should she marry Chad? Because I'm convinced she's very fond of him. She has done wonders for him. Well then, how could she do more? Marrying a man, or a woman either, Miss Barras sagely went on, is never the wonder, for any Jack and Jill can bring that off. The wonder is their doing such things without marrying. Strether considered a moment this proposition. You mean it's so beautiful for our friends simply to go on so? But whatever he said made her laugh. Beautiful! He nevertheless insisted. And that because it's disinterested? She was now, however, suddenly tired of the question. Yes, then, call it that. Besides, she'll never divorce. Don't, moreover, she added, believe everything you hear about her husband. He's not, then, Strether asked, a wretch? Oh, yes, but charming. Do you know him? I've met him. He's bien aimable. To every one but his wife? Oh, for all I know, to her too, to every woman. I hope you, at any rate, she pursued with a quick change, appreciate the care I take of Mr. Waymarsh. Oh, immensely. But Strether was not yet in line. At all events, he roundly brought out, the attachment's an innocent one. Mine and his? Ah, she laughed, don't rob it of all interest. I mean our friends here, to the lady we've been speaking of. That was what he had settled to as an indirect but none the less closely involved consequence of his impression of Jeanne. That was where he meant to stay. It's innocent, he repeated. I see the whole thing. Mystified by his abrupt declaration, she had glanced over at Gloriani as at the unnamed subject of his allusion, but the next moment she had understood, though indeed not before Strether had noticed her momentary mistake and wondered what might possibly be behind that too. He already knew that the sculptor admired Madame de Vionnet, but did this admiration also represent an attachment of which the innocence was discussable? He was moving verily in a strange air and on ground not of the firmest. He looked hard for an instant at Miss Barrace, but she had already gone on. "All right with Mr. Newsome? Why, of course she is." And she got gaily back to the question of her own good friend. "I dare say you're surprised that I'm not worn out with all I see, it being so much, of Sitting Bull. But I'm not, you know. I don't mind him. I bear up, and we get on beautifully. I'm very strange. I'm like that, and often I can't explain. There are people who are supposed interesting or remarkable or whatever, and who bore me to death. And then there are others as to whom nobody can understand what anybody sees in them, in whom I see no end of things." Then after she had smoked a moment, "He's touching, you know," she said. "No," Strether echoed, "don't I indeed? We must move you almost to tears." "Oh, but I don't mean you," she laughed. "You ought to then, for the worst sign of all, as I must have it for you, is that you can't help me. That's when a woman pities." "Ah, but I do help you," she cheerfully insisted. Again he looked at her hard, and then after a pause, "No, you don't." Her tortoise shell on its long chain rattled down. "I help you with Sitting Bull? That's a good deal." "Oh, that, yes." But Strether hesitated. "Do you mean he talks of me?" "So that I have to defend you? No, never." "I see," Strether mused. "It's too deep." "That's his only fault," she returned, "that everything with him is too deep. He has depths of silence, which he breaks only at the longest intervals by a remark. And when the remark comes it's always something he has seen or felt for himself, never a bit banal. That would be what one might have feared and what would kill me. But never." She smoked again as she thus with amused complacency appreciated her acquisition. "And never about you. We keep clear of you. We're wonderful. But I'll tell you what he does do," she continued. "He tries to make me presents." "Presents?" poor Strether echoed, conscious with a pang that he hadn't yet tried that in any quarter. "Why, you see," she explained, "he's as fine as ever in the Victoria, so that when I leave him, as I often do almost for hours—he likes it so—at the doors of shops, the sight of him there helps me, when I come out, to know my carriage away off in the rank. But sometimes, for a change, he goes with me into the shops, and then I've all I can do to prevent his buying me things." "He wants to treat you?" Strether almost gasped at all he himself hadn't thought of. He had a sense of admiration. "Oh, he's much more in the real tradition than I. Yes," he mused, "it's the sacred rage." "The sacred rage, exactly!" And Miss Barrace, who hadn't before heard this term applied, recognised its bearing with a clap of her gemmed hands. "Now I do know why he's not banal. But I do prevent him all the same, and if you saw what he sometimes selects, from buying. I save him hundreds and hundreds. I only take flowers." "Flowers?" Strether echoed again with a rueful reflection. How many nosegays had her present conversa sent? "Innocent flowers," she pursued, "as much as he likes. And he sends me splendours. He knows all the best places. He has found them for himself. He's wonderful." "He hasn't told them to me," her friend smiled. "He has a life of his own." But Strether had swung back to the consciousness that for himself, after all, it would never have done. Waymarsh hadn't Mrs. Waymarsh in the least to consider, whereas Lambert Strether had constantly, in the inmost honour of his thoughts, to consider Mrs. Newsome. He liked moreover to feel how much his friend was in the real tradition. Yet he had his conclusion. "What a rage it is!" He had worked it out. "It's an opposition." She followed, but at a distance. "That's what I feel. Yet to what?" "Well, he thinks, you know, that I've a life of my own. And I haven't." "You haven't?" She showed doubt, and her laugh confirmed it. "Oh, oh, oh!" No, not for myself. I seem to have a life only for other people." "Ah, for them and with them? Just now, for instance, with—" "Well, with whom?" he asked before she had had time to say. His tone had the effect of making her hesitate and even, as he guessed, speak with a difference. "Say with Miss Gostrey. What do you do for her?" It really made him wonder. "Nothing at all." End of Book Sixth, Chapter 2. Book Sixth, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame de Vionnet, having meanwhile come in, was at present close to them, and Miss Barrace hereupon, instead of risking a rejoinder, became again with a look that measured her from top to toe, all mere long-handled, appreciative tortoise-shell. She had struck our friend, from the first of her appearing, as dressed for a great occasion, and she met still more than on either of the others the conception reawakened in him at their garden party, the idea of the femme du monde in her habit as she lived. Her bare shoulders and arms were white and beautiful. The materials of her dress, a mixture, as he supposed, of silk and crape, were of a silvery grey so artfully composed as to give an impression of warm splendour, and round her neck she wore a collar of large old emeralds, the green note of which was more dimly repeated at other points of her apparel, in embroidery, in enamel, in satin, in substances and textures vaguely rich. Her head, extremely fair and exquisitely festal, was like a happy fancy, a notion of the antique on an old precious medal, some silver coin of the Renaissance, while her slim lightness and brightness, her gaiety, her expression, her decision, contributed to an effect that might have been felt by a poet as half mythological and half conventional. He could have compared her to a goddess still partly engaged in a morning cloud, or to a sea nymph waist-high in the summer surge. Above all, she suggested to him the reflection that the femme du monde, in these finest developments of the type, was, like Cleopatra in the play, indeed various and multifold. She had aspects, characters, days, nights, or had them at least, showed them by a mysterious law of her own, when in addition to everything she happened also to be a woman of genius. She was an obscure person, a muffled person one day, and a showy person, an uncovered person the next. He thought of Madame de Vionnet to-night as showy and uncovered, though he felt the formula rough, because thanks to one of the short-cuts of genius she had taken all his categories by surprise. Twice during dinner he had met Chad's eyes in a longish look, but these communications had in truth only stirred up again old ambiguities, so little was it clear from them whether they were an appeal or an admonition. "You see how I'm fixed," was what they appeared to convey, yet how he was fixed was exactly what Strether didn't see. However, perhaps he should see now. "Are you capable of the very great kindness of going to relieve Newsome for a few minutes of the rather crushing responsibility of Madame Gloriani, while I say a word, if he'll allow me, to Mr. Strether, of whom I've a question to ask? Our host ought to talk a bit to those other ladies, and I'll come back in a minute to your rescue." She made this proposal to Miss Barrace as if her consciousness of a special duty had just flickered up, but that lady's recognition of Strether's little start at it, as at a betrayal on the speaker's part of a domesticated state, was as mute as his own comment, and after an instant, when their fellow guest had so good-naturedly left them, he had been given something else to think of. "Why has Maria so suddenly gone? Do you know?" That was the question Madame de Vionnet had brought with her. "I'm afraid I've no reason to give you but the simplest reason I've had from her in a note, the sudden obligation to join in the South a sick friend who has got worse." "Ah, then she has been writing you?" "Not since she went. I had only a brief explanatory word before she started. I went to see her," Strether explained. "It was the day after I called on you. But she was already on her way, and her concierge told me that in case of my coming I was to be informed she had written to me. I found her note when I got home." Madame de Vionnet listened with interest and with her eyes on Strether's face. Then her delicately decorated head had a small melancholy motion. "She didn't write to me. I went to see her," she added, "almost immediately after I had seen you, and as I assured her I would do when I met her at Gloriani's. She hadn't then told me she was to be absent, and I felt at her door as if I understood. She's absent, with all respect to her sick friend, though I know indeed she has plenty, so that I may not see her. She doesn't want to meet me again. Well," she continued with a beautiful conscious mildness, "I liked and admired her beyond every one in the old time, and she knew it. Perhaps that's precisely what has made her go. And I dare say I haven't lost her for ever." Strether still said nothing. He had a horror, as he now thought of himself, of being in question between women, was in fact already quite enough on his way to that, and there was moreover, as it came to him, perceptibly, something behind these allusions and professions that, should he take it all in, would square but ill with his present resolve to simplify. It was as if for him, all the same, her softness and sadness were sincere. He felt that not less when she soon went on. "I'm extremely glad of her happiness." But it also left him mute, sharp and fine though the imputation it conveyed. What it conveyed was that he was Maria Gostrey's happiness, and for the least little instant he had the impulse to challenge the thought. He could have done so, however, only by saying, "What do you then suppose to be between us?" And he was wonderfully glad a moment later not to have spoken. He would rather seem stupid any day than fatuous, and he drew back as well, with a smothered inward shudder, from the consideration of what women, of highly developed type in particular, might think of each other. Whatever he had come out for, he hadn't come to go into that, so that he absolutely took up nothing his interlocutress had now let drop. Yet though he had kept away from her for days, had laid wholly on herself the burden of their meeting again, she hadn't a gleam of irritation to show him. "Well, about Jeanne now," she smiled. It had the gaiety with which she had originally come in. He felt it on the instant to represent her motive and real errand. But he had been schooling her of a truth to say much in proportion to his little. "Do you make out that she has a sentiment? I mean for Mr. Newsome?" Almost resentful, Strether could at last be prompt. "How can I make out such things?" She remained perfectly good-natured. "Ah, but they're beautiful little things, and you make out, don't pretend, everything in the world. Haven't you," she asked, "been talking with her?" "Yes, but not about Chad, or at least not much." "Oh, you don't require much," she reassuringly declared. But she immediately changed her ground. "I hope you remember your promise of the other day." "To save you, as you called it?" "I call it so still. You will," she insisted. "You haven't repented?" He wondered. "No, but I've been thinking what I meant." She kept it up. "And not a little what I did?" "No, that's not necessary. It will be enough if I know what I meant myself." "And don't you know," she asked, "by this time?" Again he had a pause. "I think you ought to leave it to me. But how long," he added, "you give me?" "It seems to me much more a question of how long you give me. Doesn't our friend here himself, at any rate," she went on, "perpetually make me present to you?" "Not," Strether replied, "by ever speaking of you to me." "He never does that?" "Never." She considered, and if the fact was disconcerting to her, effectually concealed it. The next minute indeed she had recovered. "No, he wouldn't. But do you need that?" Her emphasis was wonderful, and though his eyes had been wandering he looked at her longer now. "I see what you mean." "Of course you see what I mean." Her triumph was gentle, and she really had tones to make justice weep. "I've before me what he owes you." "Admit then that that's something," she said, yet still with the same discretion in her pride. He took in this note, but went straight on. "You've made of him what I see, but what I don't see is how in the world you've done it." "Ah, that's another question," she smiled. "The point is, of what use is your declining to know me when to know Mr. Newsome, as you do me the honour to find him, is just to know me?" "I see," he mused, still with his eyes on her. "I shouldn't have met you to-night." She raised and dropped her linked hands. "It doesn't matter. If I trust you, why can't you a little trust me too? And why can't you also," she asked in another tone, "trust yourself?" But she gave him no time to reply. "Oh, I shall be so easy for you. And I'm glad at any rate you've seen my child." "I'm glad too," he said, "but she does you no good." "No good?" Madame de Vionnet had a clear stare. "Why, she's an angel of light." "That's precisely the reason. Leave her alone. Don't try to find out, I mean," he explained, "about what you spoke to me of—the way she feels." His companion wondered. "Because one really won't?" "Well, because I ask you, as a favour to myself, not to. She's the most charming creature I've ever seen. Therefore don't touch her. Don't know. Don't want to know. And moreover, yes, you won't." It was an appeal of a sudden, and she took it in. "As a favour to you?" "Well, since you ask me." "Anything, everything you ask," she smiled. "I shan't know then. Never. Thank you," she added with peculiar gentleness as she turned away. The sound of it lingered with him, making him fairly feel as if he had been tripped up and had a fall. In the very act of arranging with her for his independence, he had, under pressure from a particular perception, inconsistently, quite stupidly, committed himself, and, with her subtlety sensitive on the spot to an advantage, she had driven in by a single word a little golden nail, the sharp intention of which he signally felt. He hadn't detached, he had more closely connected himself, and his eyes, as he considered with some intensity this circumstance, met another pair which had just come within their range, and which struck him as reflecting his sense of what he had done. He recognized them at the same moment as those of little Bilham, who had apparently drawn near on purpose to speak to him, and little Bilham wasn't, in the conditions, the person to whom his heart would be most closed. They were seated together a minute later at the angle of the room, obliquely opposite the corner in which Gloriani was still engaged with Jeanne de Vionnet, to whom at first and in silence their attention had been benevolently given. "I can't see for my life," Strether had then observed, "how a young fellow of any spirit, such a one as you, for instance, can be admitted to the sight of that young lady without being hard hit. Why don't you go in, little Bilham?" He remembered the tone into which he had been betrayed on the garden bench at the sculptor's reception, and this might make up for that by being much more the right sort of thing to say to a young man worthy of any advice at all. There would be some reason. "Some reason for what?" "Why, for hanging on here." "To offer my hand and fortune to Mademoiselle de Vionnet?" "Well," Strether asked, "to what lovelier apparition could you offer them? She's the sweetest little thing I've ever seen." "She's certainly immense. I mean she's the real thing. I believe the pale pink petals are folded up there for some wondrous efflorescence in time, to open, that is, to some great golden sun. I'm, unfortunately, but a small farthing candle. What chance in such a field for a poor little painter man?" "Oh you're good enough," Strether threw out. "Certainly I'm good enough. We're good enough, I consider, nous autres, for anything. But she's too good. There's the difference. They wouldn't look at me." Strether, lounging on his divan and still charmed by the young girl, whose eyes had consciously strayed to him, he fancied, with a vague smile, Strether, enjoying the whole occasion as with dormant pulses at last awake, and in spite of new material thrust upon him, thought over his companion's words. "Whom do you mean by they? She and her mother?" "She and her mother. And she has a father too, who, whatever else he may be, certainly can't be indifferent to the possibilities she represents. Besides, there's Chad." Strether was silent a little. "Ah, but he doesn't care for her. Not, I mean, it appears, after all, in the sense I'm speaking of. He's not in love with her." "No, but he's her best friend after her mother. He's very fond of her. He has his ideas about what can be done for her." "Well, it's very strange," Strether presently remarked with a sighing sense of fullness. "Very strange indeed. That's just the beauty of it. Isn't it very much the kind of beauty you had in mind," little Bilham went on, "when you were so wonderful and so inspiring to me the other day? Didn't you adjure me, in accents I shall never forget, to see, while I've a chance, everything I can, and really to see, for it must have been that only you meant? Well, you did me no end of good, and I'm doing my best. I do make it out a situation." "So do I," Strether went on after a moment. But he had the next minute an inconsequent question. "How comes Chad so mixed up, anyway?" "Ah, ah, ah!" And little Bilham fell back on his cushions. It reminded our friend of Miss Barrace, and he felt again the brush of his sense of moving in a maze of mystic closed illusions. Yet he kept hold of his thread. "Of course I understand really. Only the general transformation makes me occasionally gasp. Chad with such a voice in the settlement of the future of a little countess? No," he declared. "It takes more time. You say, moreover," he resumed, "that we're inevitably, people like you and me, out of the running. The curious fact remains that Chad himself isn't. The situation doesn't make for it, but in a different one he could have her if he would." "Yes, but that's only because he's rich, and because there's a possibility of his being richer. They won't think of anything but a great name or a great fortune." "Well," said Strether, "he'll have no great fortune on these lines. He must stir his stumps." "Is that," little Bilham enquired, "what you were saying to Madame de Vionnet?" "No, I don't say much to her. Of course, however," Strether continued, "he can make sacrifices if he likes." Little Bilham had a pause. "Oh, he's not keen for sacrifices. Or thinks, that is, possibly, that he has made enough." "Well, it is virtuous," his companion observed with some decision. "That's exactly," the young man dropped after a moment, "what I mean." It kept Strether himself silent a little. "I've made it out for myself," he then went on. "I've really, within the last half hour, got hold of it. I understand it in short at last, which at first, when you originally spoke to me, I didn't. Nor when Chad originally spoke to me either." "Oh," said little Bilham, "I don't think that at that time you believed me." "Yes, I did, and I believed Chad too. It would have been odious and unmannerly, as well as quite perverse, if I hadn't. What interest have you in deceiving me?" The young man cast about. "What interest have I?" "Yes, Chad might have, but you?" "Ah, ah, ah!" little Bilham exclaimed. It might, on repetition, as a mystification, have irritated our friend a little, but he knew once more, as we have seen, where he was, and his being proof against everything was only another attestation that he meant to stay there. "I couldn't, without my own impression, realise. She's a tremendously clever, brilliant, capable woman, and with an extraordinary charm on top of it all, the charm we surely all of us this evening know what to think of. It isn't every clever, brilliant, capable woman that has it. In fact, it's rare with any woman. So there you are," Strether proceeded, as if not for little Bilham's benefit alone. "I understand what a relation with such a woman, what such a high, fine friendship may be. It can't be vulgar or coarse anyway, and that's the point." "Yes, that's the point," said little Bilham. "It can't be vulgar or coarse. And bless us and save us, it isn't. It's, upon my word, the very finest thing I ever saw in my life, and the most distinguished." Strether, from beside him, and leaning back with him as he leaned, dropped on him a momentary look which filled a short interval and of which he took no notice. He only gazed before him with intent participation. "Of course what it has done for him," Strether at all events presently pursued, "of course what it has done for him, that is as to how it has so wonderfully worked, isn't a thing I pretend to understand. I've to take it as I find it. There he is." "There he is," little Bilham echoed, "and it's really and truly she. I don't understand either, even with my longer and closer opportunity. But I'm like you," he added. "I can admire and rejoice even when I'm a little in the dark. You see, I've watched it for some 3 years, and especially for this last. He wasn't so bad before it as I seem to have made out that you think." "Oh, I don't think anything now," Strether impatiently broke in. "That is but what I do think. I mean that originally, for her to have cared for him—" "There must have been some stuff in him? Oh yes, there was stuff indeed, and much more of it than ever showed, I dare say, at home. Still, you know," the young man in all fairness developed, "there was room for her, and that's where she came in. She saw her chance and took it. That's what strikes me as having been so fine. But, of course," he wound up, "he liked her first." "Naturally," said Strether. "I mean that they first met somehow and somewhere, I believe in some American house, and she, without in the least then intending it, made her impression. Then, with time and opportunity, he made his, and after that she was as bad as he." Strether vaguely took it up. "As bad?" "She began, that is, to care very much. Alone, and in her horrid position, she found it, when once she had started, an interest. It is an interest, and it continues to do, a lot for herself as well. So she still cares. She cares, in fact," said little Bilham thoughtfully, "more." Strether's theory that it was none of his business was somehow not damaged by the way he took this. "More, you mean, than he?" On which his companion looked round at him, and now for an instant their eyes met. "More than he?" he repeated. Little Bilham, for as long, hung fire. "Will you never tell any one?" Strether thought. "Whom should I tell?" "Why, I suppose that you reported regularly—" "To people at home?" Strether took him up. "Well, I won't tell them this." The young man at last looked away. "Then she does now care more than he." "Oh!" Strether oddly exclaimed. But his companion immediately met it. "Haven't you after all had your impression of it? That's how you've got hold of him." "Ah but I haven't got hold of him." "Oh I say!" But it was all little Bilham said. "It's at any rate none of my business. I mean," Strether explained, "nothing else than getting hold of him is." It appeared, however, to strike him as his business to add. "The fact remains nevertheless that she has saved him." Little Bilham just waited. "I thought that was what you were to do." But Strether had his answer ready. "I'm speaking in connection with her—of his manners and morals, his character and life. I'm speaking of him as a person to deal with and talk with and live with, speaking of him as a social animal." "And isn't it as a social animal that you also want him?" "Certainly. So that's as if she had saved him for us." "It strikes you accordingly then," the young man threw out, "as for you all to save her?" "Oh for us all!" Strether could but laugh at that. It brought him back, however, to the point he had really wished to make. "They've accepted their situation, hard as it is. They're not free, at least she's not, but they take what's left to them. It's a friendship of a beautiful sort, and that's what makes them so strong. They're straight, they feel, and they keep each other up. It's doubtless she, however, who, as you yourself have hinted, feels it most." Little Bilham appeared to wonder what he had hinted. "Feels most that they're straight?" "Well, feels that she is, and the strength that comes from it. She keeps him up. She keeps the whole thing up. When people are able to, it's fine. She's wonderful, wonderful, as Miss Barrace says, and he is, in his way, too. However, as a mere man, he may sometimes rebel and not feel that he finds his account in it. She has simply given him an immense moral lift, and what that can explain is prodigious. That's why I speak of it as a situation. It is one, if there ever was." And Strether, with his head back and his eyes on the ceiling, seemed to lose himself in the vision of it. His companion attended deeply. "You state it much better than I could. Oh, you see, it doesn't concern you." Little Bilham considered. "I thought you said just now that it doesn't concern you either." "Well, it doesn't a bit as Madame de Vionnet's affair. But as we were again saying just now, what did I come out for but to save him?" "Yes, to remove him." "To save him by removal. To win him over to himself, thinking it best he shall take up business, thinking he must immediately do, therefore, what's necessary to that end." "Well," said little Bilham after a moment, "you have won him over. He does think it best. He has within a day or two again said to me as much." "And that," Strether asked, "is why you consider that he cares less than she?" "Cares less for her than she for him? Yes, that's one of the reasons. But other things too have given me the impression. A man, don't you think," little Bilham presently pursued, "can't, in such conditions, care so much as a woman. It takes different conditions to make him, and then perhaps he cares more. Chad," he wound up, "has his possible future before him." "Are you speaking of his business future?" "No, on the contrary, of the other, the future of what you so justly call their situation. Monsieur de Vionnet may live for ever." "So that they can't marry?" The young man waited a moment. "Not being able to marry is all they've with any confidence to look forward to. A woman, a particular woman, may stand that strain. But can a man?" he propounded. Strether's answer was as prompt as if he had already for himself worked it out. "Not without a very high ideal of conduct. But that's just what we're attributing to Chad. And how, for that matter," he mused, "does his going to America diminish the particular strain? Wouldn't it seem rather to add to it?" "Out of sight, out of mind," his companion laughed. Then, more bravely, "Wouldn't distance lessen the torment?" But before Strether could reply, "The thing is, you see, Chad ought to marry," he wound up. Strether for a little appeared to think of it. "If you talk of torments you don't diminish mine," he then broke out. The next moment he was on his feet with the question. "He ought to marry whom?" Little Bilham rose more slowly. "Well, some one he can—some thoroughly nice girl." Strether's eyes, as they stood together, turned again to Jeanne. "You mean her?" His friend made a sudden strange face. "After being in love with her mother? No." "But isn't it exactly your idea that he isn't in love with her mother?" His friend once more had a pause. "Well, he isn't at any rate in love with Jeanne." "I dare say not." "How can he be with any other woman?" "Oh that I admit. But being in love isn't, you know, here," little Bilham spoke in friendly reminder, "thought necessary, in strictness, for marriage." "And what torment, to call a torment, can there ever possibly be with a woman like that?" As if from the interest of his own question, Strether had gone on without hearing. "Is it for her to have turned a man out so wonderfully, too, only for somebody else?" He appeared to make a point of this, and little Bilham looked at him now. "When it's for each other that people give things up they don't miss them." Then he threw off as with an extravagance of which he was conscious. "Let them face the future together." Little Bilham looked up at him indeed. "You mean that after all he shouldn't go back?" "I mean that if he gives her up—" "Yes?" "Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself." But Strether spoke with a sound that might have passed for a laugh. End of Book Sixth, Chapter 3. Book Seventh, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It wasn't the first time Strether had sat alone in the great dim church. Still less was it the first of his giving himself up, so far as conditions permitted, to its beneficent action on his nerves. He had been to Notre Dame with Waymarsh, he had been there with Miss Gostrey, he had been there with Chad Newsome, and had found the place, even in company, such a refuge from the obsession of his problem that with renewed pressure from that source he had not unnaturally recurred to a remedy meeting the case, for the moment, so indirectly, no doubt, but so relievingly. He was conscious enough that it was only for the moment, but good moments, if he could call them good, still had their value for a man who by this time struck himself as living almost disgracefully from hand to mouth. Having so well learnt the way, he had lately made the pilgrimage more than once by himself, had quite stolen off, taking an unnoticed chance, and making no point of speaking of the adventure when restored to his friends. His great friend, for that matter, was still absent, as well as remarkably silent. Even at the end of 3 weeks Miss Gostrey hadn't come back. She wrote to him from Mentone, admitting that he must judge her grossly inconsequent, perhaps in fact for the time odiously faithless, but asking for patience, for a deferred sentence, throwing herself in short on his generosity. For her, too, she could assure him, life was complicated, more complicated than he could have guessed. She had moreover made certain of him, certain of not wholly missing him on her return, before her disappearance. If, furthermore, she didn't burden him with letters, it was frankly because of her sense of the other great commerce he had to carry on. He himself, at the end of a fortnight, had written twice, to show how his generosity could be trusted. But he reminded himself in each case of Mrs. Newsome's epistolary manner at the times when Mrs. Newsome kept off delicate ground. He sank his problem, he talked of Waymarsh and Miss Barrace, of little Bilham and the set over the river, with whom he had again had tea, and he was easy, for convenience, about Chad and Madame de Vionnet and Jeanne. He admitted that he continued to see them. He was decidedly so confirmed a haunter of Chad's premises, and that young man's practical intimacy with them was so undeniably great. But he had his reason for not attempting to render for Miss Gostrey's benefit the impression of these last days. That would be to tell her too much about himself, it being at present just from himself he was trying to escape. This small struggle sprang not a little, in its way, from the same impulse that had now carried him across to Notre Dame, the impulse to let things be, to give them time to justify themselves, or at least to pass. He was aware of having no errand in such a place but the desire not to be, for the hour, in certain other places, a sense of safety, of simplification, which each time he yielded to it he amused himself by thinking of as a private concession to cowardice. The great church had no altar for his worship, no direct voice for his soul, but it was none the less soothing even to sanctity, for he could feel while there what he couldn't elsewhere, that he was a plain, tired man taking the holiday he had earned. He was tired, but he wasn't plain. That was the pity and the trouble of it. He was able, however, to drop his problem at the door very much as if it had been the copper piece that he deposited on the threshold in the receptacle of the inveterate blind beggar. He trod the long dim nave, sat in the splendid choir, paused before the cluttered chapels of the East End, and the mighty monument laid upon him its spell. He might have been a student under the charm of a museum, which was exactly what, in a foreign town, in the afternoon of life, he would have liked to be free to be. This form of sacrifice did at any rate for the occasion as well as another. It made him quite sufficiently understand how, within the precinct, for the real refugee, the things of the world could fall into abeyance. That was the cowardice, probably, to dodge them, to beg the question, not to deal with it in the hard outer light, but his own oblivions were too brief, too vain, to hurt any one but himself, and he had a vague and fanciful kindness for certain persons whom he met, figures of mystery and anxiety, and whom, with observation for his pastime, he ranked as those who were fleeing from justice. Justice was outside, in the hard light, and injustice too, but one was as absent as the other from the air of the long aisles and the brightness of many altars. Thus it was at all events that one morning some dozen days after the dinner in the Boulevard Malesherbes, at which Madame de Vionnet had been present with her daughter, he was called upon to play his part in an encounter that deeply stirred his imagination. He had the habit in these contemplations of watching a fellow visitant, here and there, from a respectable distance, remarking some note of behaviour, of penitence, of prostration, of the absolved, relieved state. This was the manner in which his vague tenderness took its course, the degree of demonstration to which it naturally had to confine itself. It hadn't indeed so felt its responsibility as when on this occasion he suddenly measured the suggestive effect of a lady whose supreme stillness, in the shade of one of the chapels, he had 2 or 3 times noticed as he made, and made once more, his slow circuit. She wasn't prostrate, not in any degree bowed, but she was strangely fixed, and her prolonged immobility showed her, while he passed and paused, as wholly given up to the need, whatever it was, that had brought her there. She only sat and gazed before her, as he himself often sat, but she had placed herself, as he never did, within the focus of the shrine, and she had lost herself, he could easily see, as he would only have liked to do. She was not a wandering alien, keeping back more than she gave, but one of the familiar, the intimate, the fortunate, for whom these dealings had a method and a meaning. She reminded our friend, since it was the way of 9/10 of his current impressions to act as recalls of things imagined, of some fine, firm, concentrated heroine of an old story, something he had heard, read, something that, had he had a hand for drama, he might himself have written, renewing her courage, renewing her clearness, in splendidly protected meditation. Her back as she sat was turned to him, but his impression absolutely required that she should be young and interesting, and she carried her head moreover, even in the sacred shade, with a discernible faith in herself, a kind of implied conviction of consistency, security, impunity. But what had such a woman come for if she hadn't come to pray? Strether's reading of such matters was, it must be owned, confused, but he wondered if her attitude was some congruous fruit of absolution, of indulgence. He knew but dimly what indulgence in such a place might mean, yet he had, as with a soft sweep, a vision of how it might indeed add to the zest of active rites. All this was a good deal to have been denoted by a mere lurking figure who was nothing to him, but the last thing before leaving the church he had the surprise of a still deeper quickening. He had dropped upon a seat halfway down the nave, and again in the museum mood was trying with head thrown back and eyes aloft to reconstitute a past, to reduce it in fact to the convenient terms of Victor Hugo, whom a few days before, giving the rein for once in a way to the joy of life, he had purchased in 70 bound volumes, a miracle of cheapness, parted with, he was assured by the shopman, at the price of the red and gold alone. He looked, doubtless, while he played his eternal nippers over Gothic glooms, sufficiently wrapped in reverence, but what his thought had finally bumped against was the question of where, among packed accumulations, so multiform a wedge would be able to enter. Were 70 volumes in red and gold to be perhaps what he should most substantially have to show at Woollett as the fruit of his mission? It was a possibility that held him a minute, held him till he happened to feel that someone, unnoticed, had approached him and paused. Turning, he saw that a lady stood there as for a greeting, and he sprang up as he next took her, securely, for Madame de Vionnet, who happened to have recognized him as she passed near him on her way to the door. She checked, quickly and gaily, a certain confusion in him, came to meet it, turned it back by an art of her own, the confusion having threatened him as he knew her for the person he had lately been observing. She was the lurking figure of the dim chapel. She had occupied him more than she guessed, but it came to him in time, luckily, that he needn't tell her, and that no harm, after all, had been done. She herself, for that matter, straightway showing she felt their encounter as the happiest of accidents, had for him a "You come here too?" that despoiled surprise of every awkwardness. "I come often," she said. "I love this place, but I'm terrible in general for churches. The old women who live in them all know me. In fact, I'm already myself one of the old women. It's like that, at all events, that I foresee I shall end." Looking about for a chair, so that he instantly pulled one nearer, she sat down with him again to the sound of an "Oh, I like so much your also being fond." He confessed the extent of his feeling, though she left the object vague, and he was struck with the tact, the taste of her vagueness, which simply took for granted in him a sense of beautiful things. He was conscious of how much it was affected, this sense, by something subdued and discreet in the way she had arranged herself for her special object and her morning walk. He believed her to have come on foot, the way her slightly thicker veil was drawn, a mere touch, but everything. The composed gravity of her dress, in which here and there a dull wine colour seemed to gleam faintly through black, the charming discretion of her small compact head, the quiet note as she sat of her folded grey-gloved hands. It was, to Strether's mind, as if she sat on her own ground, the light honours of which at an open gate she thus easily did him, while all the vastness and mystery of the domain stretched off behind. When people were so completely in possession they could be extraordinarily civil, and our friend had indeed at this hour a kind of revelation of her heritage. She was romantic for him far beyond what she could have guessed, and again he found his small comfort in the conviction that, subtle though she was, his impression must remain a secret from her. The thing that once more made him uneasy for secrets in general was this particular patience she could have with his own want of colour, albeit that on the other hand his uneasiness pretty well dropped after he had been for 10 minutes as colourless as possible and at the same time as responsive. The moments had already, for that matter, drawn their deepest tinge from the special interest excited in him by his vision of his companion's identity with the person whose attitude before the glimmering altar had so impressed him. This attitude fitted admirably into the stand he had privately taken about her connection with Chad on the last occasion of his seeing them together. It helped him to stick fast at the point he had then reached. It was there he had resolved that he would stick, and at no moment since had it seemed as easy to do so. Unassailably innocent was a relation that could make one of the parties to it so carry herself. If it wasn't innocent, why did she haunt the churches, into which, given the woman he could believe he had made out, she would never have come to flaunt an insolence of guilt? She haunted them for continued help, for strength, for peace, sublime support which, if one were able to look at it so, she found from day to day. They talked in low easy tones and with lifted lingering looks about the great monument and its history and its beauty, all of which Madame de Vionnet professed came to her most in the other, the outer view. "We'll presently, after we go," she said, "walk around it again if you like. I'm not in a particular hurry, and it will be pleasant to look at it well with you." He had spoken of the great romancer and the great romance, and of what, to his imagination, they had done for the whole, mentioning to her, moreover, the exorbitance of his purchase, the 70 blazing volumes that were so out of proportion. Out of proportion to what? Well, to any other plunge. Yet he felt even as he spoke how at that instant he was plunging. He had made up his mind and was impatient to get into the air, for his purpose was a purpose to be uttered outside, and he had a fear that it might with delay still slip away from him. She, however, took her time. She drew out their quiet gossip as if she had wished to profit by their meeting, and this confirmed precisely an interpretation of her manner, of her mystery. While she rose, as he would have called it, to the question of Victor Hugo, her voice itself, the light low quaver of her deference to the solemnity about them, seemed to make her words mean something that they didn't mean openly. Help, strength, peace, a sublime support, she hadn't found so much of these things as that the amount wouldn't be sensibly greater for any scrap his appearance of faith in her might enable her to feel in her hand. Every little, in a long strain, helped, and if he happened to affect her as a firm object she could hold on by, he wouldn't jerk himself out of her reach. People in difficulties held on by what was nearest, and he was perhaps after all not further off than sources of comfort more abstract. It was as to this he had made up his mind. He had made it up, that is, to give her a sign. The sign would be that, though it was her own affair, he understood. The sign would be that, though it was her own affair, she was free to clutch. Since she took him for a firm object, much as he might to his own sense appear at times to rock, he would do his best to be one. The end of it was that half an hour later they were seated together for an early luncheon at a wonderful, a delightful house of entertainment on the left bank, a place of pilgrimage for the knowing, they were both aware, the knowing who came, for its great renown, the homage of restless days, from the other end of the town. Strether had already been there 3 times, first with Miss Gostrey, then with Chad again and with Waymarsh and little Bilham, all of whom he had himself sagaciously entertained, and his pleasure was deep now on learning that Madame de Vionnet hadn't yet been initiated. When he had said, as they strolled round the church by the river, acting at last on what within he had made up his mind to, "Will you, if you have time, come to déjeuner with me somewhere? For instance, if you know it, over there on the other side, which is so easy a walk," and then had named the place. When he had done this she stopped short, as for quick intensity and yet deep difficulty of response. She took in the proposal as if it were almost too charming to be true, and there had perhaps never yet been for her companion so unexpected a moment of pride, so fine, so odd a case at any rate, as his finding himself thus able to offer to a person in such universal possession a new, rare amusement. She had heard of the happy spot, but she asked him in reply to a further question how in the world he could suppose her to have been there. He supposed himself to have supposed that Chad might have taken her, and she guessed this the next moment, to his no small discomfort. "Ah, let me explain," she smiled, "that I don't go about with him in public. I never have such chances, not having them otherwise, and it's just the sort of thing that, as a quiet creature living in my hole, I adore." It was more than kind of him to have thought of it, though, frankly, if he asked whether she had time, she hadn't a single minute. That, however, made no difference. She'd throw everything over. Every duty at home, domestic, maternal, social, awaited her. But it was a case for a high line. Her affairs would go to smash, but hadn't one a right to one snatch of scandal when one was prepared to pay? It was on this pleasant basis of costly disorder, consequently, that they eventually seated themselves, on either side of a small table, at a window adjusted to the busy quay and the shining, barge-burdened Seine, where, for an hour, in the matter of letting himself go, of diving deep, Strether was to feel he had touched bottom. He was to feel many things on this occasion, and one of the first of them was that he had travelled far since that evening in London, before the theatre, when his dinner with Maria Gostrey, between the pink-shaded candles, had struck him as requiring so many explanations. He had at that time gathered them in, the explanations. He had stored them up. But it was at present as if he had either soared above or sunk below them. He couldn't tell which. He could somehow think of none that didn't seem to leave the appearance of collapse and cynicism easier for him than lucidity. How could he wish it to be lucid for others, for any one, that he, for the hour, saw reasons enough in the mere way the bright, clean, ordered waterside life came in at the open window, the mere way Madame de Vionnet, opposite him over their intensely white table linen, their omelette aux tomates, their bottle of straw-coloured Chablis, thanked him for everything almost with the smile of a child, while her grey eyes moved in and out of their talk, back to the quarter of the warm spring air in which early summer had already begun to throb, and then back again to his face and their human questions. Their human questions became many before they had done, many more, as one after the other came up, than our friend's free fancy had at all foreseen. The sense he had had before, the sense that he had had repeatedly, the sense that the situation was running away with him, had never been so sharp as now, and all the more that he could perfectly put his finger on the moment it had taken the bit in its teeth. That accident had definitely occurred the other evening, after Chad's dinner. It had occurred, as he fully knew, at the moment when he interposed between this lady and her child, when he suffered himself so to discuss with her a matter closely concerning them that her own subtlety, marked by its significant "thank you," instantly sealed the occasion in her favour. Again he had held off for 10 days, but the situation had continued out of hand in spite of that, the fact that it was running so fast being indeed just why he had held off. What had come over him as he recognised her in the nave of the church, was that holding off could be but a losing game from the instant she was worked for not only by her subtlety but by the hand of fate itself. If all the accidents were to fight on her side, and by the actual showing they loomed large, he could only give himself up. This was what he had done in privately deciding then and there to propose she should breakfast with him. What did the success of his proposal in fact resemble but the smash in which a regular runaway properly ends? The smash was their walk, their déjeuner, their omelette, the Chablis, the place, the view, their present talk and his present pleasure in it, to say nothing, wonder of wonders, of her own. To this tune, and nothing less accordingly, was his surrender made good. It sufficiently lighted up at least the folly of holding off. Ancient proverbs sounded, for his memory, in the tone of their words and the clink of their glasses, in the hum of the town and the plash of the river. It was clearly better to suffer as a sheep than as a lamb. One might as well perish by the sword as by famine. Maria still away? That was the first thing she had asked him, and when he had found the frankness to be cheerful about it in spite of the meaning he knew her to attach to Miss Gostrey's absence, she had gone on to inquire if he didn't tremendously miss her. There were reasons that made him by no means sure, yet he nevertheless answered, tremendously, which she took in as if it were all she had wished to prove. Then, "A man in trouble must be possessed somehow of a woman," she said. "If she doesn't come in one way, she comes in another." "Why do you call me a man in trouble?" "Ah, because that's the way you strike me." She spoke ever so gently, and as if with all fear of wounding him while he sat partaking of his bounty. "Aren't you in trouble?" He felt himself colour at the question, and then hated that, hated to pass for anything so idiotic as woundable. Woundable by Chad's lady, in respect to whom he had come out with such a fund of indifference. Was he already at that point? Perversely, none the less, his pause gave a strange air of truth to her supposition. And what was he, in fact, but disconcerted at having struck her just in the way he had most dreamed of not doing? "I'm not in trouble yet," he at last smiled. "I'm not in trouble now." "Well, I'm always so. But that you sufficiently know." She was a woman who, between courses, could be graceful with her elbows on the table. It was a posture unknown to Mrs. Newsome, but it was easy for a femme du monde. "Yes, I am now." "There was a question you put to me," he presently returned, "the night of Chad's dinner. I didn't answer it then, and it has been very handsome of you not to have sought an occasion for pressing me about it since." She was instantly all there. "Of course I know what you allude to. I asked you what you had meant by saying, the day you came to see me, just before you left me, that you'd save me. And you then said, at our friends', that you'd have really to wait to see, for yourself, what you did mean." "Yes, I asked for time," said Strether. "And it sounds now, as you put it, like a very ridiculous speech." "Oh," she murmured. She was full of attenuation. But she had another thought. "If it does sound ridiculous, why do you deny that you're in trouble?" "Ah, if I were," he replied, "it wouldn't be the trouble of fearing ridicule. I don't fear it." "What then do you?" "Nothing, now." And he leaned back in his chair. "I like your 'now'!" she laughed across at him. "Well, it's precisely that it fully comes to me at present that I've kept you long enough. I know by this time at any rate what I meant by my speech, and I really knew it the night of Chad's dinner." "Then why didn't you tell me?" "Because it was difficult at the moment. I had already at that moment done something for you, in the sense of what I had said the day I went to see you. But I wasn't then sure of the importance I might represent this as having." She was all eagerness. "And you're sure now?" "Yes. I see that practically I've done for you, had done for you when you put me your question, all that it's as yet possible for me to do. I feel now," he went on, "that it may go further than I thought. What I did after my visit to you," he explained, "was to write straight off to Mrs. Newsome about you, and I'm at last, from one day to the other, expecting her answer. It's this answer that will represent, as I believe, the consequences." Patient and beautiful was her interest. "I see. The consequences of your speaking for me." And she waited as if not to hustle him. He acknowledged it by immediately going on. "The question, you understand, was how I should save you. Well, I'm trying it by thus letting her know that I consider you worth saving." "I see, I see." Her eagerness broke through. "How can I thank you enough?" He couldn't tell her that, however, and she quickly pursued. "You do really for yourself consider it?" His only answer at first was to help her to the dish that had been freshly put before them. "I've written to her again since then. I've left her in no doubt of what to think. I've told her all about you." "Thanks. Not so much. All about me?" she went on. "Yes." "All, it seems to me, you've done for him." "Ah, and you might have added all it seems to me." She laughed again while she took up her knife and fork, as in the cheer of these assurances. "But you're not sure how she will take it?" "No, I'll not pretend I'm sure." "Voilà." And she waited a moment. "I wish you'd tell me about her." "Oh," said Strether with a slightly strained smile, "all that need concern you about her is that she's really a grand person." Madame de Vionnet seemed to demur. "Is that all that need concern me about her?" But Strether neglected the question. "Hasn't Chad talked to you?" "Of his mother? Yes, a great deal, immensely. But not from your point of view." "He can't," our friend returned, "have said any ill of her." "Not the least bit. He has given me, like you, the assurance that she's really grand. But her being really grand is somehow just what hasn't seemed to simplify our case. Nothing," she continued, "is further from me than to wish to say a word against her. But of course I feel how little she can like being told of her owing me anything. No woman ever enjoys such an obligation to another woman." This was a proposition Strether couldn't contradict. "And yet what other way could I have expressed to her what I felt? It's what there was most to say about you." "Do you mean then that she will be good to me?" "It's what I'm waiting to see. But I've little doubt she would," he added, "if she could comfortably see you." It seemed to strike her as a happy, a beneficent thought. "Oh, then couldn't that be managed? Wouldn't she come out? Wouldn't she if you so put it to her? Did you by any possibility—" she faintly quavered. "Oh no," he was prompt. "Not that. It would be, much more, to give an account of you that, since there's no question of your paying the visit, I should go home first." It instantly made her graver. "And are you thinking of that?" "Oh, all the while, naturally." "Stay with us, stay with us," she exclaimed on this. "That's your only way to make sure." "To make sure of what?" "Why, that he doesn't break up. You didn't come out to do that to him." "Doesn't it depend," Strether returned after a moment, "on what you mean by breaking up?" "Oh, you know well enough what I mean." His silence seemed again for a little to denote an understanding. "You take for granted remarkable things." "Yes, I do, to the extent that I don't take for granted vulgar ones. You're perfectly capable of seeing that what you came out for wasn't really at all to do what you now have to do." "Ah, it's perfectly simple," Strether good-humouredly pleaded. "I've had but one thing to do, to put our case before him, to put it as it could only be put here on the spot, by personal pressure. My dear lady," he lucidly pursued, "my work, you see, is really done, and my reasons for staying on even another day are none of the best. Chad's in possession of our case and professes to do it full justice. What remains is with himself. I've had my rest, my amusement and refreshment. I've had, as we say at Woollett, a lovely time. Nothing in it has been more lovely than this happy meeting with you, in these fantastic conditions to which you so delightfully consented. I've a sense of success. It's what I wanted. My getting all this good is what Chad has waited for, and I gather that if I'm ready to go, he's the same." She shook her head with a finer, deeper wisdom. You're not ready. If you're ready, why did you write to Mrs. Newsome, in the sense you've mentioned to me?" Strether considered. "I shan't go before I hear from her. You're too much afraid of her," he added. It produced between them a long look from which neither shrank. "I don't think you believe that—believe I've not really reason to fear her." "She's capable of great generosity," Strether presently stated. "Well, then let her trust me a little. That's all I ask. Let her recognise in spite of everything what I've done." "Ah, remember," our friend replied, "that she can't effectually recognise it without seeing it for herself. Let Chad go over and show her what you've done, and let him plead with her there for it and, as it were, for you." She measured the depth of this suggestion. "Do you give me your word of honour that if she once has him there she won't do her best to marry him?" It made her companion, this inquiry, look again a while out at the view; after which he spoke without sharpness. "When she sees for herself what he is—" But she had already broken in. "It's when she sees for herself what he is that she'll want to marry him most." Strether's attitude, that of due deference to what she said, permitted him to attend for a minute to his luncheon. "I doubt if that will come off. It won't be easy to make it." "It will be easy if he remains there, and he'll remain for the money. The money appears to be, as a probability, so hideously much." "Well," Strether presently concluded, "nothing could really hurt you but his marrying." She gave a strange light laugh. "Putting aside what may really hurt him." But her friend looked at her as if he had thought of that too. "The question will come up, of course, of the future that you yourself offer him." She was leaning back now, but she fully faced him. "Well, let it come up." "The point is that it's for Chad to make of it what he can. His being proof against marriage will show what he does make. If he is proof, yes." She accepted the proposition. "But for myself," she added, "the question is what you make." "Ah, I make nothing. It's not my affair." "I beg your pardon. It's just there that, since you've taken it up and are committed to it, it most intensely becomes yours. You're not saving me, I take it, for your interest in myself, but for your interest in our friend. The one's at any rate wholly dependent on the other. You can't in honour not see me through," she wound up, "because you can't in honour not see him." Strange and beautiful to him was her quiet soft acuteness. The thing that most moved him was really that she was so deeply serious. She had none of the portentous forms of it, but he had never come in contact, it struck him, with a force brought to so fine a head. Mrs. Newsome, goodness knew, was serious, but it was nothing to this. He took it all in, he saw it all together. "No," he mused, "I can't in honour not see him." Her face affected him as with an exquisite light. "You will then?" "I will." At this she pushed back her chair and was the next moment on her feet. "Thank you," she said, with her hand held out to him across the table, and with no less a meaning in the words than her lips had so particularly given them after Chad's dinner. The golden nail she had then driven in pierced a good inch deeper. Yet he reflected that he himself had only meanwhile done what he had made up his mind to do on the same occasion. So far as the essence of the matter went, he had simply stood fast on the spot on which he had then planted his feet. End of Book 7th, Chapter 1. Book 7th, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He received 3 days after this a communication from America, in the form of a scrap of blue paper folded and gummed, not reaching him through his bankers, but delivered at his hotel by a small boy in uniform, who, under instructions from the concierge, approached him as he slowly paced the little court. It was the evening hour, but daylight was long now, and Paris more than ever penetrating. The scent of flowers was in the streets. He had the whiff of violets perpetually in his nose, and he had attached himself to sounds and suggestions, vibrations of the air, human and dramatic, he imagined, as they were not in other places, that came out for him more and more as the mild afternoons deepened, a far-off hum, a sharp near click on the asphalt, a voice calling, replying, somewhere and as full of tones as an actor's in a play. He was to dine at home as usual with Waymarsh. They had settled to that for thrift and simplicity, and now he hung about before his friend came down. He read his telegram in the court, standing still a long time where he had opened it, and giving 5 minutes afterwards to the renewed study of it. At last, quickly, he crumpled it up as if to get it out of the way, in spite of which, however, he kept it there, still kept it when, at the end of another turn, he had dropped into a chair placed near a small table. Here, with his scrap of paper compressed in his fist, and further concealed by his folding his arms tight, he sat for some time in thought, gazed before him so straight that Waymarsh appeared and approached him without catching his eye. The latter, in fact, struck with his appearance, looked at him hard for a single instant, and then, as if determined to that course by some special vividness in it, dropped back into the salon de lecture without addressing him. But the pilgrim from Milrose permitted himself still to observe the scene from behind the clear glass plate of that retreat. Strether ended, as he sat, by a fresh scrutiny of his compressed missive, which he smoothed out carefully again as he placed it on his table. There it remained for some minutes, until, at last looking up, he saw Waymarsh watching him from within. It was on this that their eyes met for a moment during which neither moved. But Strether then got up, folding his telegram more carefully and putting it into his waistcoat pocket. A few minutes later the friends were seated together at dinner, but Strether had meanwhile said nothing about it, and they eventually parted, after coffee in the court, with nothing said on either side. Our friend had moreover the consciousness that even less than usual was on this occasion said between them, so that it was almost as if each had been waiting for something from the other. Waymarsh had always more or less the air of sitting at the door of his tent, and silence, after so many weeks, had come to play its part in their concert. This note indeed, to Strether's sense, had lately taken a fuller tone, and it was his fancy tonight that they had never quite so drawn it out. Yet it befell none the less that he closed the door to confidence when his companion finally asked him if there were anything particular the matter with him. "Nothing," he replied, "more than usual." On the morrow, however, at an early hour, he found occasion to give an answer more in consonance with the facts. What was the matter had continued to be so all the previous evening, the first hours of which, after dinner in his room, he had devoted to the copious composition of a letter. He had quitted Waymarsh for this purpose, leaving him to his own resources with less ceremony than their wont, but finally coming down again with his letter unconcluded and going forth into the streets without inquiry for his comrade. He had taken a long, vague walk, and 1 o'clock had struck before his return and his reascent to his room by the aid of the glimmering candle end left for him on the shelf outside the porter's lodge. He had possessed himself, on closing his door, of the numerous loose sheets of his unfinished composition, and then, without reading them over, had torn them into small pieces. He had thereupon slept, as if it had been in some measure thanks to that sacrifice, the sleep of the just, and had prolonged his rest considerably beyond his custom. Thus it was that when, between 9 and 10, the tap of the knob of a walking-stick sounded on his door, he had not yet made himself altogether presentable. Chad Newsome's bright deep voice determined quickly enough, none the less, the admission of the visitor. The little blue paper of the evening before, plainly an object the more precious for its escape from premature destruction, now lay on the sill of the open window, smoothed out afresh and kept from blowing away by the superincumbent weight of his watch. Chad, looking about with careless and competent criticism, as he looked wherever he went, immediately espied it, and permitted himself to fix it for a moment rather hard. After which he turned his eyes to his host. It has come, then, at last." Strether paused in the act of pinning his necktie. "Then you know? You've had one too?" "No, I've had nothing. And I only know what I see. I see that thing and I guess. Well," he added, "it comes as pat as in a play, for I precisely turned up this morning, as I would have done yesterday, but it was impossible, to take you." "To take me?" Strether had turned again to his glass. "Back, at last, as I promised. I'm ready. I've really been ready this month. I've only been waiting for you, as was perfectly right. But you're better now. You're safe. I see that for myself you've got all your good. You're looking this morning as fit as a flea." Strether, at his glass, finished dressing, consulting that witness moreover on this last opinion. Was he looking preternaturally fit? There was something in it perhaps for Chad's wonderful eye, but he had felt himself for hours rather in pieces. Such a judgment, however, was after all but a contribution to his resolve. It testified unwittingly to his wisdom. He was still firmer, apparently, since it shone in him as a light, than he had flattered himself. His firmness indeed was slightly compromised, as he faced about to his friend, by the way this very personage looked, though the case would of course have been worse hadn't the secret of personal magnificence been at every hour Chad's unfailing possession. There he was in all the pleasant morning freshness of it, strong and sleek and gay, easy and fragrant and fathomless, with happy health in his colour and pleasant silver in his thick young hair, and the right word for everything on the lips that his clear brownness caused to show as red. He had never struck Strether as personally such a success. It was as if now, for his definite surrender, he had gathered himself vividly together. This, sharply and rather strangely, was the form in which he was to be presented to Woollett. Our friend took him in again. He was always taking him in, and yet finding that parts of him still remained out, though even thus his image showed through a mist of other things. "I've had a cable," Strether said. "From your mother." "I dare say, my dear man. I hope she's well." Strether hesitated. "No, she's not well. I'm sorry to have to tell you." "Ah," said Chad, "I must have had the instinct of it. All the more reason then that we should start straight off." Strether had now got together hat, gloves and stick, but Chad had dropped on the sofa as if to show where he wished to make his point. He kept observing his companion's things. He might have been judging how quickly they could be packed. He might even have wished to hint that he'd send his own servant to assist. "What do you mean," Strether inquired, "by 'straight off'?" "Oh, by one of next week's boats. Everything at this season goes out so light that berths will be easy anywhere." Strether had in his hand his telegram, which he had kept there after attaching his watch, and he now offered it to Chad, who, however, with an odd movement, declined to take it. "Thanks, I'd rather not. Your correspondence with Mother's your own affair. I'm only with you both on it, whatever it is." Strether, at this, while their eyes met, slowly folded the missive and put it in his pocket; after which, before he had spoken again, Chad broke fresh ground. "Has Miss Gostrey come back?" But when Strether presently spoke it wasn't an answer. "It's not, I gather, that your mother's physically ill. Her health on the whole this spring seems to have been better than usual. But she's worried, she's anxious, and it appears to have risen within the last few days to a climax. We've tired out, between us, her patience." "Oh, it isn't you!" Chad generously protested. "I beg your pardon, it is me." Strether was mild and melancholy but firm. He saw it far and away and over his companion's head. "It's very particularly me." "Well then, all the more reason. Marchons, marchons," said the young man gaily. His host, however, at this, but continued to stand agaze, and he had the next thing repeated his question of a moment before. "Has Miss Gostrey come back?" "Yes, 2 days ago." "Then you've seen her?" "No, I'm to see her to-day." But Strether wouldn't linger now on Miss Gostrey. "Your mother sends me an ultimatum. If I can't bring you I'm to leave you. I'm to come at any rate myself." "Ah, but you can bring me now," Chad from his sofa reassuringly replied. Strether had a pause. "I don't think I understand you. Why was it that more than a month ago you put it to me so urgently to let Madame de Vionnet speak for you?" "Why?" Chad considered, but he had it at his fingers' ends. "Why but because I knew how well she'd do it. It was the way to keep you quiet and to that extent do you good. Besides," he happily and comfortably explained, "I wanted you really to know her and to get the impression of her, and you see the good that has done you." "Well," said Strether, "the way she has spoken for you all the same, so far as I've given her a chance, has only made me feel how much she wishes to keep you. If you make nothing of that, I don't see why you wanted me to listen to her." "Why, my dear man," Chad exclaimed, "I make everything of it. How can you doubt?" "I doubt only because you come to me this morning with your signal to start." Chad stared, then gave a laugh. "And isn't my signal to start just what you've been waiting for?" Strether debated. He took another turn. "This last month I've been awaiting, I think, more than anything else, the message I have here." "You mean you've been afraid of it?" "Well, I was doing my business in my own way. And I suppose your present announcement," Strether went on, "isn't merely the result of your sense of what I've expected. Otherwise you wouldn't have put me in relation—" But he paused, pulling up. At this Chad rose. "Ah, her wanting me not to go has nothing to do with it. It's only because she's afraid of the way that, over there, I may get caught. But her fear's groundless." He had met again his companion's sufficiently searching look. "Are you tired of her?" Chad gave him in reply to this, with a movement of his head, the strangest slow smile he had ever had from him. "Never." It had immediately on Strether's imagination so deep and soft an effect that our friend could only for the moment keep it before him. "Never?" "Never," Chad obligingly and serenely repeated. It made his companion take several more steps. "Then you're not afraid?" "Afraid to go?" Strether pulled up again. "Afraid to stay." The young man looked brightly amazed. "You want me now to stay?" "If I don't immediately sail, the Pococks will immediately come out. That's what I mean," said Strether, "by your mother's ultimatum." Chad showed a still livelier but not an alarmed interest. "She has turned on Sarah and Jim?" Strether joined him for an instant in the vision. "Oh, and you may be sure Mamie. That's whom she's turning on." This also Chad saw. He laughed out. "Mamie? To corrupt me?" "Ah," said Strether, "she's very charming." "So you've already more than once told me. I should like to see her." Something happy and easy, something above all unconscious, in the way he said this, brought home again to his companion the facility of his attitude and the enviability of his state. "See her then by all means. And consider too," Strether went on, "that you really give your sister a lift in letting her come to you. You give her a couple of months in Paris, which she hasn't seen, if I'm not mistaken, since just after she was married, and which I'm sure she wants but the pretext to visit." Chad listened, but with all his own knowledge of the world. "She has had it, the pretext, these several years, yet she has never taken it." "Do you mean you?" Strether after an instant inquired. "Certainly. The lone exile. And whom do you mean?" said Chad. "Oh, I mean me. I'm her pretext. That is, for it comes to the same thing, I'm your mother's." "Then why," Chad asked, "doesn't Mother come herself?" His friend gave him a long look. "Should you like her to?" And as he for the moment said nothing, "It's perfectly open to you to cable for her." Chad continued to think. "Will she come if I do?" "Quite possibly. But try and you'll see." "Why don't you try?" Chad after a moment asked. "Because I don't want to." Chad thought. "Don't desire her presence here?" Strether faced the question, and his answer was the more emphatic. "Don't put it off, my dear boy, on me." "Well, I see what you mean. I'm sure you'd behave beautifully, but you don't want to see her. So I won't play you that trick." "Ah," Strether declared, "I shouldn't call it a trick. You've a perfect right, and it would be perfectly straight of you." Then he added in a different tone, "You'd have moreover in the person of Madame de Vionnet a very interesting relation prepared for her." Their eyes, on this proposition, continued to meet, but Chad's, pleasant and bold, never flinched for a moment. He got up at last and he said something with which Strether was struck. "She wouldn't understand her, but that makes no difference. Madame de Vionnet would like to see her. She'd like to be charming to her. She believes she could work it." Strether thought a moment, affected by this, but finally, turning away, "She couldn't." "You're quite sure?" Chad asked. "Well, risk it if you like." Strether, who uttered this with serenity, had urged a plea for their now getting into the air, but the young man still waited. "Have you sent your answer?" "No, I've done nothing yet." "Were you waiting to see me?" "No, not that." "Only waiting," and Chad with this had a smile for him, "to see Miss Gostrey?" "No, not even Miss Gostrey. I wasn't waiting to see any one. I had only waited till now to make up my mind, in complete solitude, and since I of course absolutely owe you the information, was on the point of going out with it quite made up. Have therefore a little more patience with me. Remember," Strether went on, "that that's what you originally asked me to have. I've had it, you see, and you see what has come of it. Stay on with me." Chad looked grave. "How much longer?" "Well, till I make you a sign. I can't myself, you know, at the best, or at the worst, stay for ever. Let the Pococks come," Strether repeated. "Because it gains you time?" "Yes, it gains me time." Chad, as if it still puzzled him, waited a minute. "You don't want to get back to Mother?" "Not just yet. I'm not ready." "You feel," Chad asked him in a tone of his own, "the charm of life over here?" "Immensely." Strether faced it. "You've helped me so to feel it that surely needn't surprise you." "No, it doesn't surprise me, and I'm delighted. But what, my dear man," Chad went on with conscious queerness, "does it all lead to for you?" The change of position and of relation for each was so oddly betrayed in the question that Chad laughed out as soon as he had uttered it, which made Strether also laugh. "Well, to my having a certitude that has been tested, that has passed through the fire. But oh," he couldn't help breaking out, "if within my first month here you had been willing to move with me—" "Well," said Chad while he broke down as for weight of thought. "Well, we should have been over there by now." "Ah, but you wouldn't have had your fun." "I should have had a month of it, and I'm having now, if you want to know," Strether continued, "enough to last me for the rest of my days." Chad looked amused and interested, yet still somewhat in the dark, partly perhaps because Strether's estimate of fun had required of him from the first a good deal of elucidation. "It wouldn't do if I left you?" "Left me?" Strether remained blank. "Only for a month or two, time to go and come. Madame de Vionnet," Chad smiled, "would look after you in the interval." "To go back by yourself, I remaining here?" Again for an instant their eyes had the question out; after which Strether said, "Grotesque!" "But I want to see Mother," Chad presently returned. "Remember how long it is since I've seen Mother." "Long indeed, and that's exactly why I was originally so keen for moving you. Hadn't you shown us enough how beautifully you could do without it?" "Oh but," said Chad wonderfully, "I'm better now." There was an easy triumph in it that made his friend laugh out loud again. "Oh, if you were worse I should know what to do with you. In that case I believe I'd have you gagged and strapped down, carried on board, resisting, kicking. How much," Strether asked, "do you want to see Mother?" "How much?" Chad seemed to find it in fact difficult to say. "How much?" "Why, as much as you've made me. I'd give anything to see her. And you've left me," Chad went on, "in little enough doubt as to how much she wants it." Strether thought a minute. "Well then, if those things are really your motive, catch the French steamer and sail to-morrow. Of course when it comes to that you're absolutely free to do as you choose. From the moment you can't hold yourself I can only accept your flight." "I'll fly in a minute, then," said Chad, "if you'll stay here." "I'll stay here till the next steamer, then I'll follow you." "And do you call that," Chad asked, "accepting my flight?" "Certainly. It's the only thing to call it. The only way to keep me here, accordingly," Strether explained, "is by staying yourself." Chad took it in. "All the more that I really dished you, eh?" "Dished me?" Strether echoed as inexpressively as possible. "Why, if she sends out the Pococks it will be that she doesn't trust you, and if she doesn't trust you that bears upon—well, you know what." Strether decided after a moment that he did know what, and in consonance with this he spoke. "You see then all the more what you owe me." "Well, if I do see, how can I pay?" "By not deserting me. By standing by me." "Oh, I say!" But Chad, as they went downstairs, clapped a firm hand, in the manner of a pledge, upon his shoulder. They descended slowly together and had, in the court of the hotel, some further talk, of which the upshot was that they presently separated. Chad Newsome departed, and Strether, left alone, looked about, superficially, for Waymarsh. But Waymarsh hadn't yet, it appeared, come down, and our friend finally went forth without sight of him. End of Book 7th, Chapter 2. Book 7th, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At 4 o'clock that afternoon he had still not seen him, but he was then, as to make up for this, engaged in talk about him with Miss Gostrey. Strether had kept away from home all day, given himself up to the town and to his thoughts, wandered and mused, been at once restless and absorbed, and all with the present climax of a rich little welcome in the Quartier Marbeuf. "Waymarsh has been, unbeknown to me, I'm convinced," for Miss Gostrey had inquired, "in communication with Woollett, the consequence of which was, last night, the loudest possible call for me." "Do you mean a letter to bring you home?" "No, a cable which I have at this moment in my pocket. Come back by the first ship." Strether's hostess, it might have been made out, just escaped changing colour. Reflection arrived, but in time, and established a provisional serenity. It was perhaps exactly this that enabled her to say with duplicity, "And you're going?" "You almost deserve it when you abandoned me so." She shook her head as if this were not worth taking up. "My absence has helped you, as I've only to look at you to see. It was my calculation, and I'm justified. You're not where you were. And the thing," she smiled, "was for me not to be there either. You can go of yourself." "Oh, but I feel to-day," he comfortably declared, "that I shall want you yet." She took him all in again. "Well, I promise you not to leave you, but it will only be to follow you. You've got your momentum and can toddle alone." He intelligently accepted it. "Yes, I suppose I can toddle. It's the sight of that, in fact, that has upset Waymarsh. He can bear it, the way I strike him as going, no longer. That's only the climax of his original feeling. He wants me to quit, and he must have written to Woollett that I'm in peril of perdition." "Ah, good," she murmured. "But is it only your supposition?" "I make it out. It explains." "Then he denies, or you haven't asked him?" "I've not had time," Strether said. "I made it out but last night, putting various things together, and I've not been since then face to face with him." She wondered. "Because you're too disgusted? You can't trust yourself?" He settled his glasses on his nose. "Do I look in a great rage?" "You look divine." "There's nothing," he went on, "to be angry about. He has done me, on the contrary, a service." She made it out. "By bringing things to a head?" "How well you understand!" he almost groaned. "Waymarsh won't in the least, at any rate when I have it out with him, deny or extenuate. He has acted from the deepest conviction, with the best conscience and after wakeful nights. He'll recognise that he's fully responsible, and will consider that he has been highly successful, so that any discussion we may have will bring us quite together again, bridge the dark stream that has kept us so thoroughly apart. We shall have at last, in the consequences of his act, something we can definitely talk about." She was silent a little. "How wonderfully you take it! But you're always wonderful." He had a pause that matched her own. Then he had, with an adequate spirit, a complete admission. "It's quite true. I'm extremely wonderful just now. I dare say, in fact, I'm quite fantastic, and I shouldn't be at all surprised if I were mad." "Then tell me," she earnestly pressed. As he, however, for the time answered nothing, only returning the look with which she watched him, she presented herself where it was easier to meet her. "What will Mr. Waymarsh exactly have done?" "Simply have written a letter. One will have been quite enough. He has told them I want looking after." "And do you?" She was all interest. "Immensely. And I shall get it." "By which you mean you don't budge?" "I don't budge." "You've cabled?" "No, I've made Chad do it." "That you decline to come?" "That he declines. We had it out this morning and I brought him round. He had come in, before I was down, to tell me he was ready, I mean, to return. And he went off, after 10 minutes with me, to say he wouldn't." Miss Gostrey followed with intensity. "Then you've stopped him?" Strether settled himself afresh in his chair. "I've stopped him. That is for the time. That"—he gave it to her more vividly—"is where I am." "I see. But where's Mr. Newsome? He was ready," she asked, "to go?" "All ready." "And sincerely believing you'd be?" "Perfectly, I think. So that he was amazed to find the hand I had laid on him to pull him over suddenly converted into an engine for keeping him still." It was an account of the matter Miss Gostrey could weigh. "Does he think the conversion sudden?" "Well," said Strether, "I'm not altogether sure what he thinks. I'm not sure of anything that concerns him, except that the more I've seen of him the less I've found him what I originally expected. He's obscure, and that's why I'm waiting." She wondered. "But for what in particular?" "For the answer to his cable." "And what was his cable?" "I don't know," Strether replied. "It was to be, when he left me, according to his own taste. I simply said to him, 'I want to stay, and the only way for me to do so is for you to.' That I wanted to stay seemed to interest him, and he acted on that." Miss Gostrey turned it over. "He wants then himself to stay." "He half wants it. That is, he half wants to go. My original appeal has to that extent worked in him. Nevertheless," Strether pursued, "he won't go, not at least so long as I'm here." "But you can't," his companion suggested, "stay here always. I wish you could." "By no means. Still, I want to see him a little further. He's not in the least the case I supposed. He's quite another case. And it's as such that he interests me." It was almost as if for his own intelligence that deliberate and lucid our friend thus expressed the matter. "I don't want to give him up." Miss Gostrey but desired to help his lucidity. She had, however, to be light and tactful. "Up, you mean, to his mother?" "Well, I'm not thinking of his mother now. I'm thinking of the plan of which I was the mouthpiece, which, as soon as we met, I put before him as persuasively as I knew how, and which was drawn up, as it were, in complete ignorance of all that in this last long period has been happening to him. It took no account whatever of the impression I was here on the spot immediately to begin to receive from him, impressions of which I feel sure I'm far from having had the last." Miss Gostrey had a smile of the most genial criticism. "So your idea is, more or less, to stay out of curiosity?" "Call it what you like. I don't care what it's called." "So long as you do stay?" "Certainly not then. I call it, all the same, immense fun," Maria Gostrey declared. "And to see you work it out will be one of the sensations of my life. It is clear you can toddle alone." He received this tribute without elation. "I shan't be alone when the Pococks have come." Her eyebrows went up. "The Pococks are coming?" "That, I mean, is what will happen, and happen as quickly as possible, in consequence of Chad's cable. They'll simply embark. Sarah will come to speak for her mother, with an effect different from my muddle." Miss Gostrey more gravely wondered. "She then will take him back?" "Very possibly, and we shall see. She must at any rate have the chance, and she may be trusted to do all she can." "And do you want that?" "Of course," said Strether. "I want it. I want to play fair." But she had lost for a moment the thread. "If it devolves on the Pococks, why do you stay?" "Just to see that I do play fair, and a little also, no doubt, that they do." Strether was luminous as he had never been. "I came out to find myself in presence of new facts, facts that have kept striking me as less and less met by our old reasons. The matter's perfectly simple. New reasons, reasons as new as the facts themselves, are wanted, and of this our friends at Woollett, Chad's and mine, were at the earliest moment definitely notified. If any are producible, Mrs. Pocock will produce them. She'll bring over the whole collection. They'll be," he added with a pensive smile, "a part of the fun you speak of." She was quite in the current now and floating by his side. "It's Mamie, so far as I've had it from you, who'll be their great card." And then, as his contemplative silence wasn't a denial, she significantly added, "I think I'm sorry for her." "I think I am," and Strether sprang up, moving about a little as her eyes followed him. "But it can't be helped." "You mean her coming out can't be?" He explained after another turn what he meant. "The only way for her not to come is for me to go home, as I believe that on the spot I could prevent it. But the difficulty as to that is that if I do go home—" "I see, I see." She had easily understood. "Mr. Newsome will do the same, and that's not," she laughed out now, "to be thought of." Strether had no laugh. He had only a quiet, comparatively placid look that might have shown him as proof against ridicule. "Strange, isn't it?" They had, in the matter that so much interested them, come so far as this without sounding another name, to which, however, their present momentary silence was full of a conscious reference. Strether's question was a sufficient implication of the weight it had gained with him during the absence of his hostess, and just for that reason a single gesture from her could pass for him as a vivid answer. Yet he was answered still better when she said in a moment, "Will Mr. Newsome introduce his sister?" "To Madame de Vionnet?" Strether spoke the name at last. "I shall be greatly surprised if he doesn't." She seemed to gaze at the possibility. "You mean you've thought of it and you're prepared?" "I've thought of it and I'm prepared." It was to her visitor now that she applied her consideration. "Bon, you are magnificent." "Well," he answered after a pause and a little wearily, but still standing there before her, "well, that's what, just once in all my dull days, I think I shall like to have been." 2 days later he had news from Chad of a communication from Woollett in response to their determinant telegram, this missive being addressed to Chad himself and announcing the immediate departure for France of Sarah and Jim and Mamie. Strether had meanwhile on his own side cabled. He had but delayed that act till after his visit to Miss Gostrey, an interview by which, as so often before, he felt his sense of things cleared up and settled. His message to Mrs. Newsome, in answer to her own, had consisted of the words, "Judge best to take another month, but with full appreciation of all reinforcements." He had added that he was writing, but he was of course always writing. It was a practice that continued, oddly enough, to relieve him, to make him come nearer than anything else to the consciousness of doing something, so that he often wondered if he hadn't really, under his recent stress, acquired some hollow trick, one of the specious arts of make-believe. Wouldn't the pages he still so freely dispatched by the American post have been worthy of a showy journalist, some master of the great new science of beating the sense out of words? Wasn't he writing against time, and mainly to show that he was kind, since it had become quite his habit not to like to read himself over? On those lines he could still be liberal, yet it was at best a sort of whistling in the dark. It was unmistakable, moreover, that the sense of being in the dark now pressed on him more sharply, creating thereby the need for a louder and livelier whistle. He whistled long and hard after sending his message. He whistled again and again in celebration of Chad's news. There was an interval of a fortnight in which this exercise helped him. He had no great notion of what, on the spot, Sarah Pocock would have to say, though he had indeed confused premonitions. But it shouldn't be in her power to say, it shouldn't be in anyone's anywhere to say, that he was neglecting her mother. He might have written before more freely, but he had never written more copiously, and he frankly gave for a reason at Woollett that he wished to fill the void created there by Sarah's departure. The increase of his darkness, however, and the quickening, as I have called it, of his tune, resided in the fact that he was hearing almost nothing. He had for some time been aware that he was hearing less than before, and he was now clearly following a process by which Mrs. Newsome's letters could but logically stop. He hadn't had a line for many days, and he needed no proof, though he was in time to have plenty, that she wouldn't have put pen to paper after receiving the hint that had determined her telegram. She wouldn't write till Sarah should have seen him and reported on him. It was strange, though it might well be less so than his own behaviour appeared at Woollett. It was at any rate significant, and what was remarkable was the way his friend's nature and manner put on for him, through this very drop of demonstration, a greater intensity. It struck him really that he had never lived so with her as during this period of her silence. The silence was a sacred hush, a finer, clearer medium, in which her idiosyncrasies showed. He walked about with her, sat with her, drove with her, and dined face to face with her, a rare treat in his life, as he could perhaps have scarce escaped phrasing it, and if he had never seen her so soundless, he had never, on the other hand, felt her so highly, so almost austerely herself, pure and, by the vulgar estimate, cold, but deep, devoted, delicate, sensitive, noble. Her vividness in these respects became for him, in the special conditions, almost an obsession, and though the obsession sharpened his pulses, adding really to the excitement of life, there were hours at which, to be less on the stretch, he directly sought forgetfulness. He knew it for the queerest of adventures, a circumstance capable of playing such a part only for Lambert Strether, that in Paris itself, of all places, he should find this ghost of the lady of Woollett more importunate than any other presence. When he went back to Maria Gostrey, it was for the change to do something else. And yet, after all, the change scarcely operated, for he talked to her of Mrs. Newsome in these days as he had never talked before. He had hitherto observed in that particular a discretion and a law, considerations that at present broke down quite as if relations had altered. They hadn't really altered, he said to himself, so much as that came to, for if what had occurred was of course that Mrs. Newsome had ceased to trust him, there was nothing on the other hand to prove that he shouldn't win back her confidence. It was quite his present theory that he would leave no stone unturned to do so, and in fact if he now told Maria things about her that he had never told before, this was largely because it kept before him the idea of the honour of such a woman's esteem. His relation with Maria as well was, strangely enough, no longer quite the same. This truth, though not too disconcertingly, had come up between them on the renewal of their meetings. It was all contained in what she had then almost immediately said to him. It was represented by the remark she had needed but 10 minutes to make, and that he hadn't been disposed to gainsay. He could toddle alone, and the difference that showed was extraordinary. The turn taken by their talk had promptly confirmed this difference. His larger confidence on the score of Mrs. Newsome did the rest, and the time seemed already far off when he had held out his small thirsty cup to the spout of her pail. Her pail was scarce touched now, and other fountains had flowed for him. She fell into her place as but one of his tributaries, and there was a strange sweetness, a melancholy mildness that touched him in her acceptance of the altered order. It marked for himself the flight of time, or at any rate what he was pleased to think of with irony and pity as the rush of experience, it having been but the day before yesterday that he sat at her feet and held on by her garment and was fed by her hand. It was the proportions that were changed, and the proportions were, at all times, he philosophized, the very conditions of perception, the terms of thought. It was as if, with her effective little entresol and her wide acquaintance, her activities, varieties, promiscuities, the duties and devotions that took up 9/10 of her time, and of which he got guardedly but the side wind, it was as if she had shrunk to a secondary element and had consented to the shrinkage with the perfection of tact. This perfection had never failed her. It had originally been greater than his prime measure for it. It had kept him quite apart, kept him out of the shop, as she called her huge general acquaintance, made their commerce as quiet, as much a thing of the home alone, the opposite of the shop, as if she had never another customer. She had been wonderful to him at first, with the memory of her little entresol, the image to which, on most mornings at that time, his eyes directly opened. But now she mainly figured for him as but part of the bristling total, though of course always as a person to whom he should never cease to be indebted. It would never be given to him certainly to inspire a greater kindness. She had decked him out for others, and he saw at this point at least nothing she would ever ask for. She only wondered and questioned and listened, rendering him the homage of a wistful speculation. She expressed it repeatedly. He was already far beyond her, and she must prepare herself to lose him. There was but one little chance for her. Often, as she had said it, he met it, for it was a touch he liked, each time the same way. "My coming to grief?" "Yes, then I might patch you up." "Oh, for my real smash, if it takes place, there will be no patching." "But you surely don't mean it will kill you?" "No, worse. It will make me old." "Ah, nothing can do that. The wonderful and special thing about you is that you are, at this time of day, youth." Then she always made, further, one of those remarks that she had completely ceased to adorn with hesitations or apologies, and that had, by the same token, in spite of their extreme straightness, ceased to produce in Strether the least embarrassment. She made him believe them, and they became thereby as impersonal as truth itself. "It's just your particular charm." His answer, too, was always the same. "Of course I'm youth for the trip to Europe. I began to be young, or at least to get the benefit of it, the moment I met you at Chester, and that's what's been taking place ever since. I never had the benefit of the proper time, which comes to saying that I never had the thing itself. I'm having the benefit at this moment. I had it the other day when I said to Chad, 'Wait.' I shall have it still again when Sarah Pocock arrives. It's a benefit that would make a poor show for many people, and I don't know who else but you and I, frankly, could begin to see in it what I feel. I don't get drunk, I don't pursue the ladies, I don't spend money, I don't even write sonnets. But nevertheless I'm making up late for what I didn't have early. I cultivate my little benefit in my own little way. It amuses me more than anything that has happened to me in all my life. They may say what they like, it's my surrender, it's my tribute to youth. One puts that in where one can. It has to come in somewhere, if only out of the lives, the conditions, the feelings of other persons. Chad gives me the sense of it, for all his grey hairs, which merely make it solid in him and safe and serene. And she does the same, for all her being older than he, for all her marriageable daughter, her separated husband, her agitated history. Though they're young enough, my pair, I don't say they're, in the freshest way, their own absolutely prime adolescence, for that has nothing to do with it. The point is that they're mine. Yes, they're my youth, since somehow at the right time nothing else ever was. What I meant just now, therefore, is that it would all go before doing its work, if they were to fail me." On which, just here, Miss Gostrey inveterately questioned, "What do you, in particular, call its work?" "Well, to see me through." "But through what?" She liked to get it all out of him. "Why, through this experience." That was all that would come. It regularly gave her none the less the last word. "Don't you remember how, in those first days of our meeting, it was I who was to see you through?" "Remember?" Tenderly, deeply, he always rose to it. "You're just doing your part in letting me maunder to you thus." "Ah, don't speak as if my part were small, since whatever else fails you—" "You won't ever, ever, ever," he thus took her up. "Oh, I beg your pardon. You inevitably will. Your conditions—that's what I mean—won't allow me anything to do for you." "Let alone? I see what you mean, that I'm drearily, dreadfully old. I am, but there's a service, possibly for you to render, that I know, all the same, I shall think of." "And what will it be?" This, in fine, however, she would never tell him. "You shall hear only if your smash takes place. As that's really out of the question, I won't expose myself," a point at which, for reasons of his own, Strether ceased to press. He came round, for publicity—it was the easiest thing—to the idea that his smash was out of the question, and this rendered idle the discussion of what might follow it. He attached an added importance, as the days elapsed, to the arrival of the Pococks. He had even a shameful sense of waiting for it insincerely and incorrectly. He accused himself of making believe to his own mind that Sarah's presence, her impression, her judgment, would simplify and harmonize. He accused himself of being so afraid of what they might do that he sought refuge to beg the whole question in a vain fury. He had abundantly seen at home what they were in the habit of doing, and he had not at present the smallest ground. His clearest vision was when he made out that what he most desired was an account more full and free of Mrs. Newsome's state of mind than any he felt he could now expect from herself. That calculation at least went hand in hand with the sharp consciousness of wishing to prove to himself that he was not afraid to look his behaviour in the face. If he was, by an inexorable logic, to pay for it, he was literally impatient to know the cost, and he held himself ready to pay in instalments. The first instalment would be precisely this entertainment of Sarah, as a consequence of which, moreover, he should know vastly better where he stood. End of Book 7th, Chapter 3. Book 8th, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strether rambled alone during these few days, the effect of the incident of the previous week having been to simplify in a marked fashion his mixed relations with Waymarsh. Nothing had passed between them in reference to Mrs. Newsome's summons, but that our friend had mentioned to his own the departure of the deputation actually at sea, giving him thus an opportunity to confess to the occult intervention he imputed to him. Waymarsh, however, in the event, confessed to nothing, and though this falsified in some degree Strether's forecast, the latter amusedly saw in it the same depth of good conscience out of which the dear man's impertinence had originally sprung. He was patient with the dear man now, and delighted to observe how unmistakably he had put on flesh. He felt his own holidays so successfully large and free that he was full of allowances and charities in respect to those cabined and confined. His instinct toward a spirit so strapped down as Waymarsh's was to walk round it on tiptoe for fear of waking it up to a sense of losses by this time irretrievable. It was all very funny, he knew, and but the difference, as he often said to himself, of Tweedledum and Tweedledee, an emancipation so purely comparative that it was like the advance of the doormat on the scraper. Yet the present crisis was happily to profit by it, and the pilgrim from Milrose to know himself more than ever in the right. Strether felt that when he heard of the approach of the Pococks, the impulse of pity quite sprang up in him beside the impulse of triumph. That was exactly why Waymarsh had looked at him with eyes in which the heat of justice was measured and shaded. He had looked very hard, as if affectionately sorry for the friend of 55, whose frivolity had thus to be recorded, becoming, however, but obscurely sententious, and leaving his companion to formulate a charge. It was in this general attitude that he had of late altogether taken refuge. With the drop of discussion they were solemnly, sadly superficial. Strether recognised in him the mere portentous rumination to which Miss Barrace had so good-humouredly described herself as assigning a corner of her salon. It was quite as if he knew his surreptitious step had been divined, and it was also as if he missed the chance to explain the purity of his motive. But this privation of relief should be precisely his small penance. It was not amiss for Strether that he should find himself to that degree uneasy. If he had been challenged or accused, rebuked for meddling or otherwise pulled up, he would probably have shown, on his own system, all the height of his consistency, all the depth of his good faith. Explicit resentment of his course would have made him take the floor, and the thump of his fist on the table would have affirmed him as consciously incorruptible. Had what now really prevailed with Strether been but a dread of that thump, a dread of wincing a little painfully at what it might invidiously demonstrate? However this might be, at any rate, one of the marks of the crisis was a visible, a studied lapse in Waymarsh of betrayed concern. As if to make up to his comrade for the stroke by which he had played Providence, he now conspicuously ignored his movements, withdrew himself from the pretensions to share them, stiffened up his sensibility to neglect, and clasping his large empty hands and swinging his large restless foot, clearly looked to another quarter for justice. This made for independence on Strether's part, and he had in truth at no moment of his stay been so free to go and come. The early summer brushed the picture over and blurred everything but the near. It made a vast warm fragrant medium, in which the elements floated together on the best of terms, in which rewards were immediate and reckonings postponed. Chad was out of town again, for the first time since his visitor's first view of him. He had explained this necessity, without detail, yet also without embarrassment. The circumstance was one of those which, in the young man's life, testified to the variety of his ties. Strether wasn't otherwise concerned with it than for its so testifying, a pleasant multitudinous image in which he took comfort. He took comfort, by the same stroke, in the swing of Chad's pendulum back from that other swing, the sharp jerk towards Woollett, so stayed by his own hand. He had the entertainment of thinking that if he had for that moment stopped the clock, it was to promote the next minute this still livelier motion. He himself did what he hadn't done before. He took 2 or 3 times whole days off, irrespective of others, of 2 or 3 taken with Miss Gostrey, 2 or 3 taken with the little Bilham. He went to Chartres and cultivated, before the front of the cathedral, a general easy beatitude. He went to Fontainebleau and imagined himself on the way to Italy. He went to Rouen with a little handbag and inordinately spent the night. One afternoon he did something quite different. Finding himself in the neighbourhood of a fine old house across the river, he passed under the great arch of its doorway and asked at the porter's lodge for Madame de Vionnet. He had already hovered more than once about that possibility, been aware of it, in the course of ostensible strolls, as lurking but round the corner. Only it had perversely happened, after his morning in Notre Dame, that his consistency, as he considered and intended it, had come back to him, whereby he had reflected that the encounter in question had been none of his making, clinging again intensely to the strength of his position, which was precisely that there was nothing in it for himself. From the moment he actively pursued the charming associate of his adventure, from that moment his position weakened, for he was then acting in an interested way. It was only within a few days that he had fixed himself a limit. He promised himself his consistency should end with Sarah's arrival. It was arguing correctly to feel the title to a free hand conferred on him by this event. If he wasn't to be let alone, he should be merely a dupe to act with delicacy. If he wasn't to be trusted, he could at least take his ease. If he was to be placed under control, he gained leave to try what his position might agreeably give him. An ideal rigour would perhaps postpone the trial till after the Pococks had shown their spirit, and it was to an ideal rigour that he had quite promised himself to conform. Suddenly, however, on this particular day, he felt a particular fear, under which everything collapsed. He knew abruptly that he was afraid of himself, and yet not in relation to the effect on his sensibilities of another hour of Madame de Vionnet. What he dreaded was the effect of a single hour of Sarah Pocock, as to whom he was visited in troubled nights with fantastic waking dreams. She loomed at him larger than life. She increased in volume as she drew nearer. She so met his eyes that, his imagination taking, after the first step, all, and more than all, the strides, he already felt her come down on him, already burned under her reprobation with the blush of guilt, already consented, by way of penance, to the instant forfeiture of everything. He saw himself, under her direction, recommitted to Woollett, as juvenile offenders are committed to reformatories. It wasn't, of course, that Woollett was really a place of discipline, but he knew in advance that Sarah's salon at the hotel would be. His danger, at any rate, in such moods of alarm, was some concession on this ground that would involve a sharp rupture with the actual. Therefore, if he waited to take leave of that actual, he might wholly miss his chance. It was represented with supreme vividness by Madame de Vionnet, and that is why, in a word, he waited no longer. He had seen in a flash that he must anticipate Mrs. Pocock. He was accordingly much disappointed on now learning from the portress that the lady of his quest was not in Paris. She had gone for some days to the country. There was nothing in this accident but what was natural. Yet it produced for poor Strether a drop of all confidence. It was suddenly as if he should never see her again, and as if, moreover, he had brought it on himself by not having been quite kind to her. It was the advantage of his having let his fancy lose itself for a little in the gloom that, as by reaction, the prospect began really to brighten from the moment the deputation from Woollett alighted on the platform of the station. They had come straight from Havre, having sailed from New York to that port, and having also, thanks to a happy voyage, made land with a promptitude that left Chad Newsome, who had meant to meet them at the dock, belated. He had received their telegram with the announcement of their immediate further advance just as he was taking the train for Havre, so that nothing had remained for him but to await them in Paris. He hastily picked up Strether, at the hotel, for this purpose, and he even, with easy pleasantry, suggested the attendance of Waymarsh as well. Waymarsh, at the moment his cab rattled up, being engaged, under Strether's contemplative range, in a grave perambulation of the familiar court. Waymarsh had learned from his companion, who had already had a note, delivered by hand, from Chad, that the Pococks were due, and had ambiguously, though, as always, impressively, glowered at him over the circumstance, carrying himself in a manner in which Strether was now expert enough to recognise his uncertainty, in the premises as to the best tone. The only tone he aimed at with confidence was a full tone, which was necessarily difficult in the absence of a full knowledge. The Pococks were a quantity as yet unmeasured, and as he had practically brought them over, so this witness had to that extent exposed himself. He wanted to feel right about it, but could only, at the best, for the time, feel vague. "I shall look to you, you know, immensely," our friend had said, "to help me with them," and he had been quite conscious of the effect of the remark, and of others of the same sort, on his comrade's sombre sensibility. He had insisted on the fact that Waymarsh would quite like Mrs. Pocock. One could be certain he would. He would be with her about everything, and she would also be with him, and Miss Barrace's nose, in short, would find itself out of joint. Strether had woven this web of cheerfulness while they waited in the court for Chad. He had sat smoking cigarettes to keep himself quiet, while, caged and leonine, his fellow traveller paced and turned before him. Chad Newsome was doubtless to be struck, when he arrived, with the sharpness of their opposition at this particular hour. He was to remember, as a part of it, how Waymarsh came with him and with Strether to the street, and stood there with a face half wistful and half rueful. They talked of him, the two others, as they drove, and Strether put Chad in possession of much of his own strained sense of things. He had already, a few days before, named to him the wire he was convinced their friend had pulled, a confidence that had made on the young man's part quite hugely for curiosity and diversion. The action of the matter, moreover, Strether could see, was to penetrate. He saw, that is, how Chad judged a system of influence in which Waymarsh had served as the determinant. An impression just now quickened again, with the whole bearing of such a fact on the youth's view of his relatives. As it came up between them that they might now take their friend for a feature of the control of these latter, now sought to be exerted from Woollett, Strether felt indeed how it would be stamped all over him, half an hour later, for Sarah Pocock's eyes, that he was as much on Chad's side as Waymarsh had probably described him. He was letting himself at present go. There was no denying it. It might be desperation, it might be confidence. He should offer himself to the arriving travellers, bristling with all the lucidity he had cultivated. He repeated to Chad what he had been saying in the court to Waymarsh, how there was no doubt whatever that his sister would find the latter a kindred spirit, no doubt of the alliance, based on an exchange of views, that the pair would successfully strike up. They would become as thick as thieves, which, moreover, was but a development of what Strether remembered to have said in one of his first discussions with his mate. Struck as he had then already been with the elements of affinity between that personage and Mrs. Newsome herself. I told him one day, when he had questioned me on your mother, that she was a person who, when he should know her, would rouse in him, I was sure, a special enthusiasm, and that hangs together with the conviction we now feel, the certitude that Mrs. Pocock will take him into her boat, for it's your mother's own boat that she's pulling. Ah, said Chad, mother's worth 50 of Sally. 1,000, but when you presently meet her, all the same you'll be meeting your mother's representative, just as I shall. I feel like the outgoing ambassador, said Strether, doing honour to his appointed successor. A moment after speaking as he had just done, he felt he had inadvertently rather cheapened Mrs. Newsome to her son, an impression audibly reflected, as at first seen, in Chad's prompt protest. He had recently rather failed of apprehension of the young man's attitude and temper, remaining principally conscious of how little worry, at the worst, he wasted, and he studied him at this critical hour with renewed interest. Chad had done exactly what he had promised him a fortnight previous, had accepted without another question his plea for delay. He was waiting cheerfully and handsomely, but also inscrutably, and with a slight increase perhaps of the hardness originally involved in his acquired high polish. He was neither excited nor depressed, was easy and acute and deliberate, unhurried, unflurried, unworried, only at most a little less amused than usual. Strether felt him more than ever a justification of the extraordinary process of which his own absurd spirit had been the arena. He knew, as their cab rolled along, knew as he hadn't even yet known, that nothing else than what Chad had done and had been would have led to his present showing. They had made him, these things, what he was, and the business hadn't been easy. It had taken time and trouble. It had cost, above all, a price. The result, at any rate, was now to be offered to Sally, which Strether, so far as that was concerned, was glad to be there to witness. Would she in the least make it out or take it in, the result, or would she in the least care for it if she did? He scratched his chin as he asked himself by what name, when challenged, as he was sure he should be, he could call it for her. Oh, those were determinations she must herself arrive at. Since she wanted so much to see, let her see then and welcome. She had come out in the pride of her competence, yet it hummed in Strether's inner sense that she practically wouldn't see. That this was, moreover, what Chad shrewdly suspected was clear from a word that next dropped from him. They're children, they play at life, and the exclamation was significant and reassuring. It implied that he hadn't then, for his companion's sensibility, appeared to give Mrs. Newsome away, and it facilitated our friend's presently asking him if it were his idea that Mrs. Pocock and Madame de Vionnet should become acquainted. Strether was still more sharply struck hereupon with Chad's lucidity. "Why, isn't that exactly, to get a sight of the company I keep, what she has come out for?" "Yes, I'm afraid it is," Strether unguardedly replied. Chad's quick rejoinder lightened his precipitation. "Why do you say you're afraid?" "Well, because I feel a certain responsibility. It's my testimony, I imagine, that will have been at the bottom of Mrs. Pocock's curiosity. My letters, as I've supposed you to understand from the beginning, have spoken freely. I've certainly said my little say about Madame de Vionnet." All that, for Chad, was beautifully obvious. "Yes, but you've only spoken handsomely." "Never more handsomely of any woman. But it's just that tone." "That tone," said Chad, "that has fetched her? I dare say. But I've no quarrel with you about it. And no more has Madame de Vionnet. Don't you know by this time how she likes you?" "Oh!" And Strether had, with his groan, a real pang of melancholy. "For all I've done for her." "Ah, you've done a great deal." Chad's urbanity fairly shamed him, and he was at this moment absolutely impatient to see the face Sarah Pocock would present to a sort of thing, as he synthetically phrased it to himself, with no adequate forecast of which, despite his admonitions, she would certainly arrive. "I've done this." "Well, this is all right. She likes," Chad comfortably remarked, "to be liked." It gave his companion a moment's thought. "And she's sure Mrs. Pocock will—" "No, I say that for you. She likes your liking her. It's so much, as it were," Chad laughed, "to the good. However, she doesn't despair of Sarah either, and is prepared on her own side to go to all lengths." "In the way of appreciation?" "Yes, and of everything else. In the way of general amiability, hospitality and welcome. She's under arms," Chad laughed again. "She's prepared." Strether took it in; then, as if an echo of Miss Barrace were in the air, "She's wonderful." "You don't begin to know how wonderful." There was a depth in it, to Strether's ear, of confirmed luxury, almost a kind of unconscious insolence of proprietorship; but the effect of the glimpse was not at this moment to foster speculation. There was something so conclusive in so much graceful and generous assurance. It was in fact a fresh evocation, and the evocation had before many minutes another consequence. "Well, I shall see her oftener now. I shall see her as much as I like, by your leave, which is what I hitherto haven't done." "It has been," said Chad, but without reproach, "only your own fault. I tried to bring you together, and she, my dear fellow, I never saw her more charming to any man. But you've got your extraordinary ideas." "Well, I did have," Strether murmured, while he felt both how they had possessed him and how they had now lost their authority. He couldn't have traced the sequence to the end, but it was all because of Mrs. Pocock. Mrs. Pocock might be because of Mrs. Newsome, but that was still to be proved. What came over him was the sense of having stupidly failed to profit where profit would have been precious. It had been open to him to see so much more of her, and he had but let the good days pass. Fierce in him, almost, was the resolve to lose no more of them, and he whimsically reflected, while at Chad's side he drew nearer to his destination, that it was after all Sarah who would have quickened his chance. What her visit of inquisition might achieve in other directions was as yet all obscure; only not obscure that it would do supremely much to bring two earnest persons together. He had but to listen to Chad at this moment to feel it, for Chad was in the act of remarking to him that they of course both counted on him, he himself and the other earnest person, for cheer and support. It was brave to Strether to hear him talk as if the line of wisdom they had struck out was to make things ravishing to the Pococks. No, if Madame de Vionnet compassed that, compassed the ravishment of the Pococks, Madame de Vionnet would be prodigious. It would be a beautiful plan if it succeeded, and it all came to the question of Sarah's being really bribable. The precedent of his own case helped Strether perhaps but little to consider she might prove so, it being distinct that her character would rather make for every possible difference. This idea of his own bribeability set him apart for himself, with the further mark in fact that his case was absolutely proved. He liked always, where Lambert Strether was concerned, to know the worst, and what he now seemed to know was not only that he was bribable, but that he had been effectually bribed. The only difficulty was that he couldn't quite have said with what. It was as if he had sold himself, but hadn't somehow got the cash. That, however, was what characteristically would happen to him. It would naturally be his kind of traffic. While he thought of these things he reminded Chad of the truth they mustn't lose sight of, the truth that, with all deference to her susceptibility to new interests, Sarah would have come out with a high, firm, definite purpose. "She hasn't come out, you know, to be bamboozled. We may all be ravishing. Nothing perhaps can be more easy for us. But she hasn't come out to be ravished. She has come out just simply to take you home." "Oh well, with her I'll go," said Chad good-humouredly. "I suppose you'll allow that." And then as for a minute Strether said nothing, "Or is your idea that when I've seen her I shan't want to go?" As this question, however, again left his friend silent, he presently went on. "My own idea, at any rate, is that they shall have, while they're here, the best sort of time." It was at this that Strether spoke. "Ah, there you are. I think if you really wanted to go—" "Well?" said Chad, to bring it out. "Well, you wouldn't trouble about our good time. You wouldn't care what sort of a time we have." Chad could always take in the easiest way in the world any ingenious suggestion. "I see. But can I help it? I'm too decent." "Yes, you're too decent," Strether heavily sighed, and he felt for the moment as if it were the preposterous end of his mission. It ministered for the time to this temporary effect that Chad made no rejoinder, but he spoke again as they came in sight of the station. "Do you mean to introduce her to Miss Gostrey?" As to this Strether was ready. "No." "But haven't you told me they know about her?" "I think I've told you your mother knows." "And won't she have told Sally?" "That's one of the things I want to see." "And if you find she has—" "Will I then, you mean, bring them together?" "Yes," said Chad with his pleasant promptness, "to show her there's nothing in it." Strether hesitated. "I don't know that I care very much what she may think there's in it." "Not if it represents what mother thinks?" "Ah, what does your mother think?" There was in this some sound of bewilderment. But they were just driving up, and help of a sort might after all be quite at hand. "Isn't that, my dear man, what we're both just going to make out?" End of Book 8th, Chapter 1. Book 8th, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strether quitted the station half an hour later in different company. Chad had taken charge, for the journey to the hotel, of Sarah, Mamie, the maid and the luggage, all spaciously installed and conveyed, and it was only after the four had rolled away that his companion got into a cab with Jim. A strange new feeling had come over Strether, in consequence of which his spirits had risen. It was as if what had occurred on the alighting of his critics had been something other than fear, though his fear had yet not been of an instant scene of violence. His impression had been nothing but what was inevitable. He said that to himself, yet relief and reassurance had softly dropped upon him. Nothing could be so odd as to be indebted for these things to the look of faces and the sound of voices that had been with him to satiety, as he might have said, for years. But he now knew all the same how uneasy he had felt. That was brought home to him by his present sense of a respite. It had come moreover in the flash of an eye. It had come in the smile with which Sarah, whom at the window of her compartment they had effusively greeted from the platform, rustled down to them a moment later, fresh and handsome from her cool June progress through the charming land. It was only a sign, but enough. She was going to be gracious and unelusive. She was going to play the larger game, which was still more apparent, after she had emerged from Chad's arms in her direct greeting to the valued friend of her family. Strether was then as much as ever the valued friend of her family. It was something he could at all events go on with, and the manner of his response to it expressed even for himself how little he had enjoyed the prospect of ceasing to figure in that likeness. He had always seen Sarah gracious, had in fact rarely seen her shy or dry, her marked thin-lipped smile intense without brightness and as prompt to act as the scrape of a safety match, the protrusion of a rather remarkably long chin, which in her case represented invitation and urbanity, and not, as in most others, pugnacity and defiance, the penetration of her voice to a distance, the general encouragement and approval of her manner, were all elements with which intercourse had made him familiar, but which he noted today almost as if she had been a new acquaintance. This first glimpse of her had given a brief but vivid accent to her resemblance to her mother. He could have taken her for Mrs. Newsome while she met his eyes as the train rolled into the station. It was an impression that quickly dropped. Mrs. Newsome was much handsomer, and while Sarah inclined to the massive, her mother had, at an age, still the girdle of a maid. Also the latter's chin was rather short than long, and her smile, by good fortune, much more, oh ever so much more, mercifully vague. Strether had seen Mrs. Newsome reserved. He had literally heard her silent, though he had never known her unpleasant. It was the case with Mrs. Pocock that he had known her unpleasant, even though he had never known her not affable. She had forms of affability that were in a high degree assertive. Nothing, for instance, had ever been more striking than that she was affable to Jim. What had told in any case at the window of the train was her high clear forehead, that forehead which her friends, for some reason, always thought of as a brow. The long reach of her eyes, it came out at this juncture in such a manner as to remind him, oddly enough, also of that of Waymarsh's. And the unusual gloss of her dark hair, dressed and hatted, after her mother's refined example, with such an avoidance of extremes that it was always spoken of at Woollett as their own. Though this analogy dropped as soon as she was on the platform, it had lasted long enough to make him feel all the advantage, as it were, of his relief. The woman at home, the woman to whom he was attached, was before him just long enough to give him again the measure of the wretchedness, in fact really of the shame, of their having to recognize the formation between them of a split. He had taken this measure in solitude and meditation, but the catastrophe, as Sarah steamed up, looked for its seconds unprecedentedly dreadful, or proved, more exactly, altogether unthinkable, so that his finding something free and familiar to respond to brought with it an instant renewal of his loyalty. He had suddenly sounded the whole depth, had gasped at what he might have lost. Well, he could now, for the quarter of an hour of their detention, hover about the travellers as soothingly as if their direct message to him was that he had lost nothing. He wasn't going to have Sarah write to her mother that night that he was in any way altered or strange. There had been times enough for a month when it had seemed to him that he was strange, that he was altered in every way, but that was a matter for himself. He knew at least whose business it was not. It was not at all events such a circumstance as Sarah's own unaided lights would help her to. Even if she had come out to flash those lights more than yet appeared, she wouldn't make much headway against mere pleasantness. He counted on being able to be merely pleasant to the end, and if only from incapacity moreover to formulate anything different. He couldn't even formulate to himself his being changed and queer. It had taken place, the process, somewhere deep down. Maria Gostrey had caught glimpses of it, but how was he to fish it up, even if he desired, for Mrs. Pocock? This was then the spirit in which he hovered, and with the easier throb in it much indebted furthermore to the impression of high and established adequacy as a pretty girl promptly produced in him by Mamie. He wondered vaguely, turning over many things in the fidget of his thoughts, if Mamie were as pretty as Woollett published her, as to which issue seeing her now again was to be so swept away by Woolett's opinion that this consequence really let loose for the imagination an avalanche of others. There were positively 5 minutes in which the last word seemed of necessity to abide with a Woollett represented by a Mamie. This was the sort of truth the place itself would feel. It would send her forth in confidence. It would point to her with triumph. It would take its stand on her with assurance. It would be conscious of no requirement she didn't meet, of no question she couldn't answer. Well, it was right, Strether slipped smoothly enough into the cheerfulness of saying. Granted that a community might be best represented by a young lady of 22, Mamie perfectly played the part, played it as if she were used to it, and looked and spoke and dressed the character. He wondered if she mightn't, in the high light of Paris, a cool, full studio light becoming yet treacherous, show as too conscious of these matters. But the next moment he felt satisfied that her consciousness was, after all, empty for its size, rather too simple than too mixed, and that the kind way with her would be not to take too many things out of it, but to put as many as possible in. She was robust and conveniently tall, just a trifle too bloodlessly fair perhaps, but with a pleasant public familiar radiance that affirmed her vitality. She might have been receiving for Woollett wherever she found herself, and there was something in her manner, her tone, her motion, her pretty blue eyes, her pretty perfect teeth, and her very small, too small nose, that immediately placed her, to the fancy, between the windows of a hot bright room in which voices were high, up at that end to which people were brought to be presented. They were there to congratulate, these images, and Strether's renewed vision on this hint completed the idea. What Mamie was like was the happy bride, the bride after the church and just before going away. She wasn't the mere maiden, and yet was only as much married as that quantity came to. She was in the brilliant, acclaimed festal stage. Well might it last her long. Strether rejoiced in these things for Chad, who was all genial attention to the needs of his friends, besides having arranged that his servant should reinforce him. The ladies were certainly pleasant to see, and Mamie would be at any time and anywhere pleasant to exhibit. She would look extraordinarily like his young wife, the wife of a honeymoon, should he go about with her. But that was his own affair, or perhaps it was hers. It was at any rate something she couldn't help. Strether remembered how he had seen him come up with Jeanne de Vionnet in Gloriani's garden, and the fancy he had had about that, the fancy obscured now, thickly overlaid with others. The recollection was during these minutes his only note of trouble. He had often, in spite of himself, wondered if Chad but too probably were not with Jeanne the object of a still and shaded flame. It was on the cards that the child might be tremulously in love, and this conviction now flickered up not a bit the less for his disliking to think of it, for its being, in a complicated situation, a complication the more, and for something indescribable in Mamie, something at all events straightway lent her by his own mind, something that gave her value, gave her intensity and purpose, as the symbol of an opposition. Little Jeanne wasn't really at all in question. How could she be? Yet from the moment Miss Pocock had shaken her skirts on the platform, touched up the immense bows of her hat, and settled properly over her shoulder the strap of her morocco and gilt travelling satchel, from that moment little Jeanne was opposed. It was in the cab with Jim that impressions really crowded on Strether, giving him the strangest sense of length of absence from people among whom he had lived for years. Having them thus come out to him was as if he had returned to find them, and the droll promptitude of Jim's mental reaction threw his own initiation far back into the past. Whoever might or mightn't be suited by what was going on among them, Jim for one would certainly be. His instant recognition, frank and whimsical, of what the affair was for him gave Strether a glow of pleasure. "I say, you know, this is about my shape, and if it hadn't been for you—" So he broke out as the charming streets met his healthy appetite, and he wound up, after an expressive nudge, with a clap of his companion's knee and an "Oh, you are doing it!" that was charged with rich meaning. Strether felt in it the intention of homage, but, with a curiosity otherwise occupied, postponed taking it up. What he was asking himself, for the time, was how Sarah Pocock, in the opportunity already given her, had judged her brother, from whom he himself, as they finally, at the station, separated for their different conveyances, had had a look into which he could read more than one message. However Sarah was judging her brother, Chad's conclusion about his sister and about her husband and her husband's sister was at the least on the way not to fail of confidence. Strether felt the confidence, and that as the look between them was an exchange, what he himself gave back was relatively vague. This comparison of notes, however, could wait. Everything struck him as depending on the effect produced by Chad. Neither Sarah nor Mamie had in any way, at the station, where they had had, after all, ample time, broken out about it, which, to make up for this, was what our friend had expected of Jim as soon as they should find themselves together. It was queer to him that he had that noiseless brush with Chad, an ironic intelligence with this youth on the subject of his relatives, an intelligence carried on under their nose and, as might be said, at their expense. Such a matter marked again for him strongly the number of stages he had come, albeit that if the number seemed greater the time taken for the final one was but the turn of a hand. He had before this had many moments of wondering if he himself weren't perhaps changed even as Chad was changed. Only what in Chad was conspicuous improvement? Well, he had no name ready for the working, in his own organism, of his own more timid dose. He should have to see first what this action would amount to. And for his occult passage with the young man, after all, the directness of it had no greater oddity than the fact that the young man's way with the three travellers should have been so happy a manifestation. Strether liked him for it, on the spot, as he hadn't yet liked him. It affected him while it lasted as he might have been affected by some light, pleasant, perfect work of art. To that degree that he wondered if they were really worthy of it, took it in and did it justice. To that degree that it would have been scarce a miracle if, there in the luggage-room while they waited for their things, Sarah had pulled his sleeve and drawn him aside. "You're right. We haven't quite known what you mean, Mother and I, but now we see. Chad's magnificent. What can one want more? If this is the kind of thing—" on which they might, as it were, have embraced and begun to work together. Ah, how much as it was for all her bridling brightness, which was merely general and noticed nothing, would they work together? Strether knew that he was unreasonable. He set it down to his being nervous. People couldn't notice everything and speak of everything in a quarter of an hour. Possibly, no doubt also, he made too much of Chad's display. Yet none the less, when at the end of 5 minutes, in the cab, Jim Pocock had said nothing either, hadn't said, that is, what Strether wanted, though he had said much else, it all suddenly bounced back to their being either stupid or wilful. It was more probably on the whole the former, so that would be the drawback of the bridling brightness. Yes, they would bridle and be bright. They would make the best of what was before them, but their observation would fail. It would be beyond them. They simply wouldn't understand. Of what use would it be then that they had come, if they weren't to be intelligent up to that point? Unless indeed he himself were utterly deluded and extravagant? Was he, on this question of Chad's improvement, fantastic and away from the truth? Did he live in a false world, a world that had grown simply to suit him, and was his present slight irritation, in the face now of Jim's silence in particular, but the alarm of the vain thing menaced by the touch of the real? Was this contribution of the real possibly the mission of the Pococks? Had they come to make the work of observation, as he had practised observation, crack and crumble, and to reduce Chad to the plain terms in which honest minds could deal with him? Had they come, in short, to be sane, where Strether was destined to feel that he himself had only been silly? He glanced at such a contingency, but it failed to hold him long when once he had reflected that he would have been silly in this case with Maria Gostrey and little Bilham, with Madame de Vionnet and little Jeanne, with Lambert Strether in fine, and above all with Chad Newsome himself. Wouldn't it be found to have made more for reality to be silly with these persons than sane with Sarah and Jim? Jim, in fact, he presently made up his mind, was individually out of it. Jim didn't care. Jim hadn't come out either for Chad or for him. Jim, in short, left the moral side to Sally, and indeed simply availed himself now, for the sense of recreation, of the fact that he left almost everything to Sally. He was nothing compared to Sally, and not so much by reason of Sally's temper and will as by that of her more developed type and greater acquaintance with the world. He quite frankly and serenely confessed, as he sat there with Strether, that he felt his type hang far in the rear of his wife's, and still further, if possible, in the rear of his sister's. Their types, he well knew, were recognised and acclaimed, whereas the most a leading Woollett business man could hope to achieve socially, and for that matter industrially, was a certain freedom to play into this general glamour. The impression he made on our friend was another of the things that marked our friend's road. It was a strange impression, especially as so soon produced. Strether had received it, he judged, all in the 20 minutes. It struck him at least as but in a minor degree the work of the long Woollett years. Pocock was normally and consentingly, though not quite wittingly, out of the question. It was despite his being normal. It was despite his being cheerful. It was despite his being a leading Woollett business man. And the determination of his fate left him thus perfectly usual, as everything else about it was clearly, to his sense, not less so. He seemed to say that there was a whole side of life on which the perfectly usual was, for leading Woollett business men, to be out of the question. He made no more of it than that, and Strether, so far as Jim was concerned, desired to make no more. Only Strether's imagination, as always, worked, and he asked himself if this side of life were not somehow connected, for those who figured on it, with the fact of marriage. Would his relation to it, had he married 10 years before, have become now the same as Pocock's? Might it even become the same should he marry in a few months? Should he ever know himself as much out of the question for Mrs. Newsome as Jim knew himself, in a dim way, for Mrs. Jim? To turn his eyes in that direction was to be personally reassured. He was different from Pocock. He had affirmed himself differently, and was held, after all, in higher esteem. What none the less came home to him, however, at this hour, was that the society over there, that of which Sarah and Mamie, and in a more eminent way Mrs. Newsome herself, were specimens, was essentially a society of women, and that poor Jim wasn't in it. He himself, Lambert Strether, was as yet in some degree, which was an odd situation for a man, but it kept coming back to him in a whimsical way that he should perhaps find his marriage had cost him his place. This occasion indeed, whatever that fancy represented, was not a time of sensible exclusion for Jim, who was in a state of manifest response to the charm of his adventure. Small and fat and constantly facetious, straw-coloured and destitute of marks, he would have been practically indistinguishable hadn't his constant preference for light grey clothes, for white hats, for very big cigars and very little stories, done what it could for his identity. There were signs in him, though none of them plaintive, of always paying for the others, and the principal one perhaps was just this failure of type. It was with this that he paid, rather than with fatigue or waste, and also doubtless a little with the effort of humour, never irrelevant to the conditions, to the relations, with which he was acquainted. He gurgled his joy as they rolled through the happy streets. He declared that his trip was a regular windfall, and that he wasn't there, he was eager to remark, to hang back from anything. He didn't know quite what Sally had come for, but he had come for a good time. Strether indulged him even while wondering if what Sally wanted her brother to go back for was to become like her husband. He trusted that a good time was to be, out and out, the programme for all of them, and he assented liberally to Jim's proposal that, disencumbered and irresponsible, his things were in the omnibus with those of the others, they should take a further turn round before going to the hotel. It wasn't for him to tackle Chad, it was Sally's job, and as it would be like her, he felt, to open fire on the spot, it wouldn't be amiss of them to hold off and give her time. Strether, on his side, only asked to give her time. So he jogged with his companion along boulevards and avenues, trying to extract from meagre materials some forecast of his catastrophe. He was quick enough to see that Jim Pocock declined judgment, had hovered quite round the outer edge of discussion and anxiety, leaving all analysis of their question to the ladies alone, and now only feeling his way toward some small, droll cynicism. It broke out afresh, the cynicism, it had already shown a flicker, in a but slightly deferred, "Well, hanged if I would if I were he." "You mean you wouldn't in Chad's place?" "Give up this to go back and boss the advertising?" Poor Jim, with his arms folded and his little legs out in the open fiacre, drank in the sparkling Paris noon and carried his eyes from one side of their vista to the other. "Why, I want to come right out and live here myself. And I want to live while I am here, too. I feel with you, you've been grand, old man, and I've twigged, that it ain't right to worry Chad. I don't mean to persecute him. I couldn't in conscience. It's thanks to you at any rate that I'm here, and I'm sure I'm much obliged. You're a lovely pair." There were things in this speech that Strether let pass for the time. "Don't you then think it important the advertising should be thoroughly taken in hand? Chad will be, so far as capacity is concerned," he went on, "the man to do it." "Where did he get his capacity?" Jim asked. "Over here?" "He didn't get it over here, and the wonderful thing is that over here he hasn't inevitably lost it. He has a natural turn for business, an extraordinary head. He comes by that," Strether explained, "honestly enough. He's in that respect his father's son, and also, for she's wonderful in her way too, his mother's. He has other tastes and other tendencies, but Mrs. Newsome and your wife are quite right about his having that. He's very remarkable." "Well, I guess he is," Jim Pocock comfortably sighed. "But if you believed so in his making us hum, why have you so prolonged the discussion? Don't you know that we've been quite anxious about you?" These questions were not informed with earnestness, but Strether saw he must none the less make a choice and take a line. "Because, you see, I've greatly liked it. I've liked my Paris. I dare say I've liked it too much." "Oh, you old wretch!" Jim gaily exclaimed. "But nothing's concluded," Strether went on. "The case is more complex than it looks from Woollett." "Oh well, it looks bad enough from Woollett," Jim declared. "Even after all I've written?" Jim bethought himself. "Isn't it what you've written that has made Mrs. Newsome pack us off? That at least, and Chad's not turning up?" Strether made a reflection of his own. "I see. That she should do something was no doubt inevitable, and your wife has therefore of course come out to act." "Oh yes," Jim concurred, "to act. But Sally comes out to act, you know," he lucidly added, "every time she leaves the house. She never comes out but she does act. She's acting moreover now for her mother, and that fixes the scale." Then he wound up, opening all his senses to it, with a renewed embrace of pleasant Paris. "We haven't all the same at Woollett got anything like this." Strether continued to consider. "I'm bound to say for you all that you strike me as having arrived in a very mild and reasonable frame of mind. You don't show your claws. I felt just now in Mrs. Pocock no symptom of that. She isn't fierce," he went on. "I'm such a nervous idiot that I thought she might be." "Oh, don't you know her well enough," Pocock asked, "to have noticed that she never gives herself away, any more than her mother ever does? They ain't fierce, either of them. They let you come quite close. They wear their fur the smooth side out, the warm side in. Do you know what they are?" Jim pursued as he looked about him, giving the question, as Strether felt, but half his care. "Do you know what they are? They're about as intense as they can live." "Yes," and Strether's concurrence had a positive precipitation. "They're about as intense as they can live." "They don't lash about and shake the cage," said Jim, who seemed pleased with his analogy, "and it's at feeding time that they're quietest. but they always get there." "They do indeed. They always get there," Strether replied with a laugh that justified his confession of nervousness. He disliked to be talking sincerely of Mrs. Newsome with Pocock. He could have talked insincerely. But there was something he wanted to know, a need created in him by her recent intermission, by his having given from the first so much, as now more than ever appeared to him, and got so little. It was as if a queer truth in his companion's metaphor had rolled over him with a rush. She had been quiet at feeding time. She had fed, and Sarah had fed with her, out of the big bowl of all his recent free communication, his vividness and pleasantness, his ingenuity and even his eloquence, while the current of her response had steadily run thin. Jim meanwhile, however, it was true, slipped characteristically into shallowness from the moment he ceased to speak out of the experience of a husband. But of course Chad has now the advantage of being there before her. If he doesn't work that for all it's worth— He sighed with contingent pity at his brother-in-law's possible want of resource. "He has worked it out on you pretty well, eh?" And he asked the next moment if there were anything new at the Varieties, which he pronounced in the American manner. They talked about the Varieties, Strether confessing to a knowledge which produced again on Pocock's part a play of innuendo as vague as a nursery rhyme, yet as aggressive as an elbow in his side. And they finished their drive under the protection of easy themes. Strether waited to the end, but still in vain, for any show that Jim had seen Chad as different, and he could scarce have explained the discouragement he drew from the absence of this testimony. It was what he had taken his own stand on, so far as he had taken a stand, and if they were all only going to see nothing, he had only wasted his time. He gave his friend till the very last moment, till they had come into sight of the hotel, and when poor Pocock only continued cheerful and envious and funny, he fairly grew to dislike him, to feel him extravagantly common. If they were all going to see nothing, Strether knew, as this came back to him, that he was also letting Pocock represent for him what Mrs. Newsome wouldn't see. He went on disliking, in the light of Jim's commonness, to talk to him about that lady, yet just before the cab pulled up he knew the extent of his desire for the real word from Woollett. "Has Mrs. Newsome at all given way?" "Given way?" Jim echoed it with the practical derision of his sense of a long past. "Under the strain, I mean, of hope deferred, of disappointment repeated and thereby intensified?" "Oh, is she prostrate, you mean?" He had his categories in hand. "Why, yes, she's prostrate, just as Sally is. But they're never so lively, you know, as when they're prostrate." "Ah, Sarah's prostrate?" Strether vaguely murmured. "It's when they're prostrate that they most sit up." "And Mrs. Newsome's sitting up?" "All night, my boy, for you." And Jim fetched him, with a vulgar little guffaw, a thrust that gave real relief to the picture. But he had got what he wanted. He felt on the spot that this was the real word from Woollett. "So don't you go home," Jim added while he alighted, and while his friend, letting him profusely pay the cabman, sat on in a momentary muse. Strether wondered if that were the real word too. End of Book 8th, Chapter 2. Book 8th, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As the door of Mrs. Pocock's salon was pushed open for him the next day, well before noon, he was reached by a voice with a charming sound that made him just falter before crossing the threshold. Madame de Vionnet was already on the field, and this gave the drama a quicker pace than he felt it as yet, though his suspense had increased, in the power of any act of his own to do. He had spent the previous evening with all his old friends together, yet he would still have described himself as quite in the dark in respect to a forecast of their influence on his situation. It was strange now, none the less, that in the light of this unexpected note of her presence he felt Madame de Vionnet a part of that situation as she hadn't even yet been. She was alone, he found himself assuming, with Sarah, and there was a bearing in that, somehow beyond his control, on his personal fate. Yet she was only saying something quite easy and independent, the thing she had come, as a good friend of Chad's, on purpose to say. "There isn't anything at all? I should be so delighted." It was clear enough, when they were there before him, how she had been received. He saw this, as Sarah got up to greet him, from something fairly hectic in Sarah's face. He saw furthermore that they weren't, as had first come to him, alone altogether. He was at no loss as to the identity of the broad high back presented to him in the embrasure of the window furthest from the door. Waymarsh, whom he had to-day not yet seen, whom he only knew to have left the hotel before him, and who had taken part, the night previous, on Mrs. Pocock's kind invitation, conveyed by Chad, in the entertainment, informal but cordial, promptly offered by that lady, Waymarsh had anticipated him even as Madame de Vionnet had done, and with his hands in his pockets and his attitude unaffected by Strether's entrance, was looking out, in marked detachment, at the Rue de Rivoli. The latter felt it in the air. It was immense how Waymarsh could mark things, that he had remained deeply dissociated from the overture to their hostess that we have recorded on Madame de Vionet's side. He had conspicuously tact, besides a stiff general view, and this was why he had left Mrs. Pocock to struggle alone. He would outstay the visitor, he would unmistakably wait. To what had he been doomed for months past but waiting? Therefore she was to feel that she had him in reserve. What support she drew from this was still to be seen, for although Sarah was vividly bright, she had given herself up for the moment to an ambiguous flushed formalism. She had had to reckon more quickly than she expected, but it concerned her first of all to signify that she was not to be taken unawares. Strether arrived precisely in time for her showing it. "Oh, you're too good, but I don't think I feel quite helpless. I have my brother and these American friends. And then you know I've been to Paris. I know Paris," said Sally Pocock in a tone that breathed a certain chill on Strether's heart. "Ah, but a woman in this tiresome place where everything's always changing, a woman of good will," Madame de Vionnet threw off, "can always help a woman. I'm sure you know, but we know perhaps different things." She too, visibly, wished to make no mistake, but it was a fear of a different order and more kept out of sight. She smiled in welcome at Strether, she greeted him more familiarly than Mrs. Pocock, she put out her hand to him without moving from her place, and it came to him in the course of a minute and in the oddest way that, yes, positively, she was giving him over to ruin. She was all kindness and ease, but she couldn't help so giving him. She was exquisite, and her being just as she was poured for Sarah a sudden rush of meaning into his own equivocations. How could she know how she was hurting him? She wanted to show as simple and humble, in the degree compatible with operative charm, but it was just this that seemed to put him on her side. She struck him as dressed, as arranged, as prepared infinitely to conciliate, with the very poetry of good taste in her view of the conditions of her early call. She was ready to advise about dressmakers and shops. She held herself wholly at the disposition of Chad's family. Strether noticed her card on the table, her coronet and her comtesse, and the imagination was sharp in him of certain private adjustments in Sarah's mind. She had never, he was sure, sat with a comtesse before, and such was the specimen of that class he had been keeping to play on her. She had crossed the sea very particularly for a look at her, but he read in Madame de Vionet's own eyes that this curiosity hadn't been so successfully met as that she herself would now have more than ever need of him. She looked much as she had looked to him that morning at Notre Dame. He noted in fact the suggestive sameness of her discreet and delicate dress. It seemed to speak, perhaps a little prematurely or too finely, of the sense which she would help Mrs. Pocock with the shops. The way that lady took her in, moreover, added depth to his impression of what Miss Gostrey, by their common wisdom, had escaped. He winced as he saw himself, but for that timely prudence, ushering in Maria as a guide and an example. There was, however, a touch of relief for him in his glimpse, so far as he had got it, of Sarah's line. She knew Paris. Madame de Vionnet had, for that matter, lightly taken this up. "Ah, then you've a turn for that, an affinity that belongs to your family. Your brother, though his long experience makes a difference, I admit, has become one of us in a marvellous way." And she appealed to Strether in the manner of a woman who could always glide off with smoothness into another subject. Wasn't he struck with the way Mr. Newsome had made the place his own, and hadn't he been in position to profit by his friend's wondrous expertness? Strether felt the bravery, at least, of her presenting herself so promptly to sound that note, and yet asked himself what other note, after all, she could strike from the moment she presented herself at all. She could meet Mrs. Pocock only on the ground of the obvious, and what feature of Chad's situation was more eminent than the fact that he had created for himself a new set of circumstances? Unless she hid herself altogether, she could show but as one of these, an illustration of his domiciled and indeed of his confirmed condition. And the consciousness of all this, in her charming eyes, was so clear and fine that as she publicly drew him into her boat she produced in him such a silent agitation as he was not to fail afterwards to denounce as pusillanimous. "Ah, don't be so charming to me, for it makes us intimate, and after all what is between us when I've been so tremendously on my guard and have seen you but half a dozen times?" He recognised once more the perverse law that so inveterately governed his poor personal aspects. It would be exactly like the way things always turned out for him that he should affect Mrs. Pocock and Waymarsh as launched in a relation in which he had really never been launched at all. They were at this very moment, they could only be, attributing to him the full licence of it, and all by the operation of her own tone with him, whereas his sole licence had been to cling with intensity to the brink, not to dip so much as a toe into the flood. But the flicker of his fear on this occasion was not, as may be added, to repeat itself. It sprang up for its moment only to die down and then go out for ever. To meet his fellow visitor's invocation and, with Sarah's brilliant eyes on him, answer, was quite sufficiently to step into her boat. During the rest of the time her visit lasted he felt himself proceed to each of the proper offices, successively, for helping to keep the adventurous skiff afloat. It rocked beneath him, but he settled himself in his place, he took up an oar, and since he was to have the credit of pulling, pulled. "That will make it all the pleasanter if it so happens that we do meet," Madame de Vionnet had further observed, in reference to Mrs. Pocock's mention of her initiated state; and she had immediately added that, after all, her hostess couldn't be in need with the good offices of Mr. Strether so close at hand. "It's he, I gather, who has learnt to know his Paris and to love it, better than any one ever before in so short a time, so that between him and your brother, when it comes to the point, how can you possibly want for good guidance? The great thing, Mr. Strether will show you," she smiled, "is just to let oneself go." "Oh, I've not let myself go very far," Strether answered, feeling quite as if he had been called upon to hint to Mrs. Pocock how Parisians could talk. "I'm only afraid of showing I haven't let myself go far enough. I've taken a good deal of time, but I must quite have had the air of not budging from one spot." He looked at Sarah in a manner that he thought she might take as engaging, and he made, under Madame de Vionnet's protection as it were, his first personal point. "What has really happened has been that all the while I've done what I came out for." Yet it only at first gave Madame de Vionnet a chance immediately to take him up. "You've renewed acquaintance with your friend. You've learnt to know him again." She spoke with such cheerful helpfulness that they might, in a common cause, have been calling together and pledged to mutual aid. Waymarsh, at this, as if he had been in question, straightway turned from the window. "Oh yes, Countess, he has renewed acquaintance with me, and he has, I guess, learned something about me, though I don't know how much he has liked it. It's for Strether himself to say whether he has felt it justifies his course." "Oh but you," said the Countess gaily, "are not in the least what he came out for. Is he really, Strether? and I hadn't you at all in my mind. I was thinking of Mr. Newsome, of whom we think so much, and with whom, precisely, Mrs. Pocock has given herself the opportunity to take up threads. What a pleasure for you both," Madame de Vionnet, with her eyes on Sarah, bravely continued. Mrs. Pocock met her handsomely, but Strether quickly saw she meant to accept no version of her movements or plans from any other lips. She required no patronage and no support, which were but other names for a false position. She would show in her own way what she chose to show, and this she expressed with a dry glitter that recalled to him a fine Woollett winter morning. "I've never wanted for opportunities to see my brother. We've many things to think of at home, and great responsibilities and occupations, and our home's not an impossible place. We've plenty of reasons," Sarah continued a little piercingly, "for everything we do." And in short she wouldn't give herself the least little scrap away. But she added as one who was always bland and who could afford a concession, "I've come because we do come." "Ah, then, fortunately," Madame de Vionnet breathed it to the air. 5 minutes later they were on their feet for her to take leave, standing together in an affability that had succeeded in surviving a further exchange of remarks, only with the emphasized appearance on Waymarsh's part of a tendency to revert, in a ruminating manner and as with an instinctive or a precautionary lightening of his tread, to an open window and his point of vantage. The glazed and gilded room, all red damask, ormolu, mirrors, clocks, looked south, and the shutters were bowed upon the summer morning, but the Tuileries garden and what was beyond it, over which the whole place hung, were things visible through gaps, so that the far-spreading presence of Paris came up in coolness, dimness and invitation, in the twinkle of gilt-tipped palings, the crunch of gravel, the click of hoofs, the crack of whips, things that suggested some parade of the circus. "I think it's probable," said Mrs. Pocock, "that I shall have the opportunity of going to my brother's. I've no doubt it's very pleasant indeed." She spoke as to Strether, but her face was turned with an intensity of brightness to Madame de Vionnet, and there was a moment during which, while she thus fronted her, our friend expected to hear her add, "I'm much obliged to you, I'm sure, for inviting me there." He guessed that for 5 seconds those words were on the point of coming. He heard them as clearly as if they had been spoken, but then he presently knew that they had just failed. Knew it by a glance, quick and fine, from Madame de Vionnet, which told him that she too had felt them in the air, but that the point had luckily not been made in any manner requiring notice. This left her free to reply only to what had been said. "That the Boulevard Malesherbes may be common ground for us offers me the best prospect I see for the pleasure of meeting you again." "Oh, I shall come to see you, since you've been so good," and Mrs. Pocock looked her invader well in the eyes. The flush in Sarah's cheeks had by this time settled to a small, definite, crimson spot that was not without its own bravery. She held her head a good deal up, and it came to Strether that of the two, at this moment, she was the one who most carried out the idea of a countess. He quite took in, however, that she would really return her visitor's civility. She wouldn't report again at Woollett without at least so much producible history as that in her pocket. "I want extremely to be able to show you my little daughter," Madame de Vionnet went on, "and I should have brought her with me if I hadn't wished first to ask your leave. I was in hopes I should perhaps find Miss Pocock, of whose being with you I've heard from Mr. Newsome, and whose acquaintance I should so much like my child to make. If I have the pleasure of seeing her, and you do permit it, I shall venture to ask her to be kind to Jeanne. Mr. Strether will tell you," she beautifully kept it up, "that my poor girl is gentle and good and rather lonely. They've made friends, he and she, ever so happily, and he doesn't, I believe, think ill of her. As for Jeanne herself, he has had the same success with her that I know he has had here wherever he has turned." She seemed to ask him for permission to say these things, or seemed rather to take it, softly and happily, with the ease of intimacy, for granted; and he had quite the consciousness now that not to meet her at any point more than halfway would be odiously, basely to abandon her. Yes, he was with her, and, opposed even in this covert, this semi-safe fashion to those who were not, he felt strangely and confusedly, but excitedly, inspiringly, how much and how far. It was as if he had positively waited in suspense for something from her that would let him in deeper, so that he might show her how he could take it. And what did in fact come as she drew out a little her farewell served sufficiently the purpose. As his success is a matter that I'm sure he'll never mention for himself, I feel, you see, the less scruple, which it's very good of me to say, you know, by the way," she added as she addressed herself to him, "considering how little direct advantage I've gained from your triumphs with me." "When does one ever see you? I wait at home and I languish. You'll have rendered me the service, Mrs. Pocock, at least," she wound up, "of giving me one of my much too rare glimpses of this gentleman." "I certainly should be sorry to deprive you of anything that seems so much, as you describe it, your natural due. Mr. Strether and I are very old friends," Sarah allowed, "but the privilege of his society isn't a thing I shall quarrel about with any one." "And yet, dear Sarah," he freely broke in, "I feel, when I hear you say that you don't quite do justice to the important truth of the extent to which, as you're also mine, I'm your natural due. I should like much better," he laughed, "to see you fight for me." She met him, Mrs. Pocock, on this, with an arrest of speech, with a certain breathlessness, as he immediately fancied, on the score of a freedom for which she wasn't quite prepared. It had flared up, for all the harm he had intended by it, because, confoundedly, he didn't want any more to be afraid about her than he wanted to be afraid about Madame de Vionnet. He had never, naturally, called her anything but Sarah at home, and though he had perhaps never quite so markedly invoked her as his "dear," that was somehow partly because no occasion had hitherto laid so effective a trap for it. But something admonished him now that it was too late, unless indeed it were possibly too early, and that he at any rate shouldn't have pleased Mrs. Pocock the more by it. "Well, Mr. Strether," she murmured with vagueness, yet with sharpness, while her crimson spot burned a trifle brighter, and he was aware that this must be for the present the limit of her response. Madame de Vionnet had already, however, come to his aid, and Waymarsh, as if for further participation, moved again back to them. It was true that the aid rendered by Madame de Vionnet was questionable. It was a sign that, for all one might confess to with her, and for all she might complain of not enjoying, she could still insidiously show how much of the material of conversation had accumulated between them. "The real truth is, you know, that you sacrifice one without mercy to dear old Maria. She leaves no room in your life for anybody else. Do you know," she inquired of Mrs. Pocock, "about dear old Maria? The worst is that Miss Gostrey is really a wonderful woman." "Oh yes indeed," Strether answered for her. "Mrs. Pocock knows about Miss Gostrey. Your mother, Sarah, must have told you about her. Your mother knows everything," he sturdily pursued. "And I cordially admit," he added with his conscious gaiety of courage, "that she's as wonderful a woman as you like." "Ah, it isn't I who 'like,' dear Mr. Strether, anything to do with the matter," Sarah Pocock promptly protested, "and I'm by no means sure I have, from my mother or any one else, a notion of whom you're talking about." "Well, he won't let you see her, you know," Madame de Vionnet sympathetically threw in. "He never lets me, old friends as we are, I mean as I am with Maria. He reserves her for his best hours, keeps her consummately to himself, only gives us others the crumbs of the feast." "Well, Countess, I've had some of the crumbs," Waymarsh observed with weight and covering her with his large look, which led her to break in before he could go on. "Comment donc? He shares her with you?" she exclaimed in droll stupefaction. "Take care you don't have, before you go much further, rather more of all ces dames than you may know what to do with." But he only continued in his massive way. "I can post you about the lady, Mrs. Pocock, so far as you may care to hear. I've seen her quite a number of times, and I was practically present when they made acquaintance. I've kept my eye on her right along, but I don't know as there's any real harm in that." "Harm?" Madame de Vionnet quickly echoed. "Why, she's the dearest and cleverest of all the clever and dear." "Well, you run her pretty close, Countess," Waymarsh returned with spirit, "though there's no doubt she's pretty well up in things. She knows her way round Europe. Above all, there's no doubt she does love Strether." "Ah, but we all do that. We all love Strether. It isn't a merit," their fellow visitor laughed, keeping to her idea with a good conscience, at which our friend was aware that he marvelled, though he trusted also for it, as he met her exquisitely expressive eyes, to some later light. The prime effect of her tone, however, and it was a truth which his own eyes gave back to her in sad ironic play, could only be to make him feel that, to say such things to a man in public, a woman must practically think of him as 90 years old. He had turned awkwardly, responsively red, he knew, at her mention of Maria Gostrey. Sarah Pocock's presence, the particular quality of it, had made this inevitable, and then he had grown still redder in proportion as he hated to have shown anything at all. He felt indeed that he was showing much, as, uncomfortably and almost in pain, he offered up his redness to Waymarsh, who strangely enough seemed now to be looking at him with a certain explanatory yearning. Something deep, something built on their old relation, passed in this complexity between them. He got the side wind of a loyalty that stood behind all actual queer questions. Waymarsh's dry bare humour, as it gave itself to be taken, gloomed out to demand justice. "Well, if you talk of Miss Barrace I've my chance too," it appeared stiffly to nod, and it granted that it was giving him away, but struggled to add that it did so only to save him. The sombre glow stared it at him till it fairly sounded out. "To save you, poor old man, to save you in spite of yourself." Yet it was somehow just this communication that showed him to himself as more than ever lost. Still another result of it was to put before him as never yet that between his comrade and the interest represented by Sarah there was already a basis. Beyond all question now, yes, Waymarsh had been in occult relation with Mrs. Newsome. Out it all came in the very effort of his face. "Yes, you're feeling my hand," he as good as proclaimed it, "but only because this at least I shall have got out of the damned old world, that I shall have picked up the pieces into which it has caused you to crumble." It was as if, in short, after an instant, Strether had not only had it from him, but had recognised that so far as this went, the instant had cleared the air. Our friend understood and approved; he had the sense that they wouldn't otherwise speak of it. This would be all, and it would mark in himself a kind of intelligent generosity. It was with grim Sarah then, Sarah grim for all her grace, that Waymarsh had begun at 10 o'clock in the morning to save him. Well, if he could, poor dear man, with his big bleak kindness. The upshot of which crowded perception was that Strether, on his own side, still showed no more than he absolutely had to. He showed the least possible by saying to Mrs. Pocock after an interval much briefer than our glance at the picture reflected in him, "Oh, it's as true as they please. There's no Miss Gostrey for any one but me. Not the least little peep. I keep her to myself." "Well, it's very good of you to notify me," Sarah replied without looking at him, and thrown for a moment by this discrimination, as the direction of her eyes showed, upon a dimly desperate little community with Madame de Vionnet. "But I hope I shan't miss her too much." Madame de Vionnet instantly rallied. "And you know, though it might occur to one, it isn't in the least that he's ashamed of her. She's really, in a way, extremely good-looking." "Ah, but extremely," Strether laughed, while he wondered at the odd part he found thus imposed on him. It continued to be so by every touch from Madame de Vionnet. "Well, as I say, you know, I wish you would keep me a little more to yourself. Couldn't you name some day for me, some hour, and better soon than late? I'll be at home whenever it best suits you. There, I can't say fairer." Strether thought a moment while Waymarsh and Mrs. Pocock affected him as standing attentive. "I did lately call on you, last week, while Chad was out of town." "Yes, and I was away, as it happened too. You choose your moments well. "But don't wait for my next absence, for I shan't make another," Madame de Vionnet declared, "while Mrs. Pocock's here." "That vow needn't keep you long, fortunately," Sarah observed with reasserted suavity. "I shall be at present but a short time in Paris. I have my plans for other countries. I meet a number of charming friends," and her voice seemed to caress that description of these persons. "Ah then," her visitor cheerfully replied, "all the more reason. To-morrow, for instance, or the next day?" she continued to Strether. "Tuesday would do for me beautifully." "Tuesday then with pleasure." "And at 5:30? Or at 6?" It was ridiculous, but Mrs. Pocock and Waymarsh struck him as fairly waiting for his answer. It was indeed as if they were arranged, gathered for a performance, the performance of "Europe" by his confederate and himself. Well, the performance could only go on. "Say 5:45." 5:45. Good. And now at last Madame de Vionnet must leave them, though it carried for herself the performance a little further. "I did hope so much also to see Miss Pocock. Mayn't I still?" Sarah hesitated, but she rose equal. "She'll return your visit with me. She's at present out with Mr. Pocock and my brother." "I see. Of course Mr. Newsome has everything to show them. He has told me so much about her. My great desire's to give my daughter the opportunity of making her acquaintance. I'm always on the lookout for such chances for her. If I didn't bring her to-day it was only to make sure first that you'd let me." After which the charming woman risked a more intense appeal. "It wouldn't suit you also to mention some near time, so that we shall be sure not to lose you?" Strether, on his side, waited, for Sarah likewise had after all to perform, and it occupied him to have been thus reminded that she had stayed at home, and on her first morning of Paris, while Chad led the others forth. Oh, she was up to her eyes. If she had stayed at home she had stayed by an understanding, arrived at the evening before, that Waymarsh would come and find her alone. This was beginning well, for a first day in Paris, and the thing might be amusing yet. But Madame de Vionnet's earnestness was meanwhile beautiful. "You may think me indiscreet, but I've such a desire my Jeanne shall know an American girl of the really delightful kind. You see, I throw myself for it on your charity." The manner of this speech gave Strether such a sense of depths below it and behind it as he hadn't yet had, ministered in a way that almost frightened him to his dim divinations of reasons. But if Sarah still, in spite of it, faltered, this was why he had time for a sign of sympathy with her petitioner. "Let me say then, dear lady, to back your plea, that Miss Mamie is of the most delightful kind of all, is charming among the charming." Even Waymarsh, though with more to produce on the subject, could get into motion in time. "Yes, Countess, the American girl's a thing that your country must at least allow ours the privilege to say we can show you. But her full beauty is only for those who know how to make use of her." "Ah then," smiled Madame de Vionnet, "that's exactly what I want to do. I'm sure she has much to teach us." It was wonderful, but what was scarce less so was that Strether found himself, by the quick effect of it, moved another way. "Oh, that may be. But don't speak of your own exquisite daughter, you know, as if she weren't pure perfection. I at least won't take that from you. Mademoiselle de Vionnet," he explained with considerable form to Mrs. Pocock, "is pure perfection. Mademoiselle de Vionnet is exquisite." It had been perhaps a little portentous, but "Ah?" Sarah simply glittered. Waymarsh himself, for that matter, apparently recognised, in respect to the facts, the need of a larger justice, and he had with it an inclination to Sarah. "Miss Jane's strikingly handsome, in the regular French style." It somehow made both Strether and Madame de Vionnet laugh out, though at the very moment he caught in Sarah's eyes, as glancing at the speaker, a vague but unmistakable "You too?" It made Waymarsh in fact look consciously over her head. Madame de Vionnet meanwhile, however, made her point in her own way. "I wish indeed I could offer you my poor child as a dazzling attraction. It would make one's position simple enough. She's as good as she can be, but of course she's different, And the question is now, in the light of the way things seem to go, if she isn't after all too different. Too different, I mean, from the splendid type every one is so agreed that your wonderful country produces. On the other hand, of course, Mr. Newsome, who knows it so well, has, as a good friend, dear kind man that he is, done everything he can to keep us from fatal benightedness for my small shy creature. Well," she wound up after Mrs. Pocock had signified, in a murmur still a little stiff, that she would speak to her own young charge on the question, "well, we shall sit, my child and I, and wait and wait and wait for you." But her last fine turn was for Strether. "Do speak of us in such a way—" "As that something can't but come of it? Oh, something shall come of it. I take a great interest," he further declared; and in proof of it, the next moment, he had gone with her down to her carriage. End of Book Eighth, Chapter 3. Book Ninth, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "The difficulty is," Strether said to Madame de Vionnet a couple of days later, "that I can't surprise them into the smallest sign of his not being the same old Chad they've been for the last 3 years glowering at across the sea. They simply won't give any, and as a policy, you know, what you call a parti pris, a deep game, that's positively remarkable." It was so remarkable that our friend had pulled up before his hostess with the vision of it. He had risen from his chair at the end of 10 minutes and had begun, as a help not to worry, to move about before her quite as he moved before Maria. He had kept his appointment with her to the minute, and had been intensely impatient, though divided in truth between the sense of having everything to tell her and the sense of having nothing at all. The short interval had, in the face of their complication, multiplied his impressions, it being meanwhile to be noted, moreover, that he already, frankly, already almost publicly, viewed the complication as common to them. If Madame de Vionnet, under Sarah's eyes, had pulled him into her boat, there was by this time no doubt whatever that he had remained in it, and that what he really had most been conscious of for many hours together was the movement of the vessel itself. They were in it together this moment as they hadn't yet been, and he hadn't at present uttered the least of the words of alarm or remonstrance that had died on his lips at the hotel. He had other things to say to her than that she had put him in a position. So quickly had his position grown to affect him as quite excitingly, altogether richly inevitable. That the outlook, however, given the point of exposure, hadn't cleared up half so much as he had reckoned was the first warning she received from him on his arrival. She had replied with indulgence that he was in too great a hurry, and had remarked soothingly that if she knew how to be patient surely he might be. He felt her presence on the spot, he felt her tone and everything about her, as an aid to that effort, and it was perhaps one of the proofs of her success with him that he seemed so much to take his ease while they talked. By the time he had explained to her why his impressions, though multiplied, still baffled him, it was as if he had been familiarly talking for hours. They baffled him because Sarah—well, Sarah was deep, deeper than she had ever yet had a chance to show herself. He didn't say that this was partly the effect of her opening so straight down, as it were, into her mother, and that, given Mrs. Newsome's profundity, the shaft thus sunk might well have a reach. But he wasn't without a resigned apprehension that at such a rate of confidence between the two women he was likely soon to be moved to show how already, at moments, it had been for him as if he were dealing directly with Mrs. Newsome. Sarah, to a certainty, would have begun herself to feel it in him, and this naturally put it in her power to torment him the more. From the moment she knew he could be tormented. "But why can you be?" His companion was surprised at his use of the word. "Because I'm made so. I think of everything." "Ah, one must never do that," she smiled. "One must think of as few things as possible." "Then," he answered, "one must pick them out right. But all I mean is, for I express myself with violence, that she's in a position to watch me. There's an element of suspense for me, and she can see me wriggle. But my wriggling doesn't matter," he pursued. "I can bear it. Besides, I shall wriggle out." The picture at any rate stirred in her an appreciation that he felt to be sincere. "I don't see how a man can be kinder to a woman than you are to me." Well, kind was what he wanted to be, yet even while her charming eyes rested on him with the truth of this, he none the less had his humour of honesty. "When I say suspense, I mean, you know," he laughed, "suspense about my own case too." "Oh yes, about your own case too." It diminished his magnanimity, but she only looked at him the more tenderly. "Not, however," he went on, "that I want to talk to you about that. It's my own little affair, and I mentioned it simply as part of Mrs. Pocock's advantage." No, no, though there was a queer present temptation in it, and his suspense was so real that to fidget was a relief. He wouldn't talk to her about Mrs. Newsome, wouldn't work off on her the anxiety produced in him by Sarah's calculated omissions of reference. The effect she produced of representing her mother had been produced, and that was just the immense, the uncanny part of it, without her having so much as mentioned that lady. She had brought no message, had alluded to no question, had only answered his inquiries with hopeless limited propriety. She had invented a way of meeting them, as if he had been a polite perfunctory poor relation of distant degree, that made them almost ridiculous in him. He couldn't, moreover, on his own side, ask much without appearing to publish how he had lately lacked news, a circumstance of which it was Sarah's profound policy not to betray a suspicion. These things, all the same, he wouldn't breathe to Madame de Vionnet, much as they might make him walk up and down. And what he didn't say, as well as what she didn't, for she had also her high decencies, enhanced the effect of his being there with her at the end of 10 minutes more intimately on the basis of saving her than he had yet had occasion to be. It ended in fact by being quite beautiful between them, the number of things they had a manifest consciousness of not saying. He would have liked to turn her, critically, to the subject of Mrs. Pocock, but he so stuck to the line he felt to be the point of honour and of delicacy that he scarce even asked her what her personal impression had been. He knew it, for that matter, without putting her to trouble. That she wondered how, with such elements, Sarah could still have no charm was one of the principal things she held her tongue about. Strether would have been interested in her estimate of the elements, indubitably there, some of them, and to be appraised according to taste, but he denied himself even the luxury of this diversion. The way Madame de Vionnet affected him today was in itself a kind of demonstration of the happy employment of gifts. How could a woman think Sarah had charm who struck one as having arrived at it herself by such different roads? On the other hand, of course, Sarah wasn't obliged to have it. He felt as if somehow Madame de Vionnet was. The great question, meanwhile, was what Chad thought of his sister, which was naturally ushered in by that of Sarah's apprehension of Chad. That they could talk of, and with a freedom purchased by their discretion in other senses. The difficulty, however, was that they were reduced as yet to conjecture. He had given them in the day or two as little of a lead as Sarah, and Madame de Vionnet mentioned that she hadn't seen him since his sister's arrival. "And does that strike you as such an age?" She met it in all honesty. "Oh, I won't pretend I don't miss him. Sometimes I see him every day. Our friendship's like that, and make what you will of it," she whimsically smiled, a little flicker of the kind, occasional in her, that had more than once moved him to wonder what he might best make of her. "But he's perfectly right," she hastened to add, "and I wouldn't have him fail in any way at present for the world. I'd sooner not see him for 3 months. I begged him to be beautiful to them, and he fully feels it for himself." Strether turned away under his quick perception. She was so odd a mixture of lucidity and mystery. She fell in at moments with the theory about her he most cherished, and she seemed at others to blow it into air. She spoke now as if her art were all an innocence, and then again as if her innocence were all an art. "Oh, he's giving himself up, and he'll do so to the end. How can he but want, now that it's within reach, his full impression, which is much more important, you know, than either yours or mine, "But he's just soaking," Strether said as he came back. "He's going in conscientiously for a saturation. I'm bound to say he is very good." "Ah," she quietly replied, "to whom do you say it?" And then more quietly still, "He's capable of anything." Strether more than reaffirmed. "Oh, he's excellent. I more and more like," he insisted, "to see him with them," though the oddity of this tone between them grew sharper for him even while they spoke. It placed the young man so before them as the result of her interest and the product of her genius, acknowledged so her part in the phenomenon, and made the phenomenon so rare that more than ever yet he might have been on the very point of asking her for some more detailed account of the whole business than he had yet received from her. The occasion almost forced upon him some question as to how she had managed, and as to the appearance such miracles presented from her own singularly close place of survey. The moment in fact however passed, giving way to more present history, and he continued simply to mark his appreciation of the happy truth. "It's a tremendous comfort to feel how one can trust him." And then again, while for a little she said nothing, as if after all to her trust there might be a special limit, "I mean for making a good show to them." "Yes," she thoughtfully returned, "but if they shut their eyes to it?" Strether for an instant had his own thought. "Well, perhaps that won't matter." "You mean because he probably, do what they will, won't like them?" "Oh, do what they will. They won't do much, especially if Sarah hasn't more than one has yet made out, to give." Madame de Vionnet weighed it. "Ah, she has all her grace." It was a statement over which for a little they could look at each other sufficiently straight, and though it produced no protest from Strether, the effect was somehow as if he had treated it as a joke. "She may be persuasive and caressing with him. She may be eloquent beyond words. She may get hold of him," she wound up, "well, as neither you nor I have." "Yes, she may," and now Strether smiled. "But he has spent all his time each day with Jim. He's still showing Jim around." She visibly wondered. "Then how about Jim?" Strether took a turn before he answered. "Hasn't he given you Jim? Hasn't he before this done him for you?" He was a little at a loss. "Doesn't he tell you things?" She hesitated. "No," and their eyes once more gave and took. "Not as you do. You somehow make me see them, or at least feel them. And I haven't asked too much," she added. "I'd of late wanted so not to worry him." "Ah, for that, so have I," he said with encouraging assent; so that, as if she had answered everything, they were briefly sociable on it. It threw him back on his other thought, with which he took another turn, stopping again, however, presently with something of a glow. "You see, Jim's really immense. I think it will be Jim who'll do it." She wondered. "Get hold of him?" "No, just the other thing. Counteract Sarah's spell." And he showed now, our friend, how far he had worked it out. "Jim's intensely cynical." "Oh dear Jim!" Madame de Vionnet vaguely smiled. "Yes, literally, dear Jim. He's awful. What he wants, heaven forgive him, is to help us." "You mean," she was eager, "help me?" "Well, Chad and me in the first place. But he throws you in too, though without as yet seeing you much. Only, so far as he does see you, if you don't mind, he sees you as awful." "Awful?" She wanted it all. "A regular bad one, though of course of a tremendously superior kind. Dreadful, delightful, irresistible." "Ah dear Jim, I should like to know him. I must." "Yes, naturally. But will it do? You may, you know," Strether suggested, "disappoint him." She was droll and humble about it. "I can but try. But my wickedness then," she went on, "is my recommendation for him?" "Your wickedness and the charms with which, in such a degree as yours, he associates it. He understands, you see, that Chad and I have above all wanted to have a good time, and his view is simple and sharp. Nothing will persuade him, in the light, that is, of my behaviour, that I really didn't, quite as much as Chad, come over to have one before it was too late. He wouldn't have expected it of me, but men of my age at Woollett, and especially the least likely ones, have been noted as liable to strange outbreaks, belated uncanny clutches at the unusual, the ideal. It's an effect that a lifetime of Woollett has quite been observed as having, and I thus give it to you in Jim's view for what it's worth. Now, his wife and his mother-in-law," Strether continued to explain, "have, as in honour bound, no patience with such phenomena late or early, which puts Jim, as against his relatives, on the other side. Besides," he added, "I don't think he really wants Chad back. If Chad doesn't come, he'll have," Madame de Vionnet quite apprehended, "more of the free hand?" "Well, Chad's the bigger man." "So he'll work now en dessous to keep him quiet?" "No, he won't work at all, and he won't do anything en dessous. He's very decent and won't be a traitor in the camp. But he'll be amused with his own little view of our duplicity. He'll sniff up what he supposes to be Paris from morning till night, and he'll be, as to the rest, for Chad, well, just what he is." She thought it over. "A warning?" He met it almost with glee. "You are as wonderful as everybody says." And then to explain what he meant. "I drove him about for his first hour, and do you know what, all beautifully unconscious, he most put before me? Why, that something like that is at bottom, as an improvement to his present state, as in fact the real redemption of it, what they think it may not be too late to make of our friend." With which, as taking it in, she seemed in her recurrent alarm bravely to gaze at the possibility, he completed his statement. "But it is too late, thanks to you." It drew from her again one of her indefinite reflections. "Oh, me, after all." He stood before her so exhilarated by his demonstration that he could fairly be jocular. "Everything's comparative. You're better than that." "You," she could but answer him, "are better than anything." But she had another thought. "Will Mrs. Pocock come to me?" "Oh yes, she'll do that. As soon, that is, as my friend Waymarsh—her friend now—leaves her leisure." She showed an interest. "Is he so much her friend as that?" "Why, didn't you see it all at the hotel?" "Oh," she was amused. "All is a good deal to say. I don't know, I forget. I lost myself in her." "You were splendid," Strether returned. "But all isn't a good deal to say. It's only a little. Yet it's charming so far as it goes. She wants a man to herself." "And hasn't she got you?" "Do you think she looked at me, or even at you, as if she had?" Strether easily dismissed that irony. "Every one, you see, must strike her as having somebody. You've got Chad, and Chad has got you." "I see." She made of it what she could. "And you've got Maria." Well, he on his side accepted that. "I've got Maria, and Maria has got me. So it goes." "But Mr. Jim, whom has he got?" "Oh, he has got—or it's as if he had—the whole place." "But for Mr. Waymarsh," she recalled, "isn't Miss Barrace before any one else?" He shook his head. "Miss Barrace is a raffinée, and her amusement won't lose by Mrs. Pocock. It will rather gain, especially if Sarah triumphs and she comes in for a view of it." "How well you know us!" Madame de Vionnet at this frankly sighed. "No, it seems to me it's we that I know. I know Sarah. It's perhaps on that ground only that my feet are firm. Waymarsh will take her round while Chad takes Jim, and I shall be, I assure you, delighted for both of them. Sarah will have had what she requires. She will have paid her tribute to the ideal, and he will have done about the same. In Paris it's in the air, so what can one do less? If there's a point that, beyond any other, Sarah wants to make, it's that she didn't come out to be narrow. We shall feel at least that." "Oh," she sighed, "the quantity we seem likely to feel! But what becomes, in these conditions, of the girl?" "Of Mamie? If we're all provided? Ah, for that," said Strether, "you can trust Chad." "To be, you mean, all right to her?" "To pay her every attention as soon as he has polished off Jim. He wants what Jim can give him, and what Jim really won't, though he has had it all, and more than all, from me. He wants, in short, his own personal impression, and he'll get it, strong. But as soon as he's got it, Mamie won't suffer." "Oh, Mamie mustn't suffer," Madame de Vionnet soothingly emphasised. But Strether could reassure her. "Don't fear. As soon as he has done with Jim, Jim will fall to me, and then you'll see." It was as if in a moment she saw already, yet she still waited. Then, "Is she really quite charming?" she asked. He had got up with his last words and gathered in his hat and gloves. "I don't know. I'm watching. I'm studying the case, as it were, and I dare say I shall be able to tell you." She wondered. "Is it a case?" "Yes, I think so. At any rate, I shall see." "But haven't you known her before?" "Yes," he smiled. "But somehow at home she wasn't a case. She has become one since." It was as if he made it out for himself. "She has become one here." "So very, very soon?" He measured it, laughing. "Not sooner than I did." "And you became one?" "Very, very soon. The day I arrived." Her intelligent eyes showed her thought of it. "Ah, but the day you arrived you met Maria. Whom has Miss Pocock met?" He paused again, but he brought it out. "Hasn't she met Chad?" "Certainly, but not for the first time. He's an old friend." At which Strether had a slow, amused, significant headshake that made her go on. "You mean that for her at least he's a new person? That she sees him as different?" "She sees him as different." "And how does she see him?" Strether gave it up. "How can one tell how a deep little girl sees a deep young man?" "Is every one so deep? Is she too?" "So it strikes me. Deeper than I thought. But wait a little. Between us we'll make it out. You'll judge for that matter yourself." Madame de Vionnet looked for the moment fairly bent on the chance. "Then she will come with her? I mean Mamie with Mrs. Pocock?" "Certainly. Her curiosity, if nothing else, will in any case work that. But leave it all to Chad." "Ah," wailed Madame de Vionnet, turning away a little wearily, "the things I leave to Chad!" The tone of it made him look at her with a kindness that showed his vision of her suspense. But he fell back on his confidence. "Oh well, trust him. Trust him all the way." He had indeed no sooner so spoken than the queer displacement of his point of view appeared again to come up for him in the very sound, which drew from him a short laugh, immediately checked. He became still more advisory. "When they do come, give them plenty of Miss Jeanne. Let Mamie see her well." She looked for a moment as if she placed them face to face. "For Mamie to hate her?" He had another one of his corrective headshakes. "Mamie won't. Trust them." She looked at him hard, and then as if it were what she must always come back to. "It's you I trust. But I was sincere," she said, "at the hotel. I do want my child." "Well?" Strether waited with deference while she appeared to hesitate as to how to put it. "Well, to do what she can for me." Strether for a little met her eyes on it, after which something that might have been unexpected to her came from him. Poor little duck! Not more expected for himself indeed might well have been her echo of it. Poor little duck! But she immensely wants herself, she said, to see our friend's cousin. "Is that what she thinks her?" "It's what we call the young lady." He thought again, then with a laugh, "Well, your daughter will help you." And now at last he took leave of her, as he had been intending for 5 minutes. But she went part of the way with him, accompanying him out of the room and into the next and the next. Her noble old apartment offered a succession of 3, the first 2 of which indeed, on entering, smaller than the last, but each with its faded and formal air, enlarged the office of the antechamber and enriched the sense of approach. Strether fancied them, liked them, and passing through them with her more slowly now, met a sharp renewal of his original impression. He stopped, he looked back. The whole thing made a vista, which he found high melancholy and sweet, full once more of dim historic shades, of the faint far-away cannon roar of the great empire. It was doubtless half the projection of his mind, but his mind was a thing that, among old wax parquets, pale shades of pink and green, pseudo-classic candelabra, he had always needfully to reckon with. They could easily make him irrelevant. The oddity, the originality, the poetry, he didn't know what to call it, of Chad's connection reaffirmed for him its romantic side. "They ought to see this, you know. They must." "The Pococks?" She looked about in deprecation. She seemed to see gaps he didn't. "Mamie and Sarah. Mamie in particular." "My shabby old place? But their things." "Oh, their things. You were talking of what will do something for you." "So that it strikes you," she broke in, "that my poor place may? Oh," she ruefully mused, "that would be desperate." "Do you know what I wish?" he went on. "I wish Mrs. Newsome herself could have a look." She stared, missing a little his logic. "It would make a difference?" Her tone was so earnest that as he continued to look about her he laughed. "It might." "But you've told her, you tell me." "All about you? Yes, a wonderful story. But there's all the indescribable, what one gets only on the spot." "Thank you," she charmingly and sadly smiled. "It's all about me here," he freely continued. "Mrs. Newsome feels things." But she seemed doomed always to come back to doubt. "No one feels so much as you. No, not any one." "So much the worse then for every one. It's very easy." They were by this time in the antechamber, still alone together, as she hadn't rung for a servant. The antechamber was high and square, grave and suggestive too, a little cold and slippery even in summer, and with a few old prints that were precious, Strether divined, on the walls. He stood in the middle, slightly lingering, vaguely directing his glasses, while, leaning against the door-post of the room, she gently pressed her cheek to the side of the recess. "You would have been a friend." "I?" It startled him a little. "For the reason you say. You're not stupid." And then abruptly, as if bringing it out were somehow founded on that fact, "We're marrying Jeanne." It affected him on the spot as a move in a game, and he was even then not without the sense that that wasn't the way Jeanne should be married. But he quickly showed his interest, though, as quickly afterwards struck him, with an absurd confusion of mind. "You and not Chad?" Of course it was the child's father who made the "we," but to the child's father it would have cost him an effort to allude. Yet didn't it seem the next minute that Monsieur de Vionnet was after all not in question, since she had gone on to say that it was indeed to Chad she referred, and that he had been in the whole matter kindness itself. "If I must tell you all, it is he himself who has put us in the way. I mean in the way of an opportunity that, so far as I can yet see, is all I could possibly have dreamed of. For all the trouble Monsieur de Vionnet will ever take." It was the first time she had spoken to him of her husband, and he couldn't have expressed how much more intimate with her it suddenly made him feel. It wasn't much, in truth. There were other things in what she was saying that were far more. But it was as if, while they stood there together so easily in these cold chambers of the past, the single touch had shown the reach of her confidence. "But our friend," she asked, "hasn't then told you?" "He has told me nothing." "Well, it has come with rather a rush, all in a very few days, and hasn't moreover taken a form that permits an announcement. It's only for you, absolutely you alone, that I speak. I so want you to know." The sense he had so often had, since the first hour of his disembarkment, of being further and further "in," treated him again at this moment to another twinge, but in this wonderful way of her putting him in there continued to be something exquisitely remorseless. "Monsieur de Vionnet will accept what he must accept. He has proposed half a dozen things, each one more impossible than the other, and he wouldn't have found this if he lives to 100. Chad found it," she continued, with her lighted, faintly flushed, her conscious confidential face, "in the quietest way in the world. Or rather it found him, for everything finds him. I mean finds him right. You'll think we do such things strangely, but at my age," she smiled, "one has to accept one's conditions." Our young man's people had seen her. One of his sisters, a charming woman, we know all about them, had observed her somewhere with me. She had spoken to her brother, turned him on. And we were again observed, poor Jeanne and I, without our in the least knowing it. It was at the beginning of the winter. It went on for some time. It outlasted our absence. It began again on our return, and it luckily seems all right. The young man had met Chad, and he got a friend to approach him, as having a decent interest in us. Mr. Newsome looked well before he left. He kept beautifully quiet and satisfied himself fully. Then only he spoke. It's what has for some time past occupied us. It seems as if it were what would do, really, really all one could wish. There are only 2 or 3 points to be settled. They depend on her father. But this time I think we're safe. Strether, consciously gaping a little, had fairly hung upon her lips. I hope so with all my heart. And then he permitted itself. Does nothing depend on her? Ah, naturally, everything did. But she's pleased comme tout. She has been perfectly free, and he, our young friend, is really a combination. I quite adore him. Strether just made sure. You mean your future son-in-law? Future if we all bring it off. Ah, well, said Strether decorously, I heartily hope you may. There seemed little else for him to say, though her communication had the oddest effect on him. Vaguely and confusedly he was troubled by it, feeling as if he had even himself been concerned in something deep and dim. He had allowed for depths, but these were greater, and it was as if oppressively, indeed absurdly, he was responsible for what they had now thrown up to the surface. It was, through something ancient and cold in it, what he would have called the real thing. In short, his hostess's news, though he couldn't have explained why, was a sensible shock, and his oppression a weight he felt he must somehow or other immediately get rid of. There were too many connections missing to make it tolerable he should do anything else. He was prepared to suffer, before his own inner tribunal, for Chad. He was prepared to suffer even for Madame de Vionnet. But he wasn't prepared to suffer for the little girl. So now, having said the proper thing, he wanted to get away. She held him an instant, however, with another appeal. Do I seem to you very awful? Awful? Why so? But he called it to himself, even as he spoke, his biggest insincerity yet. Our arrangements are so different from yours. Mine? Oh, he could dismiss that too. I haven't any arrangements. Then you must accept mine, all the more that they're excellent. They're founded on a vieille sagesse. There will be much more, if all goes well, for you to hear and to know, and everything, believe me, for you to like. Don't be afraid. You'll be satisfied. Thus she could talk to him of what? Of her innermost life, for that was what it came to. He must accept. Thus she could extraordinarily speak, as if in such an affair his being satisfied had an importance. It was all a wonder, and made the whole case larger. He had struck himself at the hotel, before Sarah and Waymarsh, as being in her boat. But where on earth was he now? This question was in the air till her own lips quenched it with another. And do you suppose he, who loves her so, would do anything reckless or cruel? He wondered what he supposed. Do you mean your young man? I mean yours. I mean Mr. Newsome. It flashed for Strether the next moment a finer light, and the light deepened as she went on. He takes, thank God, the truest, tenderest interest in her. It deepened indeed. Oh, I'm sure of that. You were talking, she said, about one's trusting him. You see then how I do. He waited a moment. It all came. I see, I see. He felt he really did see. He wouldn't hurt her for the world, nor, assuming she marries at all, risk anything that might make against her happiness. And willingly, at least, he would never hurt me. Her face, with what he had by this time grasped, told him more than her words. Whether something had come into it, or whether he only read clearer her whole story, what at least he then took for such, reached out to him from it. With the initiative she now attributed to Chad, it all made a sense, and this sense, a light, a lead, was what had abruptly risen before him. He wanted once more to get off with these things, which was at last made easy, a servant having, for his assistance, on hearing voices in the hall, just come forward. All that Strether had made out was, while the man opened the door and impersonally waited, summed up in his last word. "I don't think, you know, Chad will tell me anything." "No, perhaps not yet." "And I won't as yet speak to him." "Ah, that's as you'll think best. You must judge." She had finally given him her hand, which he held a moment. "How much I have to judge!" "Everything," said Madame de Vionnet; a remark that was indeed, with the refined, disguised, suppressed passion of her face, what he most carried away. End of Book Ninth, Chapter 1. Book Ninth, Chapter 2 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. So far as the direct approach was concerned, Sarah had neglected him. For the week now about to end, with the civil consistency of chill, that, giving him a higher idea of her social resource, threw him back on the general reflection that a woman could always be amazing. It indeed helped a little to console him that he felt sure she had for the same period also left Chad's curiosity hanging, though on the other hand, for his personal relief, Chad could at least go through the various motions, and he made them extraordinarily numerous, of seeing she had a good time. There wasn't a motion on which, in her presence, poor Strether could so much as venture, and all he could do when he was out of it was to walk over for a talk with Maria. He walked over, of course, much less than usual, but he found a special compensation in a certain half-hour during which, toward the close of a crowded, empty, expensive day, his several companions seemed to him so disposed of as to give his forms and usages a rest. He had been with them in the morning, and had nevertheless called on the Pococks in the afternoon, but their whole group, he then found, had dispersed after a fashion of which it would amuse Miss Gostrey to hear. He was sorry again, gratefully sorry she was so out of it, she who had really put him in, but she had fortunately always her appetite for news. The pure flame of the disinterested burned in her cave of treasures as a lamp in a Byzantine vault. It was just now, as happened, that for so fine a sense as hers a near view would have begun to pay. Within 3 days precisely, the situation on which he was to report had showed signs of an equilibrium. The effect of his look-in at the hotel was to confirm this appearance. If the equilibrium might only prevail! Sarah was out with Waymarsh, Mamie was out with Chad, and Jim was out alone. Later on indeed he himself, with booked to Jim, was to take him that evening to the Varieties, which Strether was careful to pronounce as Jim pronounced them. Miss Gostrey drank it in. "What then tonight do the others do?" "Well, it has been arranged. Waymarsh takes Sarah to dine at Bignon." She wondered. "And what do they do after? They can't come straight home." "No, they can't come straight home. At least Sarah can't. It's their secret, but I think I've guessed it." Then as she waited, "The circus." It made her stare a moment longer, then laugh almost to extravagance. "There's no one like you." "Like me?" He only wanted to understand. "Like all of you together, like all of us. Woollett, Milrose, and their products. We're abysmal, but may we never be less so. Mr. Newsome," she continued, "meanwhile takes Miss Pocock?" "Precisely, to the Français, to see what you took Waymarsh and me to, a family bill." "Ah, then may Mr. Chad enjoy it as I did." But she saw so much in things. "Do they spend their evenings, your young people, like that, alone together?" "Well, they're young people, but they're old friends." "I see, I see. And do they dine, for a difference, at Brébant?" "Oh, where they dine is their secret too. But I've my secret that it will be, very quietly, at Chad's own place." "She'll come to him there alone?" They looked at each other a moment. He has known her from a child. Besides," said Strether with emphasis, "Mamie's remarkable. She's splendid." She wondered. "Do you mean she expects to bring it off?" "Getting hold of him? No, I think not." "She doesn't want him enough? Or doesn't believe in her power?" On which, as he said nothing, she continued, "She finds she doesn't care for him?" "No, I think she finds she does. But that's what I mean by so describing her. It's if she does that she's splendid. But we'll see," he wound up, "where she comes out." "You seem to show me sufficiently," Miss Gostrey laughed, "where she goes in." "But is her childhood's friend," she asked, "permitting himself recklessly to flirt with her?" "No, not that. Chad's also splendid. They're all splendid," he declared with a sudden strange sound of wistfulness and envy. "They're at least happy." "Happy?" It appeared, with their various difficulties, to surprise her. "Well, I seem to myself among them the only one who isn't." She demurred. "With your constant tribute to the ideal?" He had a laugh at this tribute to the ideal, but he explained after a moment his impression. "I mean they're living. They're rushing about. I've already had my rushing. I'm waiting." "But aren't you," she asked by way of cheer, "waiting with me?" He looked at her in all kindness. "Yes, if it weren't for that." "And you help me to wait," she said. "However," she went on, "I've really something for you that will help you to wait and which you shall have in a minute. Only there's something more I want from you first. I revel in Sarah." "So do I. If it weren't," he again amusedly sighed, "for that." "Well, you owe more to women than any man I ever saw. We do seem to keep you going. Yet Sarah, as I see her, must be great." "She is," Strether fully assented, "great. Whatever happens she won't, with these unforgettable days, have lived in vain." Miss Gostrey had a pause. "You mean she has fallen in love?" "I mean she wonders if she hasn't, and it serves all her purpose." "It has indeed," Maria laughed, "served women's purposes before." "Yes, for giving in. But I doubt if the idea, as an idea, has ever up to now answered so well for holding out. That's her tribute to the ideal. We each have our own. It's her romance, and it seems to me better on the whole than mine. To have it in Paris too," he explained, "on this classic ground, in this charged infectious air, with so sudden an intensity—well, it's more than she expected. She has had in short to recognise the breaking out for her of a real affinity, and with everything to enhance the drama." Miss Gostrey followed. "Jim, for instance?" "Jim hugely enhances. Jim was made to enhance. And then Mr. Waymarsh. It's the crowning touch. It supplies the colour. He's positively separated." "And she herself unfortunately isn't. That supplies the colour too." Miss Gostrey was all there. "But somehow—is he in love?" Strether looked at her a long time, then looked all about the room, then came a little nearer. "Will you never tell any one in the world as long as ever you live?" "Never." It was charming. "He thinks Sarah really is. But he has no fear," Strether hastened to add. "Of her being affected by it?" "Of his being. He likes it, but he knows she can hold out. He's helping her. He's floating her over by kindness." Maria rather funnily considered it. "Floating her over in champagne? The kindness of dining her, nose to nose, at the hour when all Paris is crowding to profane delights, and in the great temple, as one hears it, of pleasure?" "That's just it for both of them," Strether insisted, "and all of a supreme innocence. The Parisian place, the feverish hour, the putting before her of 100 francs worth of food and drink which they'll scarcely touch, all that's the dear man's own romance, the expensive kind, expensive in francs and centimes, in which he abounds. And the circus afterwards, which is cheaper but which he'll find some means of making as dear as possible, that's also his tribute to the ideal. It does for him. He'll see her through. They won't talk of anything worse than you and me." "Well, we're bad enough, perhaps, thank heaven," she laughed, "to upset them. Mr. Waymarsh, at any rate, is a hideous old coquette." And the next moment she had dropped everything for a different pursuit. "What you don't appear to know is that Jeanne de Vionnet has become engaged. She's to marry, it has been definitely arranged, young Monsieur de Montbron." He fairly blushed. "Then, if you know it, it's out?" "Don't I often know things that are not out? However," she said, "this will be out to-morrow. But I see I've counted too much on your possible ignorance. You've been before me, and I don't make you jump as I hoped." He gave a gasp at her insight. "You never fail. I've had my jump. I had it when I first heard." "Then if you knew, why didn't you tell me as soon as you came in?" "Because I had it from her as a thing not yet to be spoken of." Miss Gostrey wondered. "From Madame de Vionnet herself?" "As a probability, not quite a certainty. A good cause in which Chad has been working. So I waited." "You need wait no longer," she returned. "It reached me yesterday, roundabout and accidental, but by a person who had had it from one of the young man's own people, as a thing quite settled. I was only keeping it for you." "You thought Chad wouldn't have told me?" She hesitated. "Well, if he hasn't—" "He hasn't, and yet the thing appears to have been practically his doing. So there we are." "There we are," Maria candidly echoed. "That's why I jumped. I jumped," he continued to explain, "because it means, this disposition of the daughter, that there's now nothing else but him and the mother." "Still, it simplifies." "It simplifies," he fully concurred, "but that's precisely where we are. It marks a stage in his relation. The act is his answer to Mrs. Newsome's demonstration." "It tells," Maria asked, "the worst?" "The worst." "But is the worst what he wants Sarah to know?" "He doesn't care for Sarah." At which Miss Gostrey's eyebrows went up. "You mean she has already dished herself?" Strether took a turn about. He had thought it out again and again before this to the end, but the vista seemed each time longer. "He wants his good friend to know the best. I mean the measure of his attachment. She asked for a sign, and he thought of that one. There it is." "A concession to her jealousy?" Strether pulled up. "Yes, call it that. Make it lurid, for that makes my problem richer." "Certainly, let us have it lurid, for I quite agree with you that we want none of our problems poor. But let us also have it clear. Can he, in the midst of such a preoccupation, or on the heels of it, have seriously cared for Jeanne? Cared, I mean, as a young man at liberty would have cared?" Well, Strether had mastered it. "I think he can have thought it would be charming if he could care. It would be nicer." "Nicer than being tied up to Marie?" "Yes, than the discomfort of an attachment to a person he can never hope, short of a catastrophe, to marry. And he was quite right," said Strether. "It would certainly have been nicer. Even when a thing's already nice, there mostly is some other thing that would have been nicer, or as to which we wonder if it wouldn't. But his question was all the same a dream. He couldn't care in that way. He is tied up to Marie. The relation is too special and has gone too far. It's the very basis, and his recent lively contribution toward establishing Jeanne in life has been his definite and final acknowledgement to Madame de Vionnet that he has ceased squirming. I doubt meanwhile," he went on, "if Sarah has at all directly attacked him." His companion brooded. "But won't he wish for his own satisfaction to make his ground good to her?" "No, he'll leave it to me. He'll leave everything to me. I sort of feel"—he worked it out—"that the whole thing will come upon me. Yes, I shall have every inch and every ounce of it. I shall be used for it." And Strether lost himself in the prospect. Then he fancifully expressed the issue. "To the last drop of my blood." Maria, however, roundly protested. "Ah, you'll please keep a drop for me." "I shall have a use for it." Which she didn't, however, follow up. She had come back the next moment to another matter. Mrs. Pocock with her brother is trusting only to her general charm? So it would seem. And the charm's not working? Well, Strether put it otherwise. She's sounding the note of home, which is the very best thing she can do. The best for Madame de Vionnet? The best for home itself, the natural one, the right one. Right, Maria asked, when it fails? Strether had a pause. The difficulty's Jim. Jim's the note of home. She debated. Ah, surely not the note of Mrs. Newsome. But he had it all. The note of the home for which Mrs. Newsome wants him, the home of the business. Jim stands with his little legs apart at the door of that tent, and Jim is, frankly speaking, extremely awful. Maria stared. And you in, you poor thing, for your evening with him? Oh, he's all right for me, Strether laughed. Anyone's good enough for me. But Sarah shouldn't, all the same, have brought him. She doesn't appreciate him. His friend was amused with his statement of it. Doesn't know, you mean, how bad he is? Strether shook his head with decision. Not really. She wondered. Then doesn't Mrs. Newsome? It made him frankly do the same. Well, no, since you ask me. Maria rubbed it in. Not really either? Not at all. She rates him rather high. With which indeed immediately he took himself up. Well, he is good too in his way. It depends on what you want him for. Miss Gostrey, however, wouldn't let it depend on anything, wouldn't have it and wouldn't want him at any price. It suits my book, she said, that he should be impossible, and it suits it still better, she more imaginatively added, that Mrs. Newsome doesn't know he is. Strether, in consequence, had to take it from her, but he fell back on something else. I'll tell you who does really know. Mr. Waymarsh? Never. Never indeed. I'm not always thinking of Mr. Waymarsh. In fact, I find now I never am. Then he mentioned the person as if there were a good deal in it. Mamie. His own sister? Oddly enough, it but let her down. What good will that do? None, perhaps. But there, as usual, we are. End of Book 9th, Chapter 2. Book 9th, Chapter 3 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There they were again, accordingly, for 2 days more, when Strether, on being at Mrs. Pocock's hotel, ushered into that lady's salon, found himself at first assuming a mistake on the part of the servant who had introduced him and retired. The occupants hadn't come in, for the room looked empty, as only a room can look in Paris, of a fine afternoon when the faint murmur of the huge collective life, carried on out of doors, strays among scattered objects, even as a summer air idles in a lonely garden. Our friend looked about and hesitated, observed, on the evidence of a table charged with purchases and other matters, that Sarah had become possessed, by no aid from him, of the last number of the salmon-coloured Revue, noted further that Mamie appeared to have received a present of Fromentin's Maître d'Autrefois from Chad, who had written her name on the cover, and pulled up at the sight of a heavy letter addressed in a hand he knew. This letter, forwarded by a banker, and arriving in Mrs. Pocock's absence, had been placed in evidence, and it drew from the fact of its being unopened a sudden queer power to intensify the reach of its author. It brought home to him the scale on which Mrs. Newsome, for she had been copious indeed this time, was writing to her daughter while she kept him in durance. And it had altogether such an effect upon him as made him for a few minutes stand still and breathe low. In his own room, at his own hotel, he had dozens of well-filled envelopes superscribed in that character, and there was actually something in the renewal of his interrupted vision of the character that played straight into the so frequent question of whether he weren't already disinherited beyond appeal. It was such an assurance as the sharp downstrokes of her pen hadn't yet had occasion to give him. but they somehow, at the present crisis, stood for a probable absoluteness in any decree of the writer. He looked at Sarah's name and address, in short, as if he had been looking hard into her mother's face, and then turned from it as if the face had declined to relax. But since it was in a manner as if Mrs. Newsome were thereby all the more, instead of the less, in the room, and were conscious, sharply and sorely conscious of himself, so he felt both held and hushed, summoned to stay at least and take his punishment. By staying accordingly he took it, creeping softly and vaguely about and waiting for Sarah to come in. She would come in if he stayed long enough, and he had now more than ever the sense of her success in leaving him a prey to anxiety. It wasn't to be denied that she had had a happy instinct, from the point of view of Woollett, in placing him thus at the mercy of her own initiative. It was very well to try to say he didn't care, that she might break ground when she would, might never break it at all if she wouldn't, and that he had no confession whatever to wait upon her with. He breathed from day to day an air that damnably required clearing, and there were moments when he quite ached to precipitate that process. He couldn't doubt that, should she only obliging by surprising him just as he then was, a clarifying scene of some sort would result from the concussion. He humbly circulated in this spirit till he suddenly had a fresh arrest. Both the windows of the room stood open to the balcony, but it was only now that in the glass of the leaf of one of them, folded back, he caught a reflection quickly recognized as the color of a lady's dress. Somebody had been then all the while on the balcony, and the person, whoever it might be, was so placed between the windows as to be hidden from him, while on the other hand the many sounds of the street had covered his own entrance and movements. If the person were Sarah, he might on the spot therefore be served to his taste. He might lead her by a move or two up to the remedy for his vain tension, as to which, should he get nothing else from it, he would at least have the relief of pulling down the roof on their heads. There was fortunately no one at hand to observe, in respect to his valour, that even on this completed reasoning he still hung fire. He had been waiting for Mrs. Pocock and the sound of the oracle, but he had to gird himself afresh, which he did in the embrasure of the window, neither advancing nor retreating, before provoking the revelation. It was apparently for Sarah to come more into view. He was in that case there at her service. She did, however, as meanwhile happened, come more into view, only she luckily came at the last minute as a contradiction of Sarah. The occupant of the balcony was after all quite another person, a person presented, on a second look, by a charming back and a slight shift of her position, as beautiful, brilliant, unconscious Mamie. Mamie alone at home, Mamie passing her time in her own innocent way, Mamie in short rather shabbily used, but Mamie absorbed, interested and interesting. With her arms on the balustrade and her attention dropped to the street, she allowed Strether to watch her, to consider several things, without her turning around. But the oddity was that when he had so watched and considered, he simply stepped back into the room without following up his advantage. He revolved there again for several minutes, quite as with something new to think of, and as if the bearings of the possibility of Sarah had been superseded. For frankly, yes, it had bearings thus to find the girl in solitary possession. There was something in it that touched him to a point not to have been reckoned beforehand, something that softly but quite pressingly spoke to him, and that spoke the more each time he paused again at the edge of the balcony and saw her still unaware. Her companions were plainly scattered. Sarah would be off somewhere with Waymarsh, and Chad off somewhere with Jim. Strether didn't at all mentally impute to Chad that he was with his good friend. He gave him the benefit of supposing him involved in appearances that, had he had to describe them, for instance to Maria, he would have conveniently qualified as more subtle. It came to him indeed the next thing that there was perhaps almost an excess of refinement in having left Mamie in such weather up there, however she might in fact have extemporized under the charm of the Rue de Rivoli a little makeshift Paris of wonder and fancy. Our friend, in any case, now recognized, and it was as if at the recognition Mrs. Newsome's fixed intensity had suddenly, with a deep audible gasp, grown thin and vague, that day after day he had been conscious in respect to his young lady of something odd and ambiguous, yet something into which he could at last read a meaning. It had been at the most, this mystery, an obsession. Oh, an obsession agreeable! And it had just now fallen into its place as at the touch of a spring. It had represented the possibility between them of some communication baffled by accident and delay, the possibility even of some relation as yet unacknowledged. There was always their old relation, the fruit of the Woollett years, but that, and it was what was strangest, had nothing whatever in common with what was now in the air. As a child, as a bud, and then again as a flower of expansion, Mamie had bloomed for him, freely, in the almost incessantly open doorways of home, where he remembered her as first very forward, as then very backward, for he had carried on at one period in Mrs. Newsome's parlours—oh, Mrs. Newsome's phrases and his own—a course of English literature reinforced by exams and teas, and once more finally as very much in advance. But he had kept no great sense of points of contact, it not being in the nature of things at Woollett that the freshest of the buds should find herself in the same basket with the most withered of the winter apples. The child had given sharpness above all to his sense of the flight of time. It was but the day before yesterday that he had tripped up on her hoop, yet his experience of remarkable women, destined, it would seem, remarkably to grow, felt itself ready this afternoon, quite braced itself to include her. She had, in fine, more to say to him than he had ever dreamed the pretty girl of the moment could have, and the proof of the circumstance was that, visibly, unmistakably, she had been able to say it to no one else. It was something she could mention neither to her brother, to her sister-in-law, nor to Chad, though he could just imagine that had she still been at home she might have brought it out as a supreme tribute to age, authority and attitude, for Mrs. Newsome. It was, moreover, something in which they all took an interest. The strength of their interest was, in truth, just the reason of her prudence. All this, then, for 5 minutes, was vivid to Strether, and it put before him that, poor child, she had now but her prudence to amuse her. That, for a pretty girl in Paris, struck him with a rush as a sorry state, so that under the impression he went out to her with a step as hypocritically alert, he was well aware, as if he had just come into the room. She turned with a start at his voice. Preoccupied with him though she might be, she was just a scrap disappointed. "Oh, I thought you were Mr. Bilham." The remark had been at first surprising, and our friend's private thought, under the influence of it, temporarily blighted. Yet we are able to add that he presently recovered his inward tone, and that many a fresh flower of fancy was to bloom in the same air. Little Bilham, since little Bilham was, somewhat incongruously, expected, appeared behindhand, a circumstance by which Strether was to profit. They came back in the room together after a little, the couple on the balcony, and amid its crimson and gold elegance, with the others still absent, Strether passed 40 minutes that he appraised even at the time as far, in the whole queer connection, from his idlest. Yes, indeed, since he had the other day so agreed with Maria about the inspiration of the lurid, here was something for his problem that surely didn't make it shrink, and that was floated in upon him as part of a sudden flood. He was doubtless not to know till afterwards, on turning them over in thought, of how many elements his impression was composed, but he none the less felt, as he sat with the charming girl, the signal growth of a confidence. For she was charming when all was said, and none the less so for the visible habit and practice of freedom and fluency. She was charming, he was aware, in spite of the fact that if he hadn't found her so, he would have found her something he should have been in peril of expressing as funny. Yes, she was funny, wonderful Mamie, and without dreaming it. She was bland, she was bridal, with never, that he could make out as yet, a bridegroom to support it. She was handsome and portly and easy and chatty, soft and sweet and almost disconcertingly reassuring. She was dressed, if we might so far discriminate, less as a young lady than as an old one, had an old one been supposable to Strether as so committed to vanity. The complexities of her hair missed moreover also the looseness of youth, and she had a mature manner of bending a little, as to encourage and reward, while she held neatly together in front of her a pair of strikingly polished hands. The combination of all of which kept up about her the glamour of her receiving, placed her again perpetually between the windows and within sound of the ice-cream plates, suggested the enumeration of all the names, all the Mr. Brookses and Mr. Snookses, gregarious specimens of a single type she was happy to "meet." But if all this was where she was funny, and if what was funnier than the rest was the contrast between her beautiful benevolent patronage, such a hint of the polysyllabic as might make her something of a bore towards middle age, and her rather flat little voice, the voice, naturally, unaffectedly yet, of a girl of 15, so Strether, none the less, at the end of 10 minutes, felt in her a quiet dignity that pulled things bravely together. If quiet dignity, almost more than matronly, with voluminous, too voluminous clothes, was the effect she proposed to produce, that was an ideal one could like in her when once one had got into relation. The great thing now for her visitor was that this was exactly what he had done. It made so extraordinary a mixture of the brief and crowded hour. It was the mark of a relation that he had begun so quickly to find himself sure she was, of all people, as might have been said, on the side and of the party of Mrs. Newsome's original ambassador. She was in his interest and not in Sarah's, and some sign of that was precisely what he had been feeling in her these last days as imminent. Finally placed, in Paris, in immediate presence of the situation and of the hero of it, by whom Strether was incapable of meaning any one but Chad, she had accomplished, and really in a manner all unexpected to herself, a change of base. Deep, still things had come to pass within her, and by the time she had grown sure of them, Strether had become aware of the little drama. When she knew where she was, in short, he had made it out, and he made it out at present still better, though with never a direct word passing between them all the while on the subject of his own predicament. There had been at first, as he sat with her, a moment during which he wondered if she meant to break ground in respect to his prime undertaking. That door stood so strangely ajar that he was half prepared to be conscious, at any juncture, of her having, of any one's having, quite bounced in. But friendly, familiar, light of touch and happy of tact, she exquisitely stayed out, so that it was for all the world as if to show she could deal with him without being reduced to, well, scarcely anything. It fully came up for them then, by means of their talking of everything but Chad, that Mamie, unlike Sarah, unlike Jim, knew perfectly what had become of him. It fully came up that she had taken to the last fraction of an inch the measure of the change in him, and that she wanted Strether to know what a secret she proposed to make of it. They talked most conveniently, as if they had had no chance yet, about Woollett, and that had virtually the effect of their keeping their secret more close. The hour took on for Strether, little by little, a queer sad sweetness of quality. He had such a revulsion in Mamie's favour, and on behalf of her social value, as might have come from remorse at some early injustice. She made him, as under the breath of some vague western whiff, homesick and freshly restless. He could really for the time have fancied himself stranded with her on a far shore during an ominous calm in a quaint community of shipwreck. Their little interview was like a picnic on a coral strand. They passed each other with melancholy smiles and looks sufficiently elusive, such cupfuls of water as they had saved. Especially sharp in Strether meanwhile was the conviction that his companion really knew, as we have hinted, where she had come out. It was at a very particular place. Only that she would never tell him. It would be above all what he should have to puzzle for himself. This was what he hoped for, because his interest in the girl wouldn't be complete without it. No more would the appreciation to which she was entitled. So assured was he that the more he saw of her process, the more he should see of her pride. She saw herself everything, but she knew what she didn't want, and that it was that had helped her. What didn't she want? There was a pleasure lost for her old friend in not yet knowing, as there would doubtless be a thrill in getting a glimpse. Gently and sociably she kept that dark to him, and it was as if she soothed and beguiled him in other ways to make up for it. She came out with her impression of Madame de Vionnet, of whom she had heard so much. She came out with her impression of Jeanne, whom she had been dying to see. She brought it out with a blandness by which her auditor was really stirred that she had been with Sarah early that very afternoon, and after dreadful delays caused by all sorts of things, mainly, eternally, by the purchase of clothes that unfortunately wouldn't be themselves eternal, to call in the Rue de Bellechasse. At the sound of these names Strether almost blushed to feel that he couldn't have sounded them first, and yet couldn't either have justified his squeamishness. Mamie made them easy as he couldn't have begun to do, and yet it could only have cost her more than he should ever have had to spend. It was as friends of Chad's, friends special, distinguished, desirable, enviable, that she spoke of them, and she beautifully carried it off that much as she had heard of them, though she didn't say how or where, which was a touch of her own, she had found them beyond her supposition. She abounded in praise of them, and after the manner of Woollett, which made the manner of Woollett a lovable thing again to Strether. He had never so felt the true inwardness of it as when his blooming companion pronounced the elder of the ladies of the Rue de Bellechasse too fascinating for words, and declared of the younger that she was perfectly ideal, a real little monster of charm. Nothing, she said of Jeanne, ought ever to happen to her. She's so awfully right as she is. Another touch will spoil her, so she oughtn't to be touched. Ah, but things here in Paris, Strether observed, do happen to little girls. And then for the joke's and the occasion's sake, haven't you found that yourself? The things happen? Oh, I'm not a little girl. I'm a big, battered, blousy one. I don't care, Mamie laughed, what happens. Strether had a pause while he wondered if it mightn't happen that he should give her the pleasure of learning that he had found her nicer than he had really dreamed. A pause that ended when he had said to himself that so far as it all mattered for her she had in fact perhaps already made this out. He risked accordingly a different question, though conscious, as soon as he had spoken, that he seemed to place it in relation to her last speech. "But that Mademoiselle de Vionnet is to be married. I suppose you've heard of that." For all he then found he need fear. "Dear, yes. The gentleman was there, Monsieur de Montbron, whom Madame de Vionnet presented to us." "And was he nice?" Mamie bloomed and bridled with her best reception manner. "Any man's nice when he's in love." It made Strether laugh. "But is Monsieur de Montbron in love already with you?" "Oh, that's not necessary. It's so much better he should be so with her, which, thank goodness, I lost no time in discovering for myself. He's perfectly gone, and I couldn't have borne it for her if he hadn't been. She's just too sweet." Strether hesitated. "And through being in love too?" On which, with a smile that struck him as wonderful, Mamie had a wonderful answer. "She doesn't know if she is or not." It made him laugh out. "Oh, but you do." She was willing to take it that way. "Oh yes, I know everything." And as she sat there, rubbing her polished hands and making the best of it, only holding her elbows perhaps a little too much out, the momentary effect for Strether was that every one else, in all their affair, seemed stupid. "Know that poor little Jeanne doesn't know what's the matter with her?" It was as near as they came to saying that she was probably in love with Chad, but it was quite near enough for what Strether wanted, which was to be confirmed in his certitude that, whether in love or not, she appealed to something large and easy in the girl before him. Mamie would be fat, too fat at 30, but she would always be the person who at the present sharp hour had been disinterestedly tender. "If I see a little more of her, as I hope I shall, I think she'll like me enough, for she seemed to like me to-day, to want me to tell her." "And shall you?" "Perfectly. I shall tell her the matter with her is that she wants only too much to do right. To do right for her, naturally," said Mamie, "is to please." "Her mother, do you mean?" "Her mother first." Strether waited. "And then?" "Well, then, Mr. Newsome." There was something really grand for him in the serenity of this reference. "And last only Monsieur de Montbron?" "Last only." She good-humouredly kept it up. Strether considered. "So that every one after all then will be suited?" She had one of her few hesitations, but it was a question only of a moment, and it was her nearest approach to being explicit with him about what was between them. "I think I can speak for myself. I shall be." It said indeed so much, told such a story of her being ready to help him, so committed to him that truth, in short, for such use as he might make of it towards those ends of his own, with which, patiently and trustfully, she had nothing to do, it so fully achieved all this that he appeared to himself simply to meet it in its own spirit by the last frankness of admiration. Admiration was of itself almost accusatory, but nothing less would serve to show her how nearly he understood. He put out his hand for good-bye with a "Splendid, splendid, splendid," and he left her, in her splendour, still waiting for little Bilham. End of Book Ninth, Chapter 3. Book 10th, Chapter 1 of The Ambassadors by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strether occupied, beside little Bilham, 3 evenings after his interview with Mamie Pocock, the same deep divan they had enjoyed together on the first occasion of our friend's meeting Madame de Vionnet and her daughter in the apartment of the Boulevard Malesherbes, where his position affirmed itself again as ministering to an easy exchange of impressions. The present evening had a different stamp. If the company was much more numerous, so, inevitably, were the ideas set in motion. It was, on the other hand, however, now strongly marked that the talkers moved, in respect to such matters, round an inner, a protected circle. They knew at any rate what really concerned them tonight, and Strether had begun by keeping his companion close to it. Only a few of Chad's guests had dined, that is, 15 or 20, a few compared with the large concourse offered to sight by 11 o'clock, but number and mass, quantity and quality, light, fragrance, sound, the overflow of hospitality meeting the high tide of response, had all from the first pressed upon Strether's consciousness, and he felt himself somehow part and parcel of the most festive scene, as the term was, in which he had ever in his life been engaged. He had perhaps seen on 4th of July and on dear old domestic commencements more people assembled, but he had never seen so many in proportion to the space, or had at all events never known so great a promiscuity to show so markedly as picked. Numerous as was the company, it had still been made so by selection, and what was above all rare for Strether was that by no fault of his own he was in the secret of the principle that had worked. He hadn't inquired, he had averted his head, but Chad had put him a pair of questions that themselves smoothed the ground. He hadn't answered the questions, he had replied that they were the young man's own affair, and he had then seen perfectly that the latter's direction was already settled. Chad had applied for counsel only by way of intimating that he knew what to do, and he had clearly never known it better than in now presenting to his sister the whole circle of his society. This was all in the sense and the spirit of the note struck by him on that lady's arrival. He had taken at the station itself a line that led him without a break and that enabled him to lead the Pococks, though dazed a little no doubt, breathless no doubt, and bewildered, to the uttermost end of the passage accepted by them perforce as pleasant. He had made it for them violently pleasant and mercilessly full, the upshot of which was, to Strether's vision, that they had come all the way without discovering it to be really no passage at all. It was a brave blind alley, where to pass was impossible and where, unless they stuck fast, they would have, which was always awkward, publicly to back out. They were touching bottom assuredly tonight. The whole scene represented the terminus of the cul-de-sac. So could things go when there was a hand to keep them consistent, a hand that pulled the wire with a skill at which the elder man more and more marveled. The elder man felt responsible, but he also felt successful, since what had taken place was simply the issue of his own contention 6 weeks before that they should properly wait to see what their friends would have really to say. He had determined Chad to wait. He had determined him to see. He was therefore not to quarrel with the time given up to the business. As much as ever, accordingly, now that a fortnight had elapsed, the situation created for Sarah, and against which she had raised no protest, was that of her having accommodated herself to her adventure as to a pleasure party, surrendered perhaps even somewhat in excess to bustle and to pace. If her brother had been at any point the least bit open to criticism, it might have been on the ground of his spicing the draught too highly and pouring the cup too full. Frankly treating the whole occasion of the presence of his relatives as an opportunity for amusement, he left it, no doubt, but scant margin as an opportunity for anything else. He suggested, invented, abounded, yet all the while with the loosest, easiest rein. Strether, during his own weeks, had gained a sense of knowing Paris, but he saw it afresh and with fresh emotion in the form of the knowledge offered to his colleague. 1,000 unuttered thoughts hummed for him in the air of these observations, not the least frequent of which was that Sarah might well of a truth not quite know whither she was drifting. She was in no position not to appear to expect that Chad should treat her handsomely, yet she struck our friend as privately stiffening a little each time she missed the chance of marking the great nuance. The great nuance was, in brief, that of course her brother must treat her handsomely. She should like to see him not. But that treating her handsomely none the less wasn't all in all. Treating her handsomely buttered no parsnips, and that in fine there were moments when she felt the fixed eyes of their admirable absent mother fairly screw into the flat of her back. Strether, watching, after his habit, and overscoring with thought, positively had moments of his own in which he found himself sorry for her, occasions on which she affected him as a person seated in a runaway vehicle and turning over the question of a possible jump. Would she jump? Could she? Would that be a safe place? This question, at such instants, sat for him in her lapse into pallor, her tight lips, her conscious eyes. It came back to the main point at issue. Would she be, after all, to be squared? He believed on the whole she would jump, yet his alternations on this subject were the more especial stuff of his suspense. One thing remained well before him, a conviction that was in fact to gain sharpness from the impressions of this evening, that if she should gather in her skirts, close her eyes and quit the carriage while in motion, he would promptly enough become aware. She would alight from her headlong course more or less directly upon him. It would be appointed to him, unquestionably, to receive her entire weight. Signs and portents of the experience thus in reserve for him had, as it happened, multiplied even through the dazzle of Chad's party. It was partly under the nervous consciousness of such a prospect that, leaving almost every one in the 2 other rooms, leaving those of the guests already known to him, as well as a mass of brilliant strangers of both sexes and of several varieties of speech, he had desired 5 quiet minutes with little Bilham, whom he always found soothing and even a little inspiring, and to whom he had actually moreover something distinct and important to say. He had felt of old, for it already seemed long ago, rather humiliated at discovering he could learn in talk with a personage so much his junior the lesson of a certain moral ease. But he had now got used to that. Whether or no the mixture of the fact with other humiliations had made it indistinct, whether or no directly from little Bilham's example, the example of his being contentedly just the obscure and acute little Bilham he was. It worked so for him, Strether seemed to see, and our friend had at private hours a wan smile over the fact that he himself, after so many more years, was still in search of something that would work. However, as we have said, it worked just now for them equally to have found a corner a little apart. What particularly kept it apart was the circumstance that the music in the salon was admirable, with 2 or 3 such singers as it was a privilege to hear in private. Their presence gave a distinction to Chad's entertainment, and the interest of calculating their effect on Sarah was actually so sharp as to be almost painful. Unmistakably, in her single person, the motive of the composition, and dressed in a splendour of crimson which affected Strether as the sound of a fall through a skylight, she would now be in the forefront of the listening circle and committed by it up to her eyes. Those eyes during the wonderful dinner itself he hadn't once met, having confessedly, perhaps a little pusillanimously, arranged with Chad that he should be on the same side of the table. But there was no use in having arrived now with little Bilham at an unprecedented point of intimacy unless he could pitch everything into the pot. You who sat where you could see her, what does she make of it all? By which I mean on what terms does she take it? Oh, she takes it, I judge, as proving that the claim of his family is more than ever justified. She isn't then pleased with what he has to show? On the contrary, she's pleased with it as with his capacity to do this kind of thing, more than she has been pleased with anything for a long time. But she wants him to show it there. He has no right to waste it on the likes of us. Strether wondered. She wants him to move the whole thing over? The whole thing, with an important exception. Everything he has picked up, and the way he knows how. She sees no difficulty in that. She'd run the show herself. And she'll make the handsome concession that Woollett would be on the whole in some ways the better for it. Not that it wouldn't be also in some ways the better for Woollett. The people there are just as good. Just as good as you and these others? Ah, that may be. But such an occasion as this, whether or no, Strether said, isn't the people. It's what has made the people possible. Well then, his friend replied, there you are. I give you my impression for what it's worth. Mrs. Pocock has seen, and that's tonight how she sits there. If you were to have a glimpse of her face you'd understand me. She has made up her mind to the sound of expensive music. Strether took it freely in. Ah, then I shall have news of her. I don't want to frighten you, but I think that likely. However, little Bilham continued, if I'm of the least use to you to hold on by. You're not of the least, and Strether laid an appreciative hand on him to say it. No one's of the least. With which, to mark how gaily he could take it, he patted his companion's knee. I must meet my fate alone, and I shall. Oh, you'll see. And yet, he pursued the next moment, you can help me too. You once said to me, he followed this further, that you held Chad should marry. I didn't see then so well as I know now that you meant he should marry Miss Pocock. Do you still consider that he should? Because if you do, he kept it up, I want you immediately to change your mind. You can help me that way. Help you by thinking he should not marry? Not marry at all events Mamie. And who then? Ah, Strether returned, that I'm not obliged to say. But Madame de Vionnet, I suggest, when he can. Oh, said little Bilham with some sharpness. Oh, precisely. But he needn't marry at all. I'm at any rate not obliged to provide for it. Whereas in your case I rather feel that I am. Little Bilham was amused. Obliged to provide for my marrying? Yes, after all I've done to you. The young man weighed it. Have you done as much as that? Well, said Strether, thus challenged, of course I must remember what you've also done to me. We may perhaps call it square. But all the same, he went on, I wish awfully you'd marry Mamie Pocock yourself. Little Bilham laughed out. Why, it was only the other night, in this very place, that you were proposing to me a different union altogether. Mademoiselle de Vionnet? Well, Strether easily confessed it. That, I admit, was a vain image. This is practical politics. I want to do something good for both of you. I wish you each so well, and you can see in a moment the trouble it will save me to polish you off by the same stroke. She likes you, you know. You console her. And she's splendid. Little Bilham stared as a delicate appetite stares at an overheaped plate. What do I console her for? It just made his friend impatient. Oh, come, you know. And what proves for you that she likes me? Why, the fact that I found her 3 days ago stopping at home alone all the golden afternoon on the mere chance that you'd come to her, and hanging over her balcony on that of seeing your cab drive up. I don't know what you want more." Little Bilham after a moment found it. "Only just to know what proves to you that I like her." "Oh, if what I've just mentioned isn't enough to make you do it, you're a stony-hearted little fiend. Besides," Strether encouraged his fancy's flight, "you showed your inclination in the way you kept her waiting, kept her on purpose to see if she cared enough for you." His companion paid his ingenuity the deference of a pause. "I didn't keep her waiting. I came at the hour. I wouldn't have kept her waiting for the world," the young man honourably declared. "Better still. Then there you are." And Strether, charmed, held him the faster. "Even if you didn't do her justice, moreover," he continued, "I should insist on your immediately coming round to it. I want awfully to have worked it. I want," and our friend spoke now with a yearning that was really earnest, "at least to have done that." "To have married me off without a penny?" "Well, I shan't live long, and I give you my word, now and here, that I'll leave you every penny of my own. I haven't many, unfortunately, but you shall have them all. And Miss Pocock, I think, has a few. I want," Strether went on, "to have been at least to that extent constructive, even expiatory. I've been sacrificing so to strange gods that I feel I want to put on record, somehow, my fidelity, fundamentally unchanged after all, to our own. I feel as if my hands were imbrued with the blood of monstrous alien altars, of another faith altogether. There it is, it's done." And then he further explained. "It took hold of me because the idea of getting her quite out of the way for Chad helps to clear my ground." The young man at this bounced about, and it brought them face to face in admitted amusement. "You want me to marry as a convenience to Chad?" "No," Strether debated, "he doesn't care whether you marry or not. It's as a convenience simply to my own plan for him." "Simply?" And little Bilham's concurrence was in itself a lively comment. "Thank you. But I thought," he continued, "you had exactly no plan for him." "Well then, call it my plan for myself, which may be well, as you say, to have none. His situation, don't you see, is reduced now to the bare facts one has to recognise. Mamie doesn't want him, and he doesn't want Mamie. So much as that these days have made clear. It's a thread we can wind up and tuck in." But little Bilham still questioned. "You can, since you seem so much to want to. But why should I?" Poor Strether thought it over, but was obliged of course to admit that his demonstration did superficially fail. "Seriously, there is no reason. It's my affair. I must do it alone. I've only my fantastic need of making my dose stiff." Little Bilham wondered. "What do you call your dose?" "Why, what I have to swallow. I want my conditions unmitigated." He had spoken in the tone of talk for talk's sake, and yet with an obscure truth lurking in the loose folds, a circumstance presently not without its effect on his young friend. Little Bilham's eyes rested on him a moment with some intensity. Then suddenly, as if everything had cleared up, he gave a happy laugh. It seemed to say that if pretending, or even trying, or still even hoping, to be able to care for Mamie would be of use, he was all there for the job. "I'll do anything in the world for you." "Well," Strether smiled, "anything in the world is all I want. I don't know anything that pleased me in her more," he went on, "than the way that, on my finding her up there all alone, coming on her unawares and feeling greatly for her being so out of it, she knocked down my tall house of cards with her instant and cheerful allusion to the next young man. It was somehow so the note I needed, her staying at home to receive him." "It was Chad, of course," said little Bilham, "who asked the next young man—I like your name for me—to call." "So I supposed; all of which, thank God, is in our innocent and natural manners. But do you know," Strether asked, "if Chad knows—" and then, as this interlocutor seemed at a loss, "Why, where she has come out?" Little Bilham, at this, met his face with a conscious look. It was as if, more than anything yet, the allusion had penetrated. Do you know yourself?" Strether lightly shook his head. "There I stop. Oh, odd as it may appear to you, there are things I don't know. I only got the sense from her of something very sharp and yet very deep down that she was keeping all to herself. That is, I had begun with the belief that she had kept it to herself, but face to face with her I soon made out that there was a person with whom she would have shared it. I thought she possibly might with me, but I saw then that I was only half in her confidence. When, turning to me to greet me, for she was on the balcony and I had come in without her knowing it, she showed me she had been expecting you, and was proportionately disappointed, I got hold of the tail of my conviction. Half an hour later I was in possession of all the rest of it. You know what has happened." He looked at his young friend hard, then he felt sure. "For all you say, you're up to your eyes, so there you are." Little Bilham after an instant pulled half round. "I assure you she hasn't told me anything." "Of course she hasn't. For what do you suggest that I suppose her to take you? But you've been with her every day, you've seen her freely, you've liked her greatly, I stick to that, and you've made your profit of it. You know what she has been through as well as you know that she has dined here to-night, which must have put her, by the way, through a good deal more." The young man faced this blast, after which he pulled round the rest of the way. "I haven't in the least said she hasn't been nice to me, but she's proud." "And quite properly, but not too proud for that." "It's just her pride that has made her. Chad," little Bilham loyally went on, "has really been as kind to her as possible. It's awkward for a man when a girl's in love with him." "Ah, but she isn't now." Little Bilham sat staring before him, then he sprang up as if his friend's penetration, recurrent and insistent, made him really after all too nervous. "No, she isn't now. It isn't in the least," he went on, "Chad's fault. He's really all right. I mean he would have been willing. But she came over with ideas. Those she had got at home. They had been her motive and her support in joining her brother and his wife. She was to save our friend." "Ah, like me, poor thing." Strether also got to his feet. "Exactly. She had a bad moment. It was very soon distinct to her, to pull her up, to let her down, that, alas, he is saved. There's nothing left for her to do." "Not even to love him?" "She would have loved him better as she originally believed him." Strether wondered. Of course one asks oneself what notion a little girl forms, where a young man's in question, of such a history and such a state. Well, this little girl saw them no doubt as obscure, but she saw them practically as wrong. The wrong for her was the obscure. Chad turns out at any rate right and good and disconcerting, while what she was all prepared for, primed and girded and wound up for, was to deal with him as the general opposite. Yet wasn't her whole point, Strether weighed it, that he was to be, that he could be, made better, redeemed? Little Bilham fixed it all a moment, and then with a small headshake that diffused a tenderness, "She's too late for the miracle." Yes, his companion saw enough. Still, if the worst fault of his condition is that it may be all there for her to profit by? Oh, she doesn't want to profit in that flat way. She doesn't want to profit by another woman's work. She wants the miracle to have been her own miracle. That's what she's too late for. Strether quite felt how it all fitted, yet there seemed one loose piece. "I'm bound to say, you know, that she strikes one, on these lines, as fastidious. What you call here difficile." Little Bilham tossed up his chin. "Of course she's difficile, on any lines. What else in the world are our Mamies, the real, the right ones?" I see," our friend repeated, charmed by the responsive wisdom he had ended by so richly extracting. "Mamie is one of the real and the right." "The very thing itself." "And what it comes to then," Strether went on, "is that poor awful Chad is simply too good for her." Ah, too good was what he was after all to be, but it was she herself, and she herself only, who was to have made him so. It hung beautifully together, but with still a loose end. Wouldn't he do for her even if he should after all break? With his actual influence? Oh, little Bilham had for this inquiry the sharpest of all his controls. How can he do on any terms whatever when he's flagrantly spoiled? Strether could only meet the question with his passive, his receptive pleasure. "Well, thank goodness you're not. You remain for her to save, and I come back, on so beautiful and full a demonstration, to my contention of just now, that of your showing distinct signs of her having already begun." The most he could say further to himself, as his young friend turned away, was that the charge encountered for the moment no renewed denial. Little Bilham, taking his course back to the music, only shook his good-natured ears an instant, in the manner of a terrier who has got wet, while Strether relapsed into the sense, which had for him in these days most of comfort, that he was free to believe in anything that from hour to hour kept him going. He had positively motions and flutters of this conscious hour-to-hour kind, temporary surrenders to irony, to fancy, frequent instinctive snatches at the growing rose of observation, constantly stronger for him, as he felt, in scent and colour, and in which he could bury his nose even to wantonness. This last resource was offered him, for that matter, in the very form of his next clear perception, the vision of a prompt meeting, in the doorway of the room, between little Bilham and brilliant Miss Barrace, who was entering as Bilham withdrew. She had apparently put him a question, to which he had replied by turning to indicate his late interlocutor, toward whom, after an interrogation further aided by a resort to that optical machinery which seemed, like her other ornaments, curious and archaic, the genial lady, suggesting more than ever for her fellow guest the old French print, the historic portrait, directed herself with an intention that Strether instantly met. He knew in advance the first note she would sound, and took in as she approached it all her need of sounding it. Nothing yet had been so "wonderful" between them as the present occasion, and it was her special sense of this quality in occasions that she was there, as she was in most places, to feed. That sense had already been so well fed by the situation about them that she had quitted the other room, forsaken the music, dropped out of the play, abandoned, in a word, the stage itself, that she might stand a minute behind the scenes with Strether, and so perhaps figure in one of the famous augurs replying, behind the oracle, to the wink of the other. Seated near him presently where little Bilham had sat, she replied in truth to many things, beginning as soon as he had said to her what he hoped he said without fatuity: "All you ladies are extraordinarily kind to me." She played her long handle, which shifted her observation. She saw in an instant all the absences that left them free. "How can we be anything else? But isn't that exactly your plight? We ladies! Oh, we're nice, and you must be having enough of us. As one of us, you know, I don't pretend I'm crazy about us. But Miss Gostrey, at least to-night, has left you alone, hasn't she?" With which she again looked about as if Maria might still lurk. "Oh yes," said Strether, "she's only sitting up for me at home." And then, as this elicited from his companion her gay "Oh, oh, oh," he explained that he meant sitting up in suspense and prayer. "We thought it on the whole better she shouldn't be present, and either way, of course, it's a terrible worry for her." He abounded in the sense of his appeal to the ladies, and they might take their choice of his doing so from humility or from pride. "Yet she inclines to believe I shall come out." "Oh, I incline to believe too you'll come out." Miss Barrace, with her laugh, was not to be behind. "Only the question's about where, isn't it? However," she happily continued, "if it's anywhere at all it must be very far on, mustn't it? To do us justice, I think, you know," she laughed, "we do, among us all, want you rather far on. Yes, yes," she repeated in her quick droll way, "we want you very, very far on." After which she wished to know why he had thought it better Maria shouldn't be present. "Oh," he replied, "it was really her own idea. I should have wished it. But she dreads responsibility." "And isn't that a new thing for her?" "To dread it? No doubt, no doubt. But her nerve has given way." Miss Barrace looked at him a moment. "She has too much at stake." Then, less gravely, "Mine, luckily for me, holds out." "Luckily for me too," Strether came back to that. My own isn't so firm. My appetite for responsibility isn't so sharp as that I haven't felt the very principle of this occasion to be the more the merrier. If we are so merry, it's because Chad has understood so well." "He has understood amazingly," said Miss Barrace. "It's wonderful," Strether anticipated for her. "It's wonderful," she, to meet it, intensified, so that face to face over it they largely and recklessly laughed. But she presently added, "Oh, I see the principle. If one didn't one would be lost. But when one once has got hold of it—" "It's as simple as twice two. From the moment he had to do something—" "A crowd"—she took him straight up— "was the only thing? Rather a rumpus of sound," she laughed, "or nothing. Mrs. Pocock's built in, or built out, whichever you call it. She's packed so tight she can't move. She's in splendid isolation." Miss Barrace embroidered the theme. Strether followed, but scrupulous of justice. "Yet with every one in the place successively introduced to her." "Wonderfully, but just so that it does build her out. She's bricked up, she's buried alive." Strether seemed for a moment to look at it, but it brought him to a sigh. "Oh, but she's not dead. It will take more than this to kill her." His companion had a pause that might have been for pity. "No, I can't pretend I think she's finished, or that it's for more than tonight." She remained pensive as if with the same compunction. "It's only up to her chin." Then again, for the fun of it, "She can breathe." "She can breathe." He echoed it in the same spirit. "And do you know," he went on, "what's really all this time happening to me, through the beauty of music, the gaiety of voices, the uproar, in short, of our revel, and the felicity of your wit? The sound of Miss Pocock's respiration drowns for me, I assure you, every other. It's literally all I hear." She focussed him with her clink of chains. "Well," she breathed ever so kindly. "Well, what?" "She is free from her chin up," she mused, "and that will be enough for her." "It will be enough for me," Strether ruefully laughed. "Waymarsh really," he then asked, "brought her to see you?" "Yes, but that's the worst of it. I could do you no good, and yet I tried hard." Strether wondered. "And how did you try?" "Why, I didn't speak of you." "I see. That was better." "Then what would have been worse? For speaking or silent," she lightly wailed, "I somehow compromise, and it has never been any one but you." "That shows"—he was magnanimous—"that it's something not in you but in oneself. It's my fault." She was silent a little. "No, it's Mr. Waymarsh's. It's the fault of his having brought her." "Ah then," said Strether good-naturedly, "why did he bring her?" "He couldn't afford not to." "Oh, you were a trophy, one of the spoils of conquest. But why in that case, since you do compromise—" "Don't I compromise him as well? I do compromise him as well," Miss Barrace smiled. "I compromise him as hard as I can. But for Mr. Waymarsh it isn't fatal. It's, so far as his wonderful relation with Mrs. Pocock is concerned, favourable." And then, as he still seemed slightly at sea, "The man who had succeeded with me, don't you see? For her to get him from me was such an added incentive." Strether saw, but as if his path was still strewn with surprises. "It's from you then that she has got him?" She was amused at his momentary muddle. "You can fancy my fight. She believes in her triumph. I think it has been part of her joy." "Oh her joy!" Strether sceptically murmured. "Well, she thinks she has had her own way. And what's tonight for her but a kind of apotheosis? Her frock's really good." "Good enough to go to heaven in? For after a real apotheosis," Strether went on, "there's nothing but heaven. For Sarah there's only tomorrow." "And you mean that she won't find tomorrow heavenly?" "Well, I mean that somehow I feel tonight, on her behalf, too good to be true. She has had her cake. That is, she's in the act now of having it, of swallowing the largest and sweetest piece. There won't be another left for her. Certainly I haven't one. It can only at the best be Chad." He continued to make it out as for their common entertainment. "He may have one, as it were, up his sleeve, yet it's borne in upon me that if he had—" "He wouldn't," she quite understood, "have taken all this trouble? I dare say not. and if I may be quite free and dreadful, I very much hope he won't take any more. Of course I won't pretend now," she added, "not to know what it's a question of." "Oh, every one must know now," poor Strether thoughtfully admitted, "and it's strange enough and funny enough that one should feel everybody here at this very moment to be knowing and watching and waiting." "Yes, isn't it indeed funny?" Miss Barrace quite rose to it. "That's the way we are in Paris." She was always pleased with a new contribution to that queerness. "It's wonderful. But you know," she declared, "it all depends on you. I don't want to turn the knife in your vitals, but that's naturally what you just now meant by our all being on top of you. We know you as the hero of the drama, and we're gathered to see what you'll do." Strether looked at her a moment with a light perhaps slightly obscured. "I think that must be why the hero has taken refuge in this corner. He's scared at his heroism. He shrinks from his part." "Ah, but we nevertheless believe he'll play it. That's why," Miss Barrace kindly went on, "we take such an interest in you. We feel you'll come up to the scratch." And then as he seemed perhaps not quite to take fire, "Don't let him do it." "Don't let Chad go?" "Yes, keep hold of him. With all this," and she indicated the general tribute, "he has done enough. We love him here. He's charming." "It's beautiful," said Strether, "the way you all can simplify when you will." But she gave it to him back. "It's nothing to the way you will when you must." He winced at it as at the very voice of prophecy, and it kept him a moment quiet. He detained her, however, on her appearing about to leave him alone in the rather cold clearance their talk had made. "There positively isn't a sign of a hero to-night. The hero's dodging and shirking, the hero's ashamed. Therefore, you know, I think, what you must all really be occupied with is the heroine." Miss Barrace took a minute. "The heroine?" "The heroine. I've treated her," said Strether, "not a bit like a hero. Oh," he sighed, "I don't do it well." She eased him off. "You do it as you can." And then after another hesitation, "I think she's satisfied." But he remained compunctious. "I haven't been near her. I haven't looked at her." "Ah, then you've lost a good deal." He showed he knew it. "She's more wonderful than ever?" "Than ever. With Mr. Pocock." Strether wondered. "Madame de Vionnet with Jim?" "Madame de Vionnet with Jim." Miss Barrace was historic. "And what's she doing with him?" "Ah, you must ask him." Strether's face lighted again at the prospect. "It will be amusing to do so." Yet he continued to wonder. "But she must have some idea." "Of course she has. She has 20 ideas. She has in the first place," said Miss Barrace, swinging a little her tortoise shell, "that of doing her part. Her part is to help you." It came out as nothing had come yet. Links were missing and connections unnamed, but it was suddenly as if they were at the heart of their subject. "Yes, how much more she does it," Strether gravely reflected, "than I help her." It all came over him as with the near presence of the beauty, the grace, the intense dissimulated spirit with which he had, as he said, been putting off contact. She has courage. "Ah, she has courage," Miss Barrace quite agreed. And it was as if for a moment they saw the quantity in each other's face. But indeed the whole thing was present. "How much she must care!" "Ah, there it is. She does care. But it isn't, is it," Miss Barrace considerately added, "as if you had ever any doubt of that?" Strether seemed suddenly to like to feel that he really never had. "Why, of course it's the whole point." "Voilà!" Miss Barrace smiled. "It's why one came out," Strether went on, "and it's why one has stayed so long. And it's also," he abounded, "why one's going home. It's why "It's why everything," she concurred. "It's why she might be to-night, for all she looks and shows, and for all your friend Jim does, about 20 years old. There's another of her ideas, to be for him, and to be quite easily and charmingly as young as a little girl." Strether assisted at his distance. "For him? For Chad?" "For Chad, in a manner, naturally, always. But in particular to-night for Mr. Pocock." And then as her friend still stared, "Yes, it is of a bravery. But that's what she has, her high sense of duty." It was more than sufficiently before them. "When Mr. Newsome has his hands so embarrassed with his sister—" "It's quite the least," Strether filled it out, "that she should take his sister's husband? Certainly, quite the least. So she has taken him." "She has taken him." It was all Miss Barrace had meant. Still it remained enough. "It must be funny." "Oh it is funny." That of course essentially went with it. But it brought them back. How indeed then she must care; in answer to which Strether's entertainer dropped a comprehensive "Ah!" expressive perhaps of some impatience for the time he took to get used to it. She herself had got used to it long before. End of Book 10th, Chapter 1.